Good morning, everybody. First of all, allow me to express a very, very warm welcome to our on-site participants. We are here at the agency in Amsterdam. We have quite a full room with representatives from industry, with also colleagues from the National Competent Authority and as well colleagues from the agency. So thank you for coming here. And an equally warm welcome to our online participants. I am assuming there are numerous online participants already, but I was told that it will fluctuate throughout the day, but we expect quite a lot of attendance remotely as well. It will be a hybrid meeting. Just to let you know, it will be a recorded meeting, so after the meeting you will be able to go back to the recording on our YouTube channel and be able to reference that for your own information. My name is Emmanuel Cormier. I'm the head of the Regulatory Science and Innovation Task Force within the agency. I'm also a member of the executive board, and I will be co-chairing the meeting with my colleague Peter Arlett, which I will have a chance to introduce a little bit later. Now, of course, I want to thank the organizers for the meeting, the presenters, the chairs, and also all the supporting staff who will help us throughout the day, as well as all the attendees for making it here today, either online or on-site, but also for their participation. And we do expect your participation to that meeting. And for that, we have, now I'm realizing I don't have my slides. Could you help me with that? Or? Yeah. Okay. All right, thanks. Yeah, so for that, we've set up a Slido, which will allow you to submit the questions throughout the day in the various sessions. Now, if you choose to use the Slido, in particular for our participants online, you will need to consent to the processing of your personal data as explained in the agency's privacy statement for Slido, which you can find on our website, of course, for further information. It is our experience that we do get a lot more questions than we can answer, but we'll do our best to answer in a balanced way question from our on-site participant versus question from our online participant. Of course, for every question or for question which we think are relevant and we cannot answer today, we will do our best to answer after the meeting in an FAQ document or any other means that we think is more appropriate for that. So these are the general statements. But now if I look at the purpose of that meeting, I hope it's not a surprise to any of you that we're here to talk about the Product Management Service, or PMS. If it is a surprise, well, now you know. And PMS is truly at the core of the agency and the EU network digital transformation strategy. So it is an important topic for us. Yeah. Where are we here? I missed a couple of things on the meeting. Extra slides I didn't see before that. Just of note here for the colleagues which are on site, you have a password here for the Wi-Fi. Please take a second to write it down. Reminder to sign the induction sheet if you have not done so, and it used to be on the table there, but I'm not sure where it is now. Maybe it's circulating. Super. And when you have a question, please raise your hand, and we will give you a microphone, and you can ask your question. So these are additional notes. So indeed, so today's topic is PMS, the Product Management Service. And without spoiling all the details of the event today, let me just walk you through some of the ambition we have for that meeting. And the first ambition is hopefully we will convince you of the value of PMS as a key enabler of the EU network digital transformation, as well as a core element of our project portfolio delivery. We also hope to have convinced you at the end of the day of the value and opportunities that PMS can bring to you as industry, but also network partners, and most importantly, the value of PMS in delivering benefit to patients. Now, Throughout the day, we'll explain a bit more on PMS and our ambition, and we also hope to clarify some of the short and mid-term objectives of PMS that we have and relate these objectives to delivery of key applications. So connect the ambition with some practical implication. And last but not least, we hope to have made it clear that for PMS value to be fully realized, we need your help. We need your engagement and timely contribution. Now, there you go. I have to point there, yeah. Okay, thanks. Okay. So you will see we have quite a busy agenda today. It's covering PMS, and we have the opportunity in the afternoon to look at specific use cases. So really connecting the system with potential output. So we have a lot of ground to cover. We will have some coffee breaks and a lunch break so we can re-energize fully. But to help us through the agenda today, we have put together what I would call the A-team of the executive board members to facilitate some of the discussion as chairs. And we will have a chance to hear from them a little bit in an introduction. So their responsibility throughout the exercise will very much be to guide us through constructive and interactive exchanges. But they will also help us in keeping track of time, because it's a packed agenda and we want to make sure we cover as much ground as possible and stay within the time we have. But before we go directly in the agenda and get down to business, I would like to introduce my co-chair, Peter Harlett, who is the head of Data Analytics and Methods Task Force, and will give us a bit of an insight on PMS before we start in the heart of the topic. Thanks.
I love being introduced by a Frenchman because a harlot in English means something quite different. For those of you who are Anglophones, you'll know what I mean. But there we are. Great pleasure to co-host your meeting today on PMS. So welcome to the PMS Open Day, to the many people in the room and the very many people that are following online. Probably slightly more than had been anticipated given air traffic control problems, storms, gales at Schiphol. I would like to start by stating that the EMA, and I think it's fair to say the entire European Medicines Regulatory Network, is committed to medicinal product data standardization. And I think everybody in this call today understands the importance of that and is also committed to medicinal product data standardization. We're committed to contributing to a world where data can be captured and used and shared easily and efficiently. And through standardization, we can better focus on getting new medicinal products to patients faster and optimizing their use. The European Medicines Regulatory Network strategy, which is our touchstone for priorities and work plans, reflects this commitment to providing digitalized results that improve the use of medicines, that enable the interoperability of medicines information and facilitate better availability and accessibility of medicines for the people of Europe. The strategy references the critical role that product management service plays in this effort. So the Product Management Service, or PMS, has a critical role as an enabler, and PMS is a dependency for various IT systems in the network portfolio, which support EMA's regulatory procedures, including IRIS, the procedure management system, the electronic application forms, the electronic product information, and the European Shortages Monitoring Platform. The processes these IT tools deliver rely on stakeholders to submit, improve, and maintain medicinal product data. And in this context, industry's collaboration is critical. So this PMS Info Day is an important opportunity to share the short, medium, and long-term objectives for PMS, to illustrate PMS's key applications in the near term, as well as explaining and illustrating what, in the coming months, industry will need to do to support the development of high-quality managed product data. We're focused on delivering the benefits of product data standardization and data exchange. We're also working internationally to align from developing and maintaining standards to implementation, pushing ahead with systems and solutions. Alignment on standardization is hard work, and there's a need for us all to work together to implement applications that rely on this medical product data. So if we work together, I'm sure we're going to have an informative and engaging day. I thank you very much for being here and for your attention. Thank you.
All right, thanks. There you go. So it is now my great honor to be able to introduce the chairs of the various sessions for today. And actually, I will ask the chair to introduce themselves and give me maybe 1 or 2 sentences on why they think PMS is important for us. So maybe I will start with Zaid Frias.
Yes, thank you very much, Emmanuel, and good morning to you all. My name is Zaid Frias. I'm the head of the Digital Business Transformation Task Force here at EMA, and I was also appointed Portfolio Board Chair early last year. So my brief statement would be actually with both hats. So the first one as the head of Digital Business Transformation and actually leading on the Agile transformation with both the PMO and the LACE Center of Excellence on Lean Agile. I wanted to remind, first of all, the audience that the EMA and the network embarked in 2021 in a transitioning of all its programs and projects into what we call a network portfolio, which is a word that will come back throughout the discussions. Now, this so-called agile transformation transitioned it into 5 value streams. And again, there will be a lot of reference. I will not stipulate the 5 of them, but they will come across in many of the presentation. What is important is that each value stream actually matches core competencies and responsibilities of EMA and the EU network, and that these value streams are actually organized to prioritize, deliver IT systems in support of the many strategic objectives that we have in the EMANS that was actually recently renewed to 2028. I think an important element as well in this case is that we are delivering iteratively and on a quarterly basis, which is exactly the idea so that we can cater for new emerging business needs from stakeholders, but also maybe crises, hopefully not that many, and for sure also the ever-changing regulatory and legislative landscape, again, with many legislative acts in the pipeline. But also, and I want to reinforce that as well, to keep up to date with the advances on the technological side. And I think we've all come to terms now with the generative AI and the potential opportunities there. Second tack, sorry, it's a little bit long maybe. Then in my capacity as Portfolio Board Chair, I can only ask that you really profit this PMS Info Day to grasp the unparalleled potential of the PMS in reshaping and transforming the EU regulatory landscape. I would like you not just to acknowledge it's important, but really commit to actions. Together and very much in a united shared mission, I believe we should be looking at leveraging the capabilities of PMS to drive regulatory innovation, regulatory efficiencies, and most of all, safeguarding public health.
Thank you, Zaid. Next, I would like to introduce Alexis Nolte, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alexis Nolte. I'm the head of human medicines at the European Medicines Agency. What is PMS? Eventually, when we have accurate data and it's filled basically with information, then it will be the product database, the medicinal product database of the European Union. I put myself in the shoes of a patient or a doctor. It's the reference point for everyone in the EU about what products we have in the EU, what available, what the status is. It is going to be the fundamental resource that is going to help patients and doctors make choices. It will connect to different systems, and probably one of the most important systems from a patient and a doctor perspective will be the medicines EU web portal, which will be the one reference point for all citizens in the EU. So what we're building here is a fundamental building block of not only the regulatory system to help us manage the life cycle of medicines, interact with the industry, and so forth, but most important, it's a resource for our patients and healthcare professionals.
Thank you, Alexis. I'm not sure if we have Hilmer. Hilmer is stuck in traffic, which is not unusual around here. So we'll have an opportunity to introduce Hilmer Hamann a bit later, our head of division information management. So we'll do that in due time when he's here. And maybe I'll just jump in here as well. I introduced myself as the head of the Regulatory Science and Innovation Task Force within the agency. And one of the objectives of the task force is to deliver the agency's mandate to coordinate the monitoring, the management, and the mitigation of medicine shortage in Europe. And to do this, we are in the process of developing the European Shortage Monitoring platform there. Yeah, the P was a bit of a struggle there, which will rely extensively on the quality and the comprehensive product information that will be populated in PMS. So this will be a critical element for us to deliver an ESMP that will be truly useful and meaningful so that we could have an impact in mitigating the shortages of medicines, but also making sure that the patients have access to their critical medicine. So at least from that standpoint, it is truly in that mindset that we do actually, in the context of our task force, have a vested interest in making sure that this info day is truly informative and as constructive as possible so we can deliver that together. So that's a little bit on the drivers from each of the chairs that will be helping us through that info day session. But then I propose we dive directly in the first topic of the day, unless I've missed something, maybe. I think we're doing good. Which would be chaired by Zaid. And the topic is PMS in EMA system, an overview explaining how PMS enable EMA systems. So Zaid, the floor is yours.
Well, so thank you very much, Emmanuel. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to you all to this first session of the PMS Info Day and the program, which titles, as Emmanuel I think already said, PMS in the Center of Digital Transformation. I very much would like to build on the interventions made both by yourselves and Peter and Alexis, and somehow really take stock that we EMA and the network are not a software company, and that actually stimulating innovation and protecting public and animal health is actually at the heart of anything we do, and you need to keep that in mind at all times. So what we want to deliver through the network portfolio referred to earlier is a digital infrastructure that is data-driven, that is digitally connects all regulatory processes. An infrastructure, obviously, that I think we need a slide also. Sorry. Yeah, apologies. So we want to deliver through the network portfolio an infrastructure that is data-driven, that is digitally connecting all regulatory procedure, and build an infrastructure that is actually in compliance with legislative acts and that protects all data and prevents or secures us from cyber attacks. And whilst we are doing that, of course, also remove legacy and technical debt. We are not ambitious at all. We want to do it all. But last and certainly not least, I think, and that's back to you both here present as well as online, is that we want to transform also the user journey of our stakeholders when they are interacting actually with the European Medicines Regulatory Network. So we want this journey to be integrated. We want this journey to be digital and data-driven. And as opposed, I would say, as the experience, the past experience, where we were building system a little bit like mushrooms, and you need to connect to each individual ones, and none of them actually speaks or talks, is connected to each other. So the thing here is that PMS is at the center of such an infrastructure and actually a critical enabler. PMS as a single source of truth will be providing the structured, standardized, and consistent product data to be used by regulators, non-regulators in regulatory procedures, and industry. Sorry, I mentioned regulators and industry, but also, of course, to the general benefit of public and EU citizens. So at the bottom of this slide, you can find a snapshot of the critical products that are designed to using PMS as the single source of truth. So starting from the left at the bottom, you see that we try to capture data in web-based application forms. We want to have authoring of EPI, electronic product information, both of which combined with data from submission that feed the evaluation procedures and case management tool that Peter was referring to earlier. I think we use IRIS, we say regulatory process management. I think there's several acronyms just to show the importance of this system. Another important one, which is the product UI, is the one that actually would allow you to visualize the product data in PMS and actually proceed with cleansing, correcting, updating. And that is both for industry but also for regulators. Then I think to the right side of the slide, you can see that also this PMS data will be feeding platforms that are there or to be developed for monitoring in compliance with the respective legislative acts. And you see the ones mentioned are monitoring antimicrobial sales and use, as well as the ESMP shortage management platform that Emmanuel referred. We will have the opportunity to deep dive in every single one of those after the coffee break. So for now, I'm joined by my esteemed colleague Isabel Chicharo, your head of regulatory data management, and you're also the EPIC owner of PMS. I believe everybody knows you throughout the years. Your passion is admirable in pursuing, and the perseverance as well, because this is by no means an easy topic. So I'd like you to explain how PMS enables EMA systems. And so basically provide, I think, the audience with a solid foundation for further discussion throughout actually the program. Just before actually giving the floor, can I ask you to put any questions that you'd like to have in the Slido? Of course, I'll also ask in the audience. In the audience, it's fine to raise the hand, but please do feed the Slido. You can either put your questions yourself or upvote. And my colleagues here, I think yours is monitoring. Yeah. So, Isabel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Zaid. Let me get the clicker and see if I know this works. Nope, sound was not okay. So nice to see some of the familiar faces here, first of all, some that have been through the journey with SPOR for so many years. As Zaid explained, I'll be talking about PMS in the context of the network portfolio. So starting, for those who haven't known yet, what is PMS, what we're trying to do? So we're trying to make available for human and machine interaction, and this is very important for digital transformation. We're trying to make available structured, standardized, and consistent authorized product data. And this data is coming from across the European Medicines Network, industry, and NCAs, and it will be used by regulators, industry, in their regulatory or not regulatory procedures, but also, very importantly, like Alexis said, for the benefits of European citizens and patients. So what is this bringing different? So we're bringing together an enriched, more complete data set of what we have today of products in an ISO IDMP compliance structure. And why is this important? It's important because it's an international, a global standard. So it enables industry to align across the globe. It enables patients to align across the globe. We also want to bring an integrated data journey through the regulatory procedures. So not just submitting data and repeating and have disjoint processes, but having data enable and be the glue across all those procedures. And ultimately, we expect to have a trustworthy and quality data in a single source for the benefit of everyone to use. So how are we doing this? So we're looking pretty much throughout the entire product life cycle of an authorized medicinal product, starting from research and development, scientific advice, evaluation, authorization, access, and also monitoring. And through the portfolio, like Said has already alluded, we're delivering this. There's 5 work streams, but particularly to support the life cycle of products, we're delivering this through 3 value streams. So we have a value stream of research and development that supports the early stages. We have a value stream of product lifecycle management that supports evaluation and life cycle through variations of that product. And we also have a value stream of monitoring that supports access and safety monitoring throughout. And throughout the entire life cycle of the product, we hope to have spore master data, so data on substances, products, organizations, and referentials. And key to this, the product data being the conductive glue across all the stages. So if you look at those 6 stages, actually, they're not so different, and all of those stages kind of repeat themselves. So we want to deliver value to customers through a smoother and coherent data journey. And for each of the stages, if you zoom in for those 6 boxes I just showed, you will have a process to capture data in an application form, to validate that data, to store the data, and to share it. So whether we're talking of an initial marketing authorization, a variation, or even something related to shortages, we have to capture the data, validate it, use it, and then share the conclusions, the decisions, our decisions, regulatory decisions, for the benefits of patients, for the benefits of academia, for our own industry and regulator benefits. And throughout, we will be supporting these 3 value streams. So as Aid explained, today we will focus on what we call the flagship products for these 2 key value streams. We will be covering the research and value stream later on, but today most of the event will be covered on the products for product lifecycle management as well as monitoring. So we start by explaining how we will use an EPI, which is up-to-date, easily accessible electronic product information for EU citizens in all EU languages. We will talk about IRIS, RPM, or other acronyms similar, which are basically our regulatory procedure management for centrally authorized products. We will talk about electronic application forms, which we use to submit marketing authorizations, variations, and general product applications throughout. We will also be talking about the product user interface that we use to manage, view information of the products, the core assets. And on the other side of the fence, when we look at who will be using this data and also complementing it with additional data, we have the European Shortage Monitoring Platform, where we manage the monitoring of shortages. We will also be looking at the European surveillance for sales and use of data on antimicrobials, and also already transitioning into this value stream, of course, and the precursor for everything, we have our pharmacovigilance system, which was the starting point of ISO IDMP. So how does this data flow, and how are these different systems, these different regulatory processes connected? So first of all, we have marketing authorization holders or applicants submitting initial MAs, variations, renewals, those procedures. They will use what we call our customer engagement portals to produce web-based electronic application forms to manage their product, to produce their product information, and also other capabilities. They will package this within their ECTD dossier and submit to regulators using the secure submission tools we have, the EMA gateway, as well as CESP. This dossier will then be processed by the regulatory management systems, IRIS or RPM for centrally authorized products, and the national systems as well for national procedure, MRP and DCP. And once the data is approved, once the application is approved, what's happening now at the moment is that if it was a centralized product, we have a legacy system that we call SIAMED, and the data that is registered there is immediately available in PMS. If it was a national authorized product, and even for centrally authorized product, there is a requirement that industry submits that information to XEVMPD. Once data is in XEVMPD, it's of course also synchronized with PMS, and it's made available first and foremost for the pharmacovigilance system, which was the originating system for XEVMPD data. Towards the end of the year, and you'll see today in Marco's presentation, we will be asking marketing authorization holders to submit explicit product information via the product UI or via the PMS API to PMS. And that information, together with the information that we received from these legacy systems, will be shared with consuming systems such as the shortage monitoring platform, such as the ASU, and also other systems that have benefit from that. So if you look at this picture, it's obvious that we still have legacy systems in place. Our own system for centralized procedure, XEVMPD. It's obvious that we have double submission from companies. We have submission on the application forms on the dossier on XEVMPD. And it's also very obvious that we're not yet fully integrated with national systems. So what is it that we want the target state to be? Similar to before, there would be a submission using the PLM customer engagement tools, web-based, EPI, and so on. A submission, all those documents would make its way into the dossier. The dossier would be submitted via the gateway or CESP. The dossier would be processed by the regulatory procedure management solutions, and then an authorization is granted. And what would change from now on? So what we hope is that there is, in most cases, there is a last sequence submission via the ECTD. So we would hope to have a last sequence, and that final sequence of the ECTD would be incorporated into PMS. But we also are exploring, and we know we need an integration of sorts with the national systems. We don't know yet whether it would be a confirmation of that the application is approved, whether they would press a button, whether they would upload the product data to us, but we know that we want to have an integration with national systems. It's one of the key pillars of our target state. And of course, once data is approved and centrally stored, it would be shared with all those who need data for their own procedure so that they can add additional information to it and do their own regulatory processes. So in this picture, clear things, no more legacy systems, no more double submissions for industry, and a confirmation and an integration with national systems so that the data can be trusted. So what are the benefits? So the benefits are mostly twofold. Because we are integrating and supporting different regulatory and non-regulatory procedures with this enriched data set, because we are integrating with NCA systems, we hope to have integrated data quality steps and more trustworthy data. And what this means ultimately is that we can have better and faster decision making due to that increased availability. So that's what we want to do as regulators, have better, faster decision making for the benefits of our patients. Also, because these things require some sort of gain, we also expect to have operational efficiency, not just regulators, but also industry. For industry, for sure, we would enable the once-only principle, so only one submission and data can be used, therefore reducing and eliminating separate submissions. And even for regulators, we would benefit from simplified business and IT architecture. So there would be operational gains to be had as well. Now, while we're doing this, we're also looking ahead. And we are refreshing and updating the PMS business strategy to enable the transition of IDMP compatible submissions for the product data throughout the entire life cycle, not just authorized products. We want to accelerate the replacement of these legacy systems. We also are looking at how to improve the architecture to have a more integrated customer and data journey, to have simpler processes, less steps, less handovers across all these systems that I just shown you. And of course, we are also already having a look and investigating options for using PMS for the research and development phases of medicines. So we haven't forgotten that we haven't completed the entire journey. It's still on our roadmap. So how are we getting to our target state? This is a multi-year journey, as Zaid described, and we're delivering this in combination with other solutions as well. So throughout 24, so this year, and you'll be hearing from Marcos, basically we will be making data available very, very soon, and this data will be available for centrally authorized products as well as MRP, DCP, and national products, so all the products in EU. We will be delivering capabilities to complete and enrich the data that we don't have, and specifically we will focus on manufacturers, pack sizes, and the data carrier. Around us, other solutions will integrate with PMS, and we're thinking that EAF, the regulatory procedure management, ESMP for critical medicines, and also EASU for the human medicines used in reporting of sales and antimicrobials. All these solutions will be integrating with PMS. Next year, as soon as we've delivered these capabilities, we will be focusing on collecting and improving this missing data that we don't have so that we can use it on the regulatory procedures. We will also be delivering capabilities to then create, edit, manage that data. So once you submit it, the journey does not end there. We need to maintain it. We will be focusing on capabilities to manage and improve the data quality. So first we focused on missing data that we don't have and we need it urgently. And then we do realize we have issues with consistency, with accuracy. So we will be looking at ways to improve the data quality. Other solutions will also be integrating with PMS, and to be prioritized and to be put forward as a suggestion would be EAF variations, the structure changes, also potentially EAF, the marketing authorization application form, and the linking of EPI with PMS and the GTIN. And now I have a thing that is covering my screen. And after 25, again, the journey does not finish. We will be gradually increasing the data quality. We will be integrating with further application forms. And when we have all application forms, the vision is that the product data is managed via the regulatory procedures according to the flow that I just explained before. At some point, when we have all these capabilities in place, our goal is to disable the XEVMPD submission, so the double submissions, but we need to have this entire infrastructure in place. And as I mentioned, we're already looking a little bit ahead of how we will do a full XEVMPD replacement and how we will integrate with the investigational medicinal products and earlier stages of the life cycle. So for this year, focus on capabilities to get data we don't have. Next year, we continue working on those capabilities, integrating with most solutions, and the goal is to have the target state integrated with all the procedures and data being used and gradually improved via its use in the processes. So key takeaways. I hope that I have demonstrated through my intervention that PMS is an enabler of the network portfolio and is first and foremost already addressing the needs of the prioritized products in that portfolio. And those products are EAF, Regulatory Procedure Management, EPI, ESMP, and EASU. We are integrating PMS into the different regulatory procedures in a multi-year effort, building a piece by piece and learning via the Agile methodology. So we do a little bit, test it, use it, and then go back to improve it. And while we're replacing these inefficient processes and old technology, we're also looking into the future and the customer needs to support the entire life cycle. We hope and we strongly believe that the benefits and business outcomes are achieved for the benefit of everyone and with the collaboration of EMA, network, and industry. And that was it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, maybe you should stay there probably. Thank you so much, Isabelle. I think you have a virtue of always making complex matters presented in an absorbable way. I see already several hands up, which is a good sign. I think you were first. Can you please give your name and affiliation and then...
Yes, hi, Anna Teidixmann on behalf of UCOPE. Hi, I hope you can hear me. One question, or multiple questions, but I'm starting with one. In the process you have shown, you said one part goes over SciMed and into PMS, so I think that's the CAPS, and then XEVMPD. But will there something be by the EAF, the new EAF, automatically incorporated after approval? And how do you then control if the XML of the EAF is automatically input and then marketing authorization holders update XEVMPD and that flies into PMS as well? This can contradict. So there must be a quality control in between, because either you're forcing industry to use the same XML to upload, or it's just one-time upload and then it's just an approval and checking and we don't have to do. And the next thing is, what if these variations are covering data fields that are not yet in XEVMPD and will not be yet enriched until end of this year? So there is basically nothing to do after that approval.
So a complex question. Let's see if I can cover it. So in our strategy, what we're trying to do is to avoid as much as possible double submissions of the same data, exactly so that we don't have to keep checking of consistency. We have data for centrally authorized products in SciMed, and we have data for those same centrally authorized products in XEVMPD. We put them all together, but the national part only comes from XEVMPD. At some point, we will be collecting data, and that's always the vision, via the electronic application forms. So companies would go to the portal, they would upload the form, and we would import it to PMS. Now, we're aware of these conflicts, and what we're doing is we're starting exactly with the data that we don't have to synchronize back or confirm. And the example being manufacturers for nationally authorized products that we don't have in XEVMPD. And that's how we're doing gradually to avoid having to check. We are aware that there could be inconsistencies, so if we come to the point that we need to check, those were the capabilities on data quality management that I put there. But we are hoping that EMA doesn't do that, that it's with the procedures itself, with the regulators itself, that data is validated only once and made available for all. So we hope we don't need to go there, and we're trying to avoid it by exactly just looking at pieces of data that there would be no inconsistency because we only have one source, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Just one short, will NCAs then also be approving their part of the data on the national ones? Because
that is the vision. I don't have the full details exactly how that's going to work. We're doing these things slowly, procedure by procedure, and engaging with SMEs, some of them in the room, to see what's the best way to do it.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give you the floor.
My question was a bit similar, but slightly different. In your presentation, I was under the impression that the e-application form was the only way to collect data. And I was under the impression that there should have been also submission for PMS. And I was wondering if you are sticking to this strategy to have the collection of data made only through the e-application form?
We will use the application form for most of the procedures, but for example, a procedure which is the changes to QPPV, it doesn't have an application form. And it's still data that you need to keep updated today in XEVMPD and in the future in PMS. So the majority will come via the electronic application form. We hope it comes with the ECTD, but that's exactly the caveat I mentioned. We know not everything will be possible through those mechanisms. So for certain procedures, you will still have to use the product UI to enter the data to submit it, or the API to submit it directly from your system. And an example I can easily refer is the QPPV. So it's not one size fits all, because that's how the network works. Wherever there's an application form, that's the main vehicle, and I think that would cover 80–90%. But there will be cases where there is no application form, no ECTD sequence, and you still need to keep the data up to date, and you will have the product UI to do that.
Okay. Thank you. Can I ask your affiliation as well? And your name?
Sorry, Susie Henderson, UCOP.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Peter, I see you would like to react.
These are very long microphones, aren't they? You can take your eye out if you're not careful. It's not really a question. It's just I just wanted to make a point. I loved your benefits slide, and we always need to remain focused on benefits. But I think there's a really important benefit that's not there, and that's being able to analyse data for better decision making. I remember our former executive director, Guido Rassi, used to say, I want to be able to press a button on a particular product name and get everything out of the systems in terms of knowledge and information on that product. And we can't do that. And part of the reason we can't do that is that different systems are recording products differently, and which is, part of the business case for PMS. So I just wanted to make the point that in the big vision of better decision making, as well as better process management, there's a huge, huge business case for PMS, I think.
Thank you, Peter, for the support.
Thank you, Peter. I'm looking if there are more questions. Otherwise, maybe maybe the gentleman behind you, Joris, first, and then we move to online questions. Yeah, thank you. Please, name and affiliation.
Bert Koning, Enterprise Architect for CBG Map. You're talking about screens to input data. Will there also be service endpoints so we can interconnect the systems without any human interference?
Yes, and you will see today, so for PMS, the backbone is what we call an application programming interface using FHIR. The same principle has been applied for EAF, and I think the product owner will elaborate on that. So we're pretty much supporting manual entry as well as machine-to-machine integration.
Okay, thank you very much. Joris, I think. Yeah.
Yes, let's have a look online. So quite a few questions are flowing in, and we've picked a few that are specifically relevant for Isabel, and there's a few indeed I know top voted ones that I think will be covered later in the day, so we'll save those. The first one from Mark W. is, can you give more details on the data carrier? Will you require applicants to provide and maintain DTINs in PMS?
So that will be further elaborated on Marco's presentation later in the day. But in essence, we are opening the capability for companies to enter their data carrier, the GTIN code, what you have on your barcodes, because this will enable use cases such as reading from the box and getting the patient information, such as other opportunities that you can have with the supply chain and the sales. We are not mandating it, we are recommending, because we believe that there is a benefit mostly for industry. We believe it will create efficiencies for industry and as well as patients. But as a regulator, it's not something that we do it for ourselves. So it is a typical example of something that we do because we were told it would bring industry and patients benefits, and we are pretty convinced it will, but we're leaving it optional for the moment.
Well, there's more where that came from. One other one is, will marketing authorization holders have to control the data in PMS when the data are migrated from XEVMPD?
They will have to confirm and use that data. Again, this is something we will elaborate today. It's your data, it's your products. It's also in your best interest to make sure it's correct. And we will give you the tips and tricks to do that later on in Marco's presentation.
room, but let's see. Then we have a question about the EU implementation guide 2.1.1, and it mentions that more guidance will be provided on pharmaceutical product identifiers, so the PHPIDs. Do you have any update? This is very much required for aligning across countries.
So actually, now I just realized I should have put it on my roadmap as well. So we do have the intention to do these global pharmaceutical product identifiers, but we do have some dependencies in Europe. So we are still, as you'll hear today, we're still cleansing the data on the substances. We are now opening the system for companies to see what data we hold. We expect that there will be some fine-tuning of what dosage forms are used, what routes of administration, what strength. We will improve that quality, and only then we foresee that we will start generating these pharmaceutical product identifiers. We don't see a value in doing it just now because we know the data will be changing massively. In parallel, and not the focus of today, we are working with international groups. So I'm one of the representatives. And actually, there's an ISO meeting this week, and there's a GIDWIG meeting this week as well, which is specifically focusing on these pharmaceutical identifiers. So we are working with WHO, with FDA, with other regulators across the globe to do pilots and also to see how we will implement these pharmaceutical products identifiers globally. So not just Europe, but globally. But close to home, we still feel that we have a few steps to put on the journey, but I will take note to add it to the slides.
Thank you.
And one more that we'd start, and that is PMS only foreseen for authorized medicinal products or also for development medicinal products? Maybe at a later stage, we would need to have a replacement for XEVMPD.
So let me start with the basics. So ISO IDMP covers both investigational and authorized products. So we know we will implement it. It makes sense that it's a product management service that supports everything. I think what we're still debating is what's the best technical solution and what's the best way to do it in the background, whether PMS has the right capabilities or not. But it's surely something that we are exploring now. And as I mentioned, will be part of our business strategy, an update of our business strategy, what we do with investigational medicinal products. But for sure, we will address it somehow with the ISO standards and with the best technical solution for the job.
That's what we picked online for the moment. We'll have another look at the other questions coming in.
Okay. We still have time for more if needed. Yes, please.
Okay, my name is Elisabeth Godet, representing Vaccine Europe. Thank you for the presentation. Have you mapped and could you share what is the state of play for the NCAs regarding PMS and integration of their national database? Thank you.
I personally don't have with me a full map of where they are. We will have, again, a presentation today from one of the NCAs who was supposed to be on site, but sadly the flight got cancelled, but they will be presenting. And you will hear about an initiative called UNICOM. So it was a project supported by the Commission to help the NCAs prepare and mobilize to use IDMP and exchange information with PMS. We believe that there will be more information later on that. You can ask the NCAs themselves. I don't have the number, but I think a big proportion of NCAs was part of that initiative.
Yes, please.
Fakhruddin Sayed from Medicines Evaluation Board. I'm the subject matter expert of PMS from Netherlands. Just touching what Elizabeth just said, the question is that, well, NCAs will be involved in one stage in the future. And it's very crucial that the data style and format that they want to share with PMS, it's just match each other because we want to use API eventually. And UNICOM is coming to, well, its first stage at the end of it. So my question is, are you considering some support from EMA to NCAs, especially those NCAs that need to develop a lot for their data quality in order to be able to engage in PMS efficiently in future?
It depends, I suppose, what you mean by support. So we have a wealth of guidance that we're willing to improve as we go along. We can have dedicated engagements to guide the NCAs towards that implementation. But of course, then local implementation will be very different. And funds for that, it's not something I can look around that we have on our horizon. We were looking at this Unicom initiatives as a way forward to further support NCAs with that endeavor. But what we can consider for sure in terms of guidance, in terms of support, in terms of tips, events like this, or dedicated meetings with our technical colleagues to support. We've done that in the past for the other domains of sport, that for sure we can consider suggestions. But I think we also need to look the space of what is the discussion happening with the subject matter experts. So what are your needs? And that's why we have subject matter experts on the groups to then target how best we can support you within our own constraints.
I would like to, may I give you the, you want to address it, Peter? I have a comment as well. Oh yeah, so then maybe I'd like to add here that the regulatory optimization group was actually reactivated, and one of its tasks will be to look into, can I say, the hurdles and the challenges faced for network, but also ultimately industry to engage with the whole agile ways of working, and that includes the representation, the ability for network PO to represent and to collate information from across the network. The ROG has just been reactivated, but this is for sure a hot topic and it will be on. Funding is a different matter. I can say that we have already raised with the Commission whether there would be possibilities for funding in kind of Unicom kind of ways of funding, maybe also to see how you would design that kind of program. But I'd like at this stage to say that it's the ROG that will actually try to identify the ways of tackling the challenges and what would be then potential solutions. So definitely something that we will come back on. Thank you. Peter, please.
Yeah, I've got, Said, I think my question is for you as the chair of the portfolio board at EMA and for the network. Yesterday we were having a discussion on technical management versus adaptive management and how in a complex world, technical management, where if you think about it hard enough, you can come up with a solution, is no longer appropriate. You need to be more iterative. And my question is, because Isabel has frequently used the word explore and step by step and so on, and the wording for 2026 and beyond used lots of conditional language, which sounds very much like adaptive management, doesn't it? Because we're not quite sure how we're going to do it. My question is, if there was secure budget, let's say over 5 years, and it would be X million, let's not speculate what the X would be, do you think we could come up with a technical way of managing this? In other words, there is an answer and we could put in place a roadmap and a plan, which means that we can reach our North Star, which is one data entry integrated with the member states, etc. And the real challenge is securing a budget reliably and therefore being able to plan for it. Or is it just that there are still so many unknowns that we have to be adaptive? I know that was a slightly complicated question, but I think it's quite interesting.
I don't know, you want to start?
I would defer to Zaid, but I would say that budget for sure helps a lot because you have some guarantee that it's not stop and go, but there's also priorities and resourcing. That's the other aspect that comes to mind. And in terms of then what the final solution would be, there's still a few unknowns because we're discussing, we're testing. And I think for me, one of the benefits of Agile so far is sometimes we think this is the best way and we do something and we realize actually it's not. And we go back, we adjust a little bit and we develop further. So I do see benefits in that. And as long as we keep working towards those goals but adjusting along the way, I think that would be possible. But for sure, budget would help.
Yeah, to some extent, I think Isabel touched upon the whole design of Agile is that you're trying to address, you experiment and you go back if needed. In terms of the funding element, Peter, I do think we have a nice example with EPI, that got funding, so somehow we managed. I don't know if anybody, Elizabeth, later wants to develop exactly how this was then merged in the portfolio in more details. But that showcases that opportunity is there. I see Pedro would like to react.
Just to complement what my colleague said, I think, Peter, one of the challenge is the level of dependencies between the legacies and what we need to do. And the level of dependencies will have, I think these have to be tackled by the technical management through epics, those little pieces of work and investment that we need to carry on as we go along in the Agile. So I think, as Isabel expressed, I think we are on the right direction. We just need to have, let's say, support all the levels at EMA, also marketing authorization holders and NCAs, and stick with the roadmap. And I think today it's an important starting point for that.
Thank you very much, Pedro, for that clarification. I see you have another question or a follow-up.
Yeah, rather a comment. For me, it's not only the funding, it's also the business process. So what we are looking upon with the roadmap is high level. There are a lot of details not yet clarified. In regards to business process, how do we couple enrichments? How do we do when there are just typos to be corrected? What is with variations? What is really, there are different business processes that still have to be aligned. Some goes over ECTD with the electronic application forms. Can there be some administrative just sending back and forth where we just do XML exchange? And what are the rules to follow that? And the devil's in the detail, and funding helps, but in order to develop that through, no matter in how many epics, you need to have that end point where everyone agrees on each and every term, each exception, each control, and then you can run through. But I think a lot of this still has to be discussed with the NCAs, how often they will look on the data quality, what if they disagree, how it goes back and forth, even though the variation is already proved. Where is the process? Where's the control process? Kind of like we already have the difficulties in XEVMPD with the third AC. Like some don't look at it at all, others kind of like follow, but then you still have the negotiations with EMA if you disagree, and all of this. So yeah, that's for me the most important point. If the business process is clear and everyone agrees, then we can run through.
And I think that just supports what Pedro just said as dependencies. We need to see what solutions we have in place at a given point in time. What's the most efficient business process? Put that out there, do that process a little bit, adjust, and then move to the next step iteratively. So we keep adjusting to what we have across EAF, EPI, regulatory procedure management, across who's using the data. So it's always a compromise across all these people that need the product data. And I think that's, for me, why it's so interesting.
Thank you, please. And then that's the last question, actually. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, Jörg Stüben, FPR. I really would like to stress that point, Isabel, because you said often that, or at least that was my impression, the process comes with a system implementation. And that, I think, is often not the case. I see this mistake being made often also in industry. So the implementation of a system alone does not define a process. In particular, in the agile world, we have dependencies across work streams. And here we have to make very sure that the business process reaching over are also defined. And I would really wish that we are involved in this kind of discussions and that also the agile work streams at EMA are working so strongly together that these processes are defined. I mean, take the shortage discussion. PMS and ESMP are two agile projects, which need to work strongly together. And I would wish that this is strengthened.
It's our wish too. I think that's why we're all here today. You will have the opportunity to soon in the coffee break meet the product owners and hear from them directly. You will see also through Marco's presentation that while things are happening, while we deploy a system, we focus on the process. So we have tried to show and share with you what's the process at this stage in time with all these solutions that we have at the moment. And that's something that we hope we succeed with this event. If not, I just ask the SMEs to bear with us, tell us where we can improve, as in Agile, and we'll surely be listening in.
No, thank you very much, Isabel, and anybody that raised some questions. I do think that some of them are pretty technical. You said several times that they would be possibly addressed in several sessions later in the day, but I do take away a clear indication of engagement of industry in the design of the business processes, and I think there were a few comments also to have a clear NCA involvement and alignment, which is actually a question and a comment that we very regularly receive also in the quarterly strategic portfolio review. So it's not a total unknown. I think it's just about, making it happen. I also wanted to comment that when you see at the roadmap, and I was referring to the transitioning of all programs and projects into a single network portfolio, you can see this year that we are moving into 2025, 2026, and I think that is a process of collaboration. So somehow good news for the horizon, because that's the first time that you can really start shaping how we are rolling out the different activities under the roadmap. Isabel, I would like to thank you. I don't know if you want to say anything more? Not at this stage. Well, then back to me. Thank you very much. I think you deserve a coffee break. I think the idea would be that you are back here in your seats 20 minutes from now. So I'd like you to have you back 10:40 so that we can continue timely. After, so as mentioned before, we will have the POs, both network POs and EMA POs, going through the different products, and something to look forward. I hope you enjoy the coffee and take the opportunity to network. Thank you. Thank you very much for making your way back in the room on time. Thank you so much. The next session will be about how EMA systems use PMS. We will have the product owners for PMS, EAF, EPI, RPM, ESMP, and ASU coming on stage one by one. We will be having the question and answer at the end. And actually, before I ask the first PO to actually intervene, I think I'd like to emphasize how important the role of a PO is, whether it's an EMA PO or a network PO. I think they somehow have to navigate both an outward-in perspective and be very much in tune with what their customers want. But at the same time, they also need to have an inward perspective and drive the agile teams to basically deliver and achieve the most with the resources at hand. So I think they are quite champions, I think. And so I'd like to have first, is it the PMS data model normally? The first one? Yep. Okay. Sorry, Veronica, in my agenda, I was expecting Marcos. No, please. Apologies. So, Veronica Lipucci di Paola, wonderful, beautiful name, please. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. My name is indeed Veronica Lipucci di Paola. I hope you can hear me correctly. I am with Marcos Fernandez, EMA PMS product owner, and today I will give you a brief introduction of what we are talking about in terms of PMS database. So for those colleagues who still didn't hear from us, PMS is not just a database or another database that we do deliver at the agency. PMS is a database that will contain structured product information in a standardized way, and that will be also consistent because it will gather products data as authorized by the authorities and national competent authorities, and those information will be reused and shared across the European medicines regulatory network. Our vision is indeed not to reuse only products data as authorized into the regulatory environments, but also to reuse them in the non-regulatory procedures. So everybody, including the European citizens and patients, can benefit from that. Our key changes that today we will be introducing, and also in the next couple of weeks, Marcos will announce it at a later stage in the afternoon sections, is basically the deliverable of a database that, as I said, is ISO DMP compatible. It can allow and enable all authorities, not only across Europe, but in future across the continents, to speak the same language in the same way, which is the technical language. In Europe, we have 24 languages, so this is very much awaited, in particular in case of translations. We also enable the system to be of good quality, and here your involvement is critical, as Isabel mentioned. We will need to rely also on your support as industry, but also NCA and EMA, to make sure that the data that are contained in PMS are trusted and also of very good quality to support the regulatory and non-regulatory procedures. Why? Because we want to integrate it into the product's life cycle. So that's the key part for us and the most important aspects. Moving to what we actually aim to deliver with the go live of PMS. PMS will basically only contain, at the first go live, the authorized medicinal products data as standardized for human medicines only. PMS is not deemed to contain medicinal products which are used for veterinary domain. This information, as you may know already, are available in the UPD, so-called European Product User Union Products Database, and also for the moment the investigational medicinal products, which are not yet indeed authorized, they will still be managed in XEVMPD. So the delivery of PMS will be focusing on authorized products. How? I mentioned before, we want to implement, and we have implemented successfully, the IDMP standards, in particular the 11616, explaining how products data should be structured and should be relying on the use of other terms, which are basically supported by other ISO DMP. I'll show you later in a slide. We have implemented and delivered also a series of chapters called EU Implementation Guides. This chapter, in particular chapter 2, which we are about to update, will contain business rules that will give you and guide you across the database to understand how data is structured and how should be submitted as soon as we enable the added functionality. The product data, as I said, will be accessible via two tools. One is the product user interface, and for those who are relying on their national competent authority systems or machine-to-machine RIM systems, we will be enabling also the access to PMS via application programming interface, which is called API. Those two systems, and Marcos will give more information later stage, will be enabling you as a user upon registration via the EMA platform to access data, and those data will be reused across different products, as Isabel also explained. In the next slides, I just want to make sure that you have a clear understanding, in particular for those who still doesn't have a clear view, where these data are coming from once we will be able to open the system. So at the agency, we have a database called SciMed. SciMed is our platform containing and gathering information on authorized medicinal products at the agency for centralized products. And we are migrating those informations from SciMed to PMS. Of course, as user, external user, you also have access to only to XEVMPD, and for the purpose of fulfilling your legal obligation. Therefore, you are submitting currently in XEVMPD CAPs and non-centralized authorized products. So for the centrally authorized products, we are also running a protocol which is called Much Emerged Protocol, and will enable to map the information across SciMed databases to make sure that these are aligned, compatible, and available in PMS. For the non-centrally authorized products, instead, these are only coming from XEVMPD. Most importantly, who can access this database? We are aiming and we prioritize, first of all, to gather access to both industry stakeholders group and to the national competent authorities, including the EMA. The registration will be upon submission of your request into IAM platform, the EMA account management platform, but we are also providing just a limited set of PMS data fields accessible to the general publics. We are also aiming to enable the PMS API as a public access. Of course, we need to discuss with the patients and healthcare professional and pharmacists group which are the elements that we believe it should be of most interest and use case for them. Why? I mentioned before, we need to support regulatory and non-regulatory procedures, and we need to share this information at the best quality across different platforms. You have heard from Isabel, EAF will be one of the products that actually had the priority last year. Then we also have RMP, ESMP for the management of the shortages, and also pharmacovigilance use cases. You will hear more in the next slides. Most importantly for you, we want to achieve a clear transparency across the stakeholders, but also across the public and for the benefit of the European citizens. Last but not least, as Isabel mentioned before, everything is connected. So we also need to open a PMS and enable the added functionality to make sure that we can complete the data sets. So we are in a good position to start generating the global PHP IDs. So there are many use cases that you will see and you will hear today on the different presentations. Talking about where this is coming from, I mentioned before there are a set of ISO DMP standards. We are talking about 5 ISO DMP standards currently under review. We have implemented this across the SPOR program, and as you may know already, SPOR is composed by SMS, so gathering information on substances, RMS, structuring information on referential, any term that can be reused in the product lifecycle. And also PMS will be relying on the use of all the SPOR services. In the IDMP, you won't find the O or OMS, so because these are not part of the standardized information, but we are also relying on this last service as a key service for us to enable also the accesses. So as you can see, PMS will be consuming from a set of masters data services. And just for you to give you an example, if you have a product that is called ibuprofen 200 milligrams tablets, you will easily understand that each of these information will be structured in a standardized way, so everybody can speak and understand the same language. So you will have SMS gathering data for the active substance, ibuprofen, RMS, which is providing data related to the pharmaceutical dose form, in this case tablets, and then unit of measurements, which is in this case milligrams. And if you see is lower down, the PMS will gather all of this information in a much more concise and structured way. Now, key part. PMS will be the successor of XEVMPD, not immediately, but just to give you an understanding of how many fields we have actually implemented in PMS. If you remember, XEVMPD currently contains around 50 data elements. Today we are talking about more than 180 data elements to be also repeated in case this is needed. So you can understand that the amount of information that you will be able to provide and also access is much bigger and significant compared to the previous database. It means that we can share more information across the authorities and across the stakeholders. Chapter 2 is the guidance that I explained before. We'll give you clear guide on how to submit information, which list PMS is relying on, and also which are the business rules behind the PMS databases. As I was saying, we are implementing these for the authorized medicinal products to be totally ISO DMP compliant. And if you see, there is a legend. We are considering different colors for different classes. So the yellow part will be the set of elements, again, repeatable elements to bear in mind, related to the medicinal product definition. So the level called 0, the main level. Then if you have information about related to the regulatory authorization, the marketing authorization, this is landing on the green boxes. Again, repeatable depending on the type of procedures. Manufacturers, they are the gray boxes, gray color boxes, and the manufacturer, one of the most important things that we are enabling is that those are linked across PMS data model at 5 different levels. So you will find that at the level of the medicinal products, at the level of the packaged medicinal product, and the pharmaceutical products, and within the package across other levels such as the package item and package components. So, and you will see also the purple one, which is the therapeutic indication instead of information. The blue one I mentioned already, packaged medicinal product definition. So all the information will have to be structured as they are packaged. There is a difference introduced by the SODMP standards, which is mostly focusing on the slightly colored red cells, which is the pharmaceutical medicinal products. The pharmaceutical medicinal product consists in the actual products that the patient is taking. So the product that is administered, it can be the results of a transformation from the components available in the packages. So there is a lot of connection across those elements. And of course, the ingredients, which is also very important. In the next slide, I'll just show you that as results of the migration that we have been running over this weekend between SciMed and XEVMPD, this is a simplified version of the data model, of course, but just to give you an understanding, the blue colored fields, those are the data that we are able to make available by the time you will be able to access PMS. So those are the available data. However, we know that because of the differences between XEVMPD elements and also the PMS volume of elements, there will be the needs for enriching those products. So it's very important that you can understand that for the gray color cert, you will be needing to submit information to be able to complete the full data sets of PMS products data. Marcos, in the next presentation, will be announcing where we are starting to focus and the timelines, but this is very important for you to gather information at the initial stage. And then with this brief introduction, I'll give the floor to my colleague, Cristina Pozzuari and Noel Diamond. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. So I will make a start and have a look where we are. So most of you, I would say all of you, probably know what electronic application forms are. So it's nothing new, but there is a lot of new things to come. So as I said, user-friendly data input for all different application forms, of course, for human and veterinary applications. And this is all to maintain the good quality ISO IDMP compliant information. And this is through the new web-based forms. With the web-based EAFs, we're replacing the interactive PDF forms that have been using some of the SPOR data. We were actually one of the first ones to adopt the use of OMS, the use of SMS, and use of RMS. Now we're actually adopting PMS, and those of you who have already been filling in the web-based forms, you're familiar with the data that is already coming through from PMS, and we have just done a huge exercise this weekend, and now we're really starting to use the ISO and IDMP compliant structured data. And then, of course, this leads into a streamlined and simplified processes. So it means that you're no longer providing us information that we already have, but you're simply reusing the data that has been provided to EMA systems previously. My colleague Noel will be telling you a bit more how in practice we use this data to fill in the application forms and which parts of data are being currently used. So Noel, I hand over to you. I will move your slides.
Thank you. So, with me, you are going to embark on an 8-minute journey that represents the product and the journey that the product will take. So I hope you see the first slide, the regulatory PMS product change life cycle, how we called it. So I wish I could be with you, but the weather did not allow it. Would make things easier. Nevertheless, take with me the first step. And the first step we've all already achieved. Now, once we have implemented the full EAF vision, we will have all these 6 steps that you can see on the screen. The first one was the most complex though, and I'm so glad we achieved this now. So we are actually loading our products from PMS. And this was the goal of the web application, well, one of the great goals, and we have achieved this. So, but this is just the start. If you want to embark on the full journey, the applicant is selecting the changes that he wants to do with his proposed product. Now today, still in text form, but we are very much working on integrating the product UI and the EF so that the applicant can propose their changes to actually modify the product. Step 3 and 4, we are absolutely not changing. So the ECTT submission process is untouched. It will work as today. You will export your EF. It will look slightly different. It will work a lot faster, but you still include it in your ECTT. You submit it. The validation and assessment process, we are not touching either. What we are doing is we are taking advantage of this process, and we're going to show people the medicinal product that they are applying for. So regulators and applicants will have the ability to look at this product during the assessment processes, during the validation processes. And this is kind of the advantage of working with a web portal and working online. We are, just increasing or maybe making the process a bit faster here. The goal, though, is in the end, this product is being submitted back to PMS. So you go through this full circle. We have a few functions and features to resolve parallel updates, to minimize conflicts, data conflicts. So the EF is doing quite a few things there. But the main goal is you load your product from PMS, you go through your process, and you submit it back to PMS so that in the next variation, you can again load your product. Now, this is all about increasing the data quality and putting all these products in a central product system. Now, speaking of data, having this closed loop will give us some advantages. Now, you've all seen this great colorful IDMP data model that we've seen before, but this is theoretical. Now, as the EF is live and we are still working on it, we have actually implemented a proper message standard using HL7 FHIR that supports the entire medicinal product structure already. Now, even though you can't see this today, if you go to PLM portal, you will see around 15 data elements. Now, please don't be overwhelmed by this huge model here. This is the entirety that PMS supports, the entirety that the PLM portal supports, and how the data message standard and the data behind it actually looks like with all its relations. Now, if we fade this out a little bit and just focus on the parts that we are using today, it will get a lot simpler. So on the next slide, you will be able to see the data elements that we are actually using. Christine, if you would be so kind to click once for me.
It's up already.
It's up already.
Yeah.
So this is the very small part of the message that the EF has today. We're using from the medicinal product the full name, the authorized dose form, the active substance, the authorization country, status, and number, the MA holder details, the MRTP DCP CP number, and the PMS ID. And once we have it, we will show the MPID. For the package, we will have an ID that is a unique identifier, a stable one, an MA number for those who have one, a pack size, and now we are starting to show the package description and the authorization status if it is on package level. We also have the device already as a fully structured information in the EF, and we are kind of testing a few things. So before the product UI interfaces go online, we did a bit of play around in architectural models for ATC and other changes just to test out, and that led us to the concept of product UI, which is going to show all of this data and going to let you change this once we have this fully implemented. For now though, live, we have these 15 fields, and this is what we're using while we are all working together with the other product owners, the PMS team, to finish the right pages from the product UI. And then in the end, of course, having the ability to send this data back to PMS. Now, this is it on data. And I said before, it's a very small presentation, just 8 minutes, but what are the benefits of this? So the main benefit of the EF and of this whole PMS data model that we have here is to ensure data consistency. We want the product to be known, the same product to be known by applicants, by regulators, by EMA, by the PMS system that sits on top of this. So data consistency is our main goal. Now, having this closed loop will increase PMS data quality. If you want it or don't want it, it doesn't matter. As you have to use your product in your variation, at some point we will increase the data quality by a little. Now, of course, we are looking into increasing this by a lot, but for that we need additional business processes. Not just the ones that will come automatically, but those that we are actively planning. The third great benefit is we can reduce manual data entry and therefore any kind of, well, not any kind, a lot of errors that happen today that we know that happen today. We know the product, we know the data behind the product. So a lot of things that we ask today in a regulatory procedure, we don't need to ask anymore because we can simply calculate this. And the fourth bit is what in an IT world we call what you see is what you get. And this is what we are going to do here. You're requesting your product change not as a free text, not like, look, please give me this new package. It looks like this. But you will see your product on screen. You can change your product on screen as an applicant, and the regulator will see this product, understand the IDMP concepts behind it, and see, all right, this package has now these packaged items, these details. This is what the applicant applies for, and this is exactly what they will get. So, and this concept is possible because this is a web development. We are on a cloud. We can actually use cloud functionalities here. Now, this gives us a lot of opportunities, and this future-proofs this platform, and we can do, I think, a lot of positive things with this. The next positive thing you will see and hear is how the electronic product information plays in this. And my dear colleague Libby will come to the stage and take over and tell you a bit about the EPI. Thank you.
Many thanks, Noel, for the introduction. So let me tell you, first of all, a definition of what EPI is. So EPI is the authorized product information for the medicine, the summary of product characteristics, the package leaflet, and the labeling, provided in an electronic format using a harmonized standard. And our main driver for this is to disseminate the information about how to use the medicine safely and effectively to patients and healthcare professionals by their preferred method, in their preferred platform. If they prefer to receive the information in paper, this will be supported by EPI. If they prefer to receive the information on their phone, on their tablet, this will be supported by EPI. Also, having the information in electronic format supports the flow of information to e-health systems and to regulator systems and to company systems. I want to mention the fact that we have a harmonized standard agreed across the network for EPI, the EU EPI Common Standard, and this is based on FHIR. And you've heard a lot about FHIR already, so obviously FHIR is in use a lot in the network. And having a common standard agreed across the EU will allow the medicines information to flow freely across the EU to EU citizens wherever they are in Europe without unnecessary impediment. And also will facilitate access to the EPI in different languages where this is available. So now to talk about how we can leverage, how we plan to leverage in EPI the data that's available in PMS. So first of all, I mentioned that EPI is based on FHIR. So you can see EPI on the bottom left. The EPI document, so the SMPC or the individual package leaflet, is represented in FHIR. Oh, have I gone? Okay. Sorry. So let's go back one. Maybe I can do that. Okay. So the EPI document is represented by a bundle in FHIR. So that's just shown there on the bottom left-hand side. And the EPI, the value here of the EPI is that this information is the information about the product written so that it can be read by humans, so that it's understandable and in context, and it can be read by patients in language specifically made to be patient-friendly, and the relevant information can also be read by healthcare professionals in the SMPC in the appropriate language. So we have this really valuable narrative text. Then, on the other hand, we have all the rich ISO IDMP compliant data set about the product. So the intention of EPI is that we will work to enable the user to create a link between the document and the relevant PMS data for that medicine. So with this feature, while not in place yet, will be developed and is one of our priority features for development. So having both the narrative data on one side and the highly structured ISO IDMP data on the other side offers enormous possibilities for consuming systems to leverage both those types of data. For example, by facilitating search using PMS data and then linking to the relevant patient leaflet for that medicine. But one of the important use cases that I want to call out is relating to this data in PMS called data carrier. So this is an interesting PMS piece of data for us. It can be populated with the Global Trade Identification Number, or the GTIN, and this can enable an interesting use case, which I've just explained here graphically. So the GTIN is present in the data matrix code, which is on the medicine package of every European prescription medicine. So we would like to be able to provide data whereby we can enable app developers to develop apps which can scan the DMC, extract the GTIN, and then link that GTIN to the relevant patient information. So we can imagine, and as does exist in many in Nordic countries or in countries globally, an app enabled where the patient can scan, the GTIN is extracted, and the app displays the package leaflet directly to the patient, all using regulator-validated authorized product information. So these are just Two of the really large benefits, I'm sure that many stakeholders have a lot of use cases for leveraging both types of data together. So to summarize, initially, of course, using the PMS data for search together with the human readable patient or healthcare professional friendly language in the PI documents can facilitate searches for medicines by substance, and then linking, for example, to particular areas of the package leaflet that are of interest. And the second use case I mentioned can facilitate linking from the medicine package to the package information for this medicine. So with this, highlighting these two use cases for PMS and EPI and our plans for the future, I'm going to pass over to Madalena on the RPM side.
Good morning. Thank you, Libby. It's my pleasure to be here today to highlight, together with my colleagues, the crucial part played by product management system for the EMA and in context of my presentation for regulatory procedure management. My goal today is to present to you the objectives of regulatory procedure management. What are we doing? What are the key changes and the key benefits? Our vision is in line with the other products, and it's closely related to management of the end-to-end product lifecycle on the IRIS platform for centrally authorized products, and to improve efficiency, standardization, data quality, collaboration, and to facilitate secure and easy access to information. With this being said, it enables consistency of data in an end-to-end information flow by exchanging and reusing ISO IDMP data across IT systems. And this is very important in the context of PMS because it stays at the core of our processes. One of the key changes, and it's first for our process, is the new cloud-based technology. It provides easy access in a user-friendly manner. It provides standardized functionality for veterinary and human products. We are covering both veterinary and human products in our product management regulatory procedures. And reuse of the SPOR master data. Here we are talking, of course, of all the elements of SPOR, but at the center is, of course, the product management system. And what I would like to maybe highlight, because I was talking about IRIS and centrally approved products, we are managing at regulatory procedure management end-to-end life cycles for centrally approved products. However, in the context of EMA-led procedures, which will be still managed in IRIS. I'm here referring maybe at PSUR single assessments, referrals, post-authorization safety studies. These procedures are managed by the EMA, but they would also contain nationally approved products, and they could be standalone NAPs or MRP-DCP products in combination or standalone with centrally approved products. So that's also maybe something to highlight for the wider stakeholders and marketing authorization holders, which are not having in their portfolio centrally approved products. Now, focusing on PMS and the data we use from PMS, it's basically, as you can see here, it's almost all the data, and it's actually going in a loop because in a regulatory process and in the life cycle of a product, we start by authorizing a product. However, then after authorization, it goes and undergoes subsequent changes and evolves, of course, in time with technology and knowledge and science. We are all busy every day to improve and add on the public health. So starting from the product in terms of regulatory procedure management, we will use PMS to retrieve product data for our regulatory procedures. and via an application submitted by a marketing authorization holder, evaluation, we will conduct an evaluation as part of the case management. Any part of the product data can change in its life cycle, and this is also our core process. And following a regulatory outcome, the updated product will be stored in PMS. So this is the drawing and the short scheme. We start with the product data in let's say in a post authorization setup. Various application forms would be filled in using this data, so there is no need to retype it manually, retrieve it from an internal system at your end in industry. It's going to be retrieved, so we are using and reusing the same master data, which will also reach the EMA systems, and this will also be for us very beneficial because we will reduce the need for validating this data, as we are all looking at the same product data. So following evaluation, this submitted data will undergo changes, and the product itself would be updated, creating another version in PMS. And everything goes in a loop, as you all know. It's going to enhance the focus on the science itself, on the evaluation, and on the quality of the data submitted, and less focus on validating, checking data, and so on. So that's a win-win situation for all the stakeholders. This being said, I think I've already repeated the benefits, but just to have like a conclusion set up, we with IRIS and regulatory procedure management, we aim to provide secure access and real-time data available for our stakeholders in a synchronized manner among the various systems. So here we are, of course, talking about the systems we are using, but also the systems which are available at your end. Quality and consistency of data is something which is at the core of all these products today. So we are also aiming to reuse and update the master data to reduce the duplication of work, re-entering manually or not data in various systems, and reduce the risk of errors in this aspect. And something we all aim, and I think in all the setups and institutions or companies, we always want to be more efficient, right? We always want to be faster. We always want to be faster, better, more correct. And that's also one of our goals, and I think it's a common goal, to have data processed and evaluated and information for medicines correctly and efficiently provided to the patients. And with this, I'll hand over to Sofia for ESMP.
Hello everyone, Sofia Zastanic, product owner of the ESMP here, and I'll try to keep it short and sweet and guide you through the main points of the ESMP and what we're doing with it. So this is where we fit in our EMA regulatory landscape, and of course, in terms of the ESMP vision, its goal is to enable information exchange for better prevention, identification, and management of shortages. And of course, also the communication between the EMA and their stakeholders in the supply chain. And that is to ensure, of course, medicines availability for patients during public health emergencies and major events. This is to accelerate the decision-making process, increase efficiency and predictability, and also, of course, mitigate the impact on patients. PMS data underpins all the processes that we have in the ESMP, and of course, good coverage, high quality of data is absolutely key for us. So what we'll be doing with that data, also we're using a lot of data fields from PMS, and that will be done to facilitate data collection, insertion, analysis, and management. So we have also put actually highlighted a lot of boxes of the ESMP data elements that we're using. And for example, pack sizes will be extremely important for the ESMP because it's important for precise data submission, linkage to industry and NCA databases, and quantitative data analysis in matching of supply and demand. So what's important to note here is that in the ESMP, we are actually counting packs. We are trying to understand if patients will have enough medicines to cover the demand that particular countries have. So the quantitative aspect and therefore quality of data is very, very key for us. For example, information on ATC codes will be used to identify products. Information on manufacturing sites will be used to assess supply chain vulnerabilities, and also marketing status information will be very important to know which medicines are on the market and used and available to the patients, and which are authorized but not marketed. This is a very simplified schema of the ESMP data lifecycle, and it revolves around member states and also industry submitting data to the ESMP. Now, member states will mostly be submitting information on national demand. Marketing authorization holders will also be telling us about shortages and about the supply of medicines. That information, in order to be submitted, templates will be downloaded from the ESMP and pre-filled with PMS data. And again, this is where the accuracy of data really comes into play. Machine-to-machine interaction will be another way of interacting with the system. And again, in order for us to be able to do that, industry systems need to be aligned with EMA systems, national systems as well, for that interoperability to work. So again, us using the same language. Then the data will go in the data analytics platform, and we will be doing that matching of supply and demand, and then bringing that intelligence to our working parties. So the SPOC working party is a forum that we have with all the national shortage specialists, the MSSG, which is made of heads of medicines agencies, and also the European Commission. So there is a lot of decision-making which is supported by this data. And of course, why we do all of this? To prevent, monitor, and manage shortages. So if we do all this right, there will be no shortages. So to summarize the benefits, yes, interoperability, streamlined data collection cannot be done without proper quality of data. It establishes a direct link to the stakeholders' databases and enables machine-to-machine data exchange. Precise data analysis, as I've pointed out more than once. Data quality and consistency also minimizes duplication and errors through centralized and standardized EU product master data management. And of course, also mentioned more than once, efficiency and data validation. I'll leave it at that, and I'll hand it over to Anastasia.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. So last but not least, we have the antimicrobial sales and use platform. So we are also part of the monitoring value stream along with the SMP, but what makes us special is that we're the only fully veterinary product here today. Now, you may be asking yourselves, why do the vets want human products? Well, this is what I'm here to explain. So before diving into the detail, first of all, just to give a very brief background, for the past 10 years at the agency, we've been collecting data on the sales of veterinary antimicrobials in the EU. And this has been a very successful project, the SPAC project, in which we've observed a decrease of over 50% of the sales of antimicrobials in animals in the European Union. Now, given the success, this has now been translated into a legal requirement. So with legislation, Regulation EU 2019-6, we now have the legal obligation to collect data on both the sales and the use of antimicrobials animals in the EU. And so this is where ASU comes from. So the vision of our IT project is to have a reference European surveillance system for EU and the EEA member states to submit data on the sales and now the use of antimicrobials in animals, and that in the future will enable data intelligence to detect patterns and help develop measures against antimicrobial resistance, which is very important to contribute towards the One Health goal of safeguarding animal and public health. What will be the key changes compared to the previous system? Well, first of all, it will be enhanced data collection, because as I mentioned, not only will it be sales, but it will actually be use data, so exactly how these antimicrobials are being used in animals. Secondly, it will reduce the administrative burden that we had here at the agency, because now the system will be integrated with other systems, primarily UPD and PMS, why we're here today. And then last but not least, we'll have improved data analytics and reporting, because in the ASU platform, we will have an integrated Power BI application. So how will ASU use PMS data? So as per the regulation where the ASU requirement comes from, it indicates that the agency member states shall report to the agency data on the use of antimicrobials in animals, and this includes use of human antimicrobial medicinal products that may have been prescribed to animals as per Articles 112, 113, and 114 of the same regulation. This basically refers to cascade use. What is cascade use? Basically, when a vet is treating an animal and there isn't a veterinary medicinal product available, the vet is allowed to treat this animal with, for example, human medicinal product that may address that need. So this is why human medicinal products have been included in ASU. So in our platform, we will enable users to search across all human medicinal products that fall in the ASU reporting scope and pick the ones which are relevant to report the use data. So here you can see also, as with all the other products, the PMS data model with those fields highlighted which are important for ASU. And in addition to high-level ones such as the medicinal product name, etc., the two key fields that we need, on the one hand, are the ATC codes, because in the legislation there is a list of all the ATC codes which fall in the ASU reporting scope. So this is how we will select those human products which we will enable users to search for. And then the second set of fields that we're really, really interested in are the strength, pack size, and ingredient, because these are the key fields which we use in our data analysis to calculate the total amount of antimicrobial active substance per product presentation. Therefore, data quality in these fields is key for us. So how will ASU work and how will it use PMS data? Basically, member states will collect data on the sales and use of antimicrobials in animals with their national data collection systems. They will do this 1 year, and then the following year, we will open a data call in the ASU platform where member states will connect to ASU and download their ASU sales and use templates. These templates are basically CSV files, which are pre-filled with veterinary medicinal products which come from the UPD. As was mentioned before, UPD is in charge of veterinary products. And then they will use our search functionality to add those human products for which they want to report use data on to the use templates. So they download these templates, they fill them in with the number of packs sold or used for each product presentation, upload the templates, and then this information is transmitted to our Power BI application where users can validate and analyze their data. Last but not least, the agency will also analyze these data in order to prepare the annual publication, which the legislation states we have to publish. And also we will be showcasing data on the public interactive database we are also developing. Therefore, the end goal is to monitor the trends of use of antimicrobials in animals in the EEA as part of a One Health EU strategy against the problem which is antimicrobial resistance. Therefore, last but not least, what are the benefits of ASU using PMS data? Firstly, it will enable us to comply with the legal requirements, given that human products fall within the legal scope of ASU. Secondly, it will be the first time that collection of data and monitoring of trends of antimicrobial human medicinal products in animals will take place. So hopefully we'll be able to gain really fascinating insights as to how often human medicinal products are used in animals, which classes, which substances, in which species. So we're really looking forward to collecting this data. Of course, for this to happen, it is key that the data is of good quality, that pack size, strength, ingredients, and ATC code information is correctly introduced into PMS. And then last but not least, as I was mentioning before, the end goal is that The data collected in ASU will serve as a basis to guide and help decision making and develop measures against antimicrobial resistance. With that, thank you very much.
Yeah, so thank you very much. So despite some technical glitches and occasionally what you don't see is what you will get, Noel, I believe the POs did a great job. On top, you managed to be on time despite all this, so that just shows. No, all joking apart, I think you managed to convey very clearly how PMS is being used in the different products. I think it was, for me, enriching, I have to say. But on top of that, you also flagged very clearly the importance of quality and consistency of the data, as well as potential efficiency gains that could be held. And I think that's at least two clear messages that we wanted to convey, right? Then on top of that, I also got that you actually managed to address some of the questions that were raised earlier, but I have no doubt that there is a series of more questions coming. So I'd like to open the floor. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, Anna, you cope again. On the ESMP, one question. I understood that you want to have the information for all packs, your counting packs, of marketed and not marketed products in regards to a shortage, or how is the maintenance cycle then envisioned? Because if you say all, do I wait until the shortage applies and then I submit, or do I have to provide everything until February, for example, or stepwise, just important ones? So what is the idea behind? Because all authorized products with all the pack sizes in the European Union is a lot. And the question is, what, how much, and until when?
Sophia, please.
I want to ask my PMS colleague because we have a session on that. So do we leave that for later?
We can leave that for later. If you wait after lunch, I will be explaining all this.
We're keeping it in mind.
Top. You keep suspense. Okay, no, that's nice. Please.
Thank you. Roberta Bernardelli, UCOP again. My question is SMP again, but it's more related to the slide in which you presented the general process, and you also have a box for the member state data system. So my question is about the enrichment of the XEVMPD with the pack size information for the country that currently requests assign only one marketing authorization number for more than one pack size. My question is really more an encouragement to allow the marketing authorization holder to work directly with the national competent authority to provide the data, because my understanding is that what we think is a pack size can be perceived differently from the national competent authority. And if we enrich in the wrong way XEVMPD, this will result in problem later on. So I would like to understand if you are thinking about the marketing authorization holder to collaborate now for the enrichment before having problem. I can give you an example. In Portugal, one of my product has been assigned 8 marketing authorization number, and for me it's only one product, but because it was assigned based on the different manufacturer of the cup, the vial. So I think that the idea that the pack size is something that is the same for everyone, it's probably not this way. So I was wondering if we can really think about it. Yeah.
Thank you. I think Marcos, can you?
Yeah, so I think this is something that we will be discussing with our SMEs as well, because as you said, we have the XEVMPD structure, and this data will have to be submitted through XEVMPD. So we will need to have a discussion with industry, but also with the NCAs, and get to an agreement and say, okay, this is the structure that we have in XEVMPD, and this is how the data should be submitted. This is how then the data will be managed in PMS and will be grouped in PMS. Is this something that you accept? Is there something that we need to change? I think in general, most of the products will fall under the XEVMPD structure. and we might have a specific use cases where we need to make some adjustments or get into agreements with NCAs and also with ESMP colleagues and say, okay, this is an issue that we have with a specific type of products. Let's see how we solve this issue. And that is why we have the ESMP SMEs, we have the PMS SMEs, we have the XEVMPD background here at EMA. So we will need to all discuss and get into an agreement for that.
So the way I understand that intervention is that we would work through the industry SME at this stage, I guess, rather than going direct. Yeah.
Yeah, well, she's one of the industry SMEs, so we will work with
Okay.
her. Yes.
You see? That's perfect.
Yeah, Jörg Stüben from FPI again. I mean, I really would like to discuss this point because the data are not in XEVMPD yet. There would be a lot of work to be done from industry in order to enrich those data, plus basically creating a lot, I think tens of thousands of new EV codes. And then we will have this information in unstructured free text fields. So from my perspective, it's quite a challenge to migrate those data then in a structured PMS field. And there must be a quality assurance involved, which is quite difficult to do and work intensive. And I was wondering who should do that. So overall, I would believe there must be a better way of addressing this, hopefully looking and asking for end-to-end processes as we discussed earlier. And then there's a second question I see Isabel wants to answer to this. I was a little bit surprised to hear that for ESMP, non-marketed products are also in scope. So a non-marketed product cannot be short. So is there an intention that in a case of a shortage situation, a market placement will somehow be enforced, which from a, let's say, economic perspective and freedom of decision for marketing authorization holder, I find a little bit challenging. So 2 questions, if you could answer those. Thank you.
Very clear problem statements, in my opinion. So, Isabel, are you addressing both or the first one? Or?
So, to the first point, just to say that Marcos will elaborate on that. So, the principle remains, and you'll hear in more detail. We are asking the individual packages to be submitted, created in XEVMPD, because that's the tooling we have, and we need the data there for other use cases as well. And we understand that there are some limitations with how you describe those packages, but we're not too strict on how you will describe the packages in XEVMPD. There's the recent rules, and you'll hear all more about it. Then we're asking for additional information to be structured so that we can analyze it. And that's the new ask. In addition to creating the package, we want it structured in a different way in this other tool because we want to analyze it, and XEVMPD currently does not support that. We will provide more details on that. I understand the concerns, but we do have at the moment certain limitations. I think we have instructions later on in the presentation that will help that. And if it's not sufficient, we go back to the drawing board. That's the agile principle, to see how we can refine. But it will be for a subset of medicinal products to begin with, not all. And again, we will elaborate that also in this afternoon's presentation. So do bear with us for the detailed questions on packaging. We are fully aware of the concerns. And if it's possible, we would like to circle those specific topics on packaging manufacturers later after the presentation for Marcos.
Yes, thank you, Isabel. I will certainly looking forward what you're presenting to us. But allow me just one remark. I mean, we are talked about end-to-end processing, and processes which are just addressing partial subset of our products will cause quite a problem in our company processes, which should be ideally identical for all the products we are managing. And this makes it very tricky. So really looking into this kind of discussions with you or the colleagues later on, or even following that
and
event.
for that, again, the ask is gradual and for a small subset. But if you want to do it for your entire portfolio, I can only say myself, I thank you for that.
Yeah, but then let me see, you mentioned to us that
Yeah.
EVMPD will not be changed. So from an industry perspective, I can also say, can we trust on these kind of statements from the agency? And I think we should.
Okay. Was the second part of the question addressed? No.
Yeah, the second part, and I think it's not Isabel to answer it. It was a question for the non-marketing products in ESMP.
Yeah, Sophia.
Yes, indeed. So we would not make a distinction between marketed or not marketed products at this point. The idea is here that we need to have information on all authorized products. As if we need to do a shortage management, we need to know exactly what are all the products that are available and what are the packs and all the information on the products. Because if we are in a crisis situation, we need to work fast. We need to know, even if a product is not on the market, which are the ones that are authorized.
Yeah, authorized is clear, but I still didn't get why the non-marketed products are of any value for you.
So we have background information, and if we do need to do any kind of crisis management, that is also valuable information for us to have.
I still don't get it, but maybe we can have it in the interval discussion. Thank you.
Okay, I'd actually like, if it's okay with you, to have also a few online questions for fairness, but then I'll get back to you. Is that okay? Yeah, Joris, please.
No, indeed. So, with the chair's permission, there are actually also questions for some of the other products. And I'd be remiss if I would not go for the what is currently the most voted question for electronic product information and PMS. That is, the future state flow states that in the final ECTD, the PMS dataset should be submitted. Is the same foreseen for EPI, or is EPI for now a standalone post-approval activity?
Thank you, Joris. Thank you for the question. So currently, we're piloting EPI, as you're probably aware, and the business process that we're piloting is available in the PLM portal. And we are piloting the business as usual for the ECTD. So Word and PDF submitted in ECTD business as usual, and EPI created in the portal and then submitted via the portal. And it is likely that we will implement EPI with this business process, because we want a gradual implementation where we really touch the main core business, in a gradual way. But we would anticipate that, in future, EPI will, be extended and will integrate further into the existing systems. But I do want to mention that we do already have export to Word functionality. So when it is possible to create EPI in the portal or bring EPI in, it will soon be possible to upload Fire EPI from your own system and then do an export to Word, so actually generate your Word documents from the PLM portal. But for now, indeed, the ECTD is business as usual in terms of the PI documents that are submitted there.
Elizabeth, I cannot hold but seeing some body language, and maybe do you want to react immediately, or? I'm sorry, I think the FPR colleagues, no? Oh, no, sorry. I thought you wanted to react to this. Okay, no problem. Then thank you, Elizabeth. I don't know if there's further.
Yeah, the next one for Christina Noel. That is, when will EAF web forms be compulsory to use for national procedures? Has the roadmap for EAF UAT for NAPs been delayed?
I can take that, or at least start with that. So what we're doing currently, we have just received this weekend a new product load from PMS for centrally authorized products. We're doing some final checks, and very soon, hopefully from beginning of May, we'll be able to announce strongly recommended use for centrally authorized products. Before we can release the nationally authorized products in the forms, we have to finish some really critical performance improvements and some usability improvements, so that we know that the system is robust enough, it can handle the high number of concurrent users that we will get with the nationally authorized products. So this will take some months, but also we're waiting for that load to be checked and confirmed to come to IRIS. So we will start seeing the nationally authorized products first in product UI, and then soon after that, they will be available also in the electronic application forms. We don't have firm timelines as of yet, but as soon as we have a good indication where we are with the performance improvements, we will be able to then launch those timelines for the use. We don't see any specific delays at the moment. We're working as per our plan, but the sooner we get these nationally authorized products into the system, the better, so that we have time, a period of time to gain some optional use time before we trigger the transitional period. So I'm doing my very best to push for as early access to nationally authorized products as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. I cannot see if Noel wants to complement. Noel, do you want to add anything?
Christina, you've said it all.
Okay,
Wow.
top. More questions?
Then one question for Madalena for regulatory procedure management, and that is a question: will the IRIS portal fully replace UDRALink?
Yes. The simple answer is yes. We want to have easier access to everyone, so it's going to be a secure access to documents specifically shared with the company, where they have access based on the IAM account. So no more UDRA links.
That's clear. Oh, any timeline? That doesn't look to be the case. No.
Yeah, I think we had this question about timelines. So maybe I could take the opportunity. And thanks PMS Info Day for this. Yes, this year we plan to develop all the post-authorization processes. So most of our communication will take place via IRIS starting with 2025. So that's placed us, in a nice a row with and in the nice space with PMS evolution. So from 2025, we prepared.
So that's a premiere. That's good. Good news. More questions?
Just one more, perhaps for ASU, and that is when will ASU start to use PMS data for reports, and then also to please consider lessons learned from UPD.
Thank you for the question. So we are already using PMS data. However, our need at the moment isn't that urgent, because for the first 3 years we're collecting data in food-producing animals, so cattle, pigs, chickens, and turkey. So where the use of human products is very infrequent. However, from 2027 onwards, we will be collecting data in the use of antimicrobials in horses, and here it is much more frequent that human products may be used. Therefore, for us, from 2027 onwards, it will be fundamental that data quality in PMS products is up to standards. And yes, lessons learned from UPD. It's been an interesting couple of months getting the UPD data quality up to standards, but we're making progress. It's going well. Therefore, we know what a hard journey it is, and therefore we recommend starting sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Good, thank you, Anastasia. I'm being told that I'm not close enough to the mic. feels a bit odd. I'll do my best. I know you have some questions over there, please.
Thank you. It's Elisabeth Godet, Vaccine Europe. The question for Noel. Looking forward to the process roadmap. And of course, industry welcome any opportunity to pilot the full cycle process that you introduce, especially for the more complex variations. So any hint when this pilot process could happen? Thank you.
Noel?
When is not easy to answer. We are actually making very great advances in combining product UI and EF. The data structure looks fine. The final hurdle that we need to reach is, even if we can submit the data back to PMS, it needs to reach XEVMPD, because a lot of systems are still dependent on XEVMPD. So this is the final, great challenge that we are facing here. And the faster we can finish this, the faster all the full circle can be implemented.
Yeah, there's nodding, so it's clear. There is a follow-up, and then afterwards I'd like to, please.
Yeah, this goes in the same direction. I mean, the EAF is dependent on loading the product in this process from PMS. So we know that variations, this is not like one-way process. There's a lot of variations in parallel, and this loading into PMS as well as loading into XEVMPD, plus where's the time point I get my data load for the next variation I do. Especially when I have manufacturer update, anything else. So what does the process foresee if I especially in the cases where had a manufacturer's change, it's still ongoing, but now I want to delete one, but the other one is not yet approved. What version of my product data is being loaded then?
I think that's a good question. Who is going to address? Noel, please.
Maybe I can start addressing it, at least half of it. So we have multiple safeguards implemented in the EF, and we are going to implement more that we are not just overwriting data that comes along. We are aware that there can be parallel variations, there can be parallel enrichments with variations. So every time you want to update PMS, it will check that you are indeed working on the latest version of it. Now, of course, this is all still in planning and not yet implemented. But this is at least one part of it. The second part of it is a process question. So we still know we have the XCV, the Article 57 timelines, 30 days after end of procedure, you have to update PMS. Now, in theory, we're not changing this. So we can assume the latest 30 days after procedure, PMS is updated. Now, the technical possibilities that we will get, we can do this faster, of course. But there, all that we have now are starts of proposals for processes. Now, these processes need to be agreed with industry, with the network, that we can know how do we use these technical advancements in order to update the PMS product the fastest way possible.
You want to compliment, Marcos?
Yeah, no, it's just to echo what Noel has said. We are discussing all these processes. It's very complex because we have XEVMPD, then we have EAF, then we have PMS. So we need to discuss if there is going to be an interim step, stage, or how are we going, to implement the full end-to-end process. These are discussions that we are having internally with the EAF team, but then again, we will need to discuss this with NCAs, with industry, because also them will be impacted at the end. So yeah, be sure that we will be discussing this, and hopefully we will involve everybody, so we have a process where everybody has agreed. And yeah, but for the moment it's internal discussions. We know the complexity of the solution, but we are discussing that.
Well, from my experience, we used to have that kind of problems also without being digital, so I'm sure we'll find a solution, no? I don't know. I would like to give the floor to CBG colleagues, please.
Yeah, thank you, Fakhreddin Syed from CBG. Wonderful presentations showing how other systems will can be able to use PMS. I cannot stop thinking of how nice it is that PMS also can use other systems. And a very obvious example is, of course, EAF, because we know that we miss a lot of data elements in PMS, and when EAF is going to be created, those data elements should be entered manually. If we can just combine that, then we reduce a lot of repeatable work from industry. That's the obvious example. Another example, if I may, is API, which is a bit maybe less obvious. But there are, as Chapter 2 says, the implementation guide, Chapter 2 says, for example, the data element, the indication of the medicine is actually based on the text which appears in product information, which is EPI in this case. This EPI can help a lot to PMS as well. So I'm really looking forward to see these connections two-sided.
No, thank you very much for bringing this specific kind of, I think you want to react, Isabel, and then I think we'll close the session, please.
Maybe I can start, and I think product owners may complement. So as Noel explained, we are looking into prospectively using the electronic application forms to collect more data as procedures and applications come in. That's pretty much the strategy. Now, we do have technical dependency in the background because we have this legacy system, XEVMPD, and we need to make sure that the data that we collect in the application forms reaches it. So that's why I mentioned in the morning that we're starting slowly with the fields that we don't have to push back into XEVMPD to support pharmacovigilance. And once we have everything in the background ready, then that is the vision. We will collect everything via application form. So that's one. It's pretty much the intention. We were starting slowly with the application forms, increasing the number of fields as we're ready to do the entire thing and replace XEVMPD submissions. So that's one point I wanted to make.
Yeah, so truly incremental.
And piggybacking on the electronic application form, so I think I've seen a question on Slido, maybe linking into that. So right now in XEVMPD, we use the SMPC because it's the only thing we have available to make sure that the information that is submitted in a structured way in XEVMPD is correct. Slowly, and you may have noticed that from other SPOR webinars, it's not the Bible. So we still use that SMPC, but we're now making that the name of the company is consistent with the SMPC, but in according to OMS. We're making sure that the terms in dosage form and routes of administration is consistent with the SMPC, but it's not a copy-paste of the SMPC. So we're using that as a source, but it's not a copy-paste of it. And gradually, we're putting that. So we are still going to use the SMPC and the product information going forward to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. But there was issues in those documents about consistency, dots, commas, spaces, plural, and so on, that we do not hope to propagate going forward in structured information. So that's how we will use and link the SMPCs going forward.
Thank you. I think that's a very nice intervention to close this session. I would like a big applause to Isabel and, of course, all product owners for excellent work. I know many people behind the scene are not front stage now, maybe later today. And I'd like to hand over to Emmanuel for the housekeeping with the lunch.
Yeah, I think we're almost miraculously on time. Couple minutes, fashionable minutes, I think. I want to also thank Zaid for helping us through this morning's session. From what I've observed, we've had a very engaged audience with very interesting questions. I think we have left a couple items for the next session in the afternoon. So we look forward to have you back full of energy. We have 1 hour lunch prepared until 1 o'clock. Just a couple comments for our industry contributors or attendants here. Please, I direct you to the industry lounge, which is, I believe, on the ground floor, correct, for your lunch. As for our colleagues from the national competent authorities, you have access to the restaurant. One note, however, if you intend to have some side discussion outside of the cafeteria, do not take your tray with you for safety reason. You're of course free to grab a sandwich and do that outside, but respect that simple rule, please. So with that, I'll leave you to your lunch and welcome you back in an hour for the second round of the meeting. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to this workshop. So after this morning where we looked at how it all connects, we looked at a number of use cases that the PMS, so the product management system, will support. So we heard about the electronic application form, the EPI, the product lifecycle management system at the EMA, shortages, antimicrobials. I think that was it. Now we are ready to look into PMS itself. And what I found interesting in the session this morning is that we had a number of questions, but there weren't any questions about why this is important. That's a good thing. So we all aligned about why this is important for public health, for regulatory processes, and so on. These were more questions about how and when. So this is exactly what we are going to address in this session. And then also in the session after PMS, we looked about how it connects with OMS, RMS, and SMS. So this is also important to understand. So to take us through the how and the when, we have Marcos Fernandez Gomez, who is the PMS product owner lead at EMA. So I give you the floor. And then after that, we have time for questions and answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. So I think I'm not very lucky because I always have the after lunch spot, and then everybody's a bit tired, sleepy. So when I was preparing the presentation, I was like, okay, I need to do something so people is awake. And then I would like to go in a journey, okay? I would like you to come with me on a journey on how can we bring the value, the vision that we had for PMS that Isabel presented and also Veronica presented before. We want to make this vision come true. So in order to do that, we have different steps that we need to follow with different milestones. And there is a path, a journey that we need to go through in order to have, again, this vision implemented. As you can see here, we have different steps, different milestones. We will go very quickly through them. For most of them, I'm not going to stop because half of my presentation is something that you've been waiting for a long time, which is timelines and roadmaps. So for most of this first part of the presentation, you can go to the deep dive webinar that we did in February. You have a lot of information there, but still I will make a summary of the points that we touched there. So first of all, we need to start with the basics. Isabel and Veronica already presented this part. We already have this PMS vision where we have this, we want to make public data of authorized medicinal products so they can be used by the different stakeholders. We want to have the standardized data and authorized data. We also have the ISO IDMP standards. I'm not going to go into this. There are 5 standards. We are implementing them at the EU level. And in order to do that, we also have the PMS data model. So Veronica is more expert than me in this topic. We have a stable data model. We are not going to make huge changes on this PMS data model. Also, Noel have presented it, and all the POs for all the projects explain how they are linked to the data model of PMS. So these are the basics. But then we need to have data. So in order to start collecting this data, we identified at the beginning of the project 2 different sources. One is SciAmed and the other one is XEVMPD. So you already know SciAmed is our internal, the EMA internal database. Here we have centrally authorized products. You know, we have explained in different webinars that in SciAmed we have an umbrella product, and inside of this umbrella product or under this umbrella product, we have the different medicinal products as we identify them in PMS, and we have the different presentations. So again, SciAmed is one of the sources that we have for authorized product data containing only centrally authorized products, CAPs. But we also have XEVMPD. So XEVMPD is a database that is maintained by marketing authorization holders. And in this database, we are capturing centrally and non-centrally authorized products, also MRPs, DCPs, and pure national products. In this case, depending on the country and also depending on the strategy that is followed by the applicant, we have the medicinal product data in different formats. So we can have at the level of the pack size, or we can have it at the level of the medicinal product. Again, it depends on the country or the strategy followed by the marketing authorization holder. So with the sources being identified, now what we need to do is to start mapping the data from these 2 sources, from SciAmed and from XEVMPD, to the different services, so SMS, OMS, and RMS, so we can migrate. The next step, you see the data migration. So first we map, so we can then migrate the data to PMS. I'm not going to spend more than 3 words on the mappings because after my presentation, we will have a full session on mappings. We will have the business list from SMS, OMS, and RMS, and they will provide additional information on this exercise. Nevertheless, what we have done for the mappings, and this should have already been known by the assistants to this meeting. We have mapped the substances to SMS. As you can see here, we have mapped the substances from XEVMPD. We have the substance ID from XEVMPD mapped to an SMS ID. This way, all the substances that we have in XEVMPD and in SciAmed have now linked to SMS. We have done something similar with OMS, with the organizations. So all the marketing authorization holders that we have in SciAmed and also the ones that we have in XEVMPD are mapped to OMS, to a location ID on OMS. I'm not going to spend too much time here. Deborah will present this later. So we will understand how these mappings have been done over the time. And last but not least, we have also done the mappings to the referentials. So in XEVMPD, you know, we have different lists and different terms. For the route of administration, for the ATC codes, we also have for the authorization status, the pharmaceutical dose form, etc. All these terms from XEVMPD have been mapped to an RMS list. In total, we have used 11 RMS lists. You know, we have nullified EV codes in XEVMPD for the route of administration. We also have nullified records in RMS. We have non-current. All this information, all these different scenarios will also be explained by Veronica after my presentation. We have already gone through two of the milestones, the basics. We have the PMS data model. We also have the ISO ATMP standards, and we have the PMS vision. We have also identified the sources, SciAmed with caps and XEVMPD with caps and non-caps. We have also done the mappings to SMS, OMS, and RMS. And here we, let's say, arrive to a difficult part of our journey, which is the data migration and the deltas. We want to keep the data not only migrated, but we also want to keep it up to date. How have we done this migration of data from the different sources to PMS? So first of all, we started migrating the data or the products from SciAmed into PMS. To do that, we identified which were the products that we were going to migrate from SciAmed into PMS. And we decided that we were going to migrate all a product that have ever been authorized. So you have here all these authorization status: valid, revoked, expired, suspended, or surrendered. So if a product has in its life cycle been authorized, we have migrated this product into PMS. Products that were never authorized, so for example, are refused or invalid, have not been migrated to PMS. Then there is always a question on what are we doing with the pending products, the products that are under an evaluation. Those products are not migrated to PMS. Okay, they remain in SciAmed. As soon as this product changes or becomes valid, then we migrate this product into PMS. You might be familiar already with these tables. These are two examples of two centrally authorized products that we have migrated from SciAmed to PMS. On the first column, you have a PMS ID. Then you have the medicinal product name, which is a concatenation of fields from SciAmed. You have the invented name, the strength, and the dose form. And below this product, you have the different presentations. In the case of Skilarence, we have two strengths, 30 and 120 milligrams. So we have two medicinal products in PMS, both of them with their respective presentations. For the table below, we have a similar example. We have two medicinal products, Imobic 140 and Imobic 70 milligrams, with their respective presentations. What are we doing now? We are splitting some centrally authorized products in PMS. Why? Because the way they are capturing Siamet are not IDMP compliant. So for example, in the case of iMobic, we will need to split this product, and it will be split in this way. For the 140, where we had one medicinal product, now we have two, because you can see that depending on the presentation, it belongs to one or the other. Let's pause here. We have splitted these products. The next step is to migrate the data from XEVMPD. So for XEVMPD, we have defined a series of business rules. I'm not going to go into the details here because it's a lot of information and it's not the scope of this meeting. But important, from XEVMPD, we have migrated the last not nullified version of a product. That means that this could be a version that has been validated by EMA, or a version that has not been validated by EMA, but submitted by the applicant. You know that at EMA, we validate all new records submitted to XEVMPD, but we don't validate all the updates. So this is the reason why the last version might be a version not validated by EMA. Nevertheless, we are still validating updates. So whenever we have capacity over the year, we validate around 10% of the updates that we receive and all the new entries. So we will continue doing this exercise. What else? We have migrated to XEVMPD. Records from XEVMPD with an authorization status not valid, superseded by a transfer or a renewal, were not migrated. Why? Because we have a new EV code for those records already in XEVMPD. So in order to avoid duplicates, we have not migrated those records. And also, we have only migrated those records where we had data in these three fields that you can see here: the authorized pharmaceutical dose form, the legal basis, and the medicinal product type. So if in XEVMPD you have a record without a legal basis, you will not be able to find this in PMS because we have not migrated it. Okay, that is important. So coming back to these two centrally authorized products that we have, Skilarence and then iMobic. iMobic, again, we have split it because in Siamet, it was not IDMP compliant. So the next step is to do what we call the match and merge of data from XEVMPD for CAPS. Please focus on the table for iMobic. You can see that once we do the match and merge, oh no, I missed it, sorry. No, sorry, I have it here, sorry. The table below, you can see that now the name from iMobic, maybe it's a bit small and sorry for that. You can see that we have different names because depending on the device that is used for the administration, that is part of the name. So we have iMobic 70 milligrams solution for injection in pre-filled pen and solution for injection in pre-filled syringe. This is, if we follow IDMP, are two different medicinal products. And that's why we had to split them from the product that we had in Siamet. That is important, for example, for the EAF, because now you will have these two products to be selected in case you need to submit a variation for this product. I hope this is clear how we have done the match and merge of data from Siamet. You can also see that for Skilarence, we only had two products. We have also do the match and merge. So now we have data coming from XEVMPD. The name now is the one that is authorized in XEVMPD. The next step is the load of the national products, so MRPs, DCPs, and pure nationals. This is the next step on the migration. So first Siamet, then XEVMPD for CAPS, and then the rest of the products. Before I go to this slide, this is a very difficult exercise. In our journey, we are, climbing this mountain. we have different steps and milestones that we need to achieve in order to get to the top of the mountain. This migration of products is one of the biggest milestones that we have been waiting for a long time. As of today, I can tell you that we have successfully migrated all the XEVMPD data into PMS. So right now, and as of today, we are switching off the deltas. So that means that XEVMPD and SciAmed data is now synchronized with PMS. Again, this is a key milestone for us, for NCAs, and for industry. We are a step closer to achieving what we have identified as the vision of PMS. Just some numbers, we have migrated more than 4,500 CAPs and more than 400,000 national medicinal products into PMS. So this is one of the news that we wanted to give you during the PMS Info Day, but it's not the only one. So I can continue with my presentation. We have done, again, the basics. We have identified the sources, do the mappings, and migrated all the data. And now we are, in fact, keeping this data up to date with the changes that are coming from SciAmed and the changes that are coming from XEVMPD. But for the moment, industry and NCAs, you might not see the benefit because you cannot see this data. So one of the biggest milestones is to access the data that we have in PMS. How are you going to access this data? Well, we have two ways. The first one will be through the PMS API. The other one, so machine-to-machine interaction. The other one is through the product user interface. So those companies that might not have the resources to connect through an API, they will be able to connect to PMS through a user interface. By the end of May, in fact, by 31st of May, product UI and PMS API will be made available to the external public, so industry and NCAs. Read only for the moment, but that is a big achievement still. So how to register to be able to get access to the PMS data? We have the different PMS user roles. We have the admin roles. There is an industry admin roles. There is an NCA admin role, and we have obviously the EMA one. All this information, Veronica has written all these documents. You can find this information in chapter 1, in chapter 5, and then we also have the product UI, the registration guide, which is, you can find it in the PLM portal. Now, there is a difference between the industry roles and the NCA's roles. NCAs, in principle, will have access to the same data, to all the data, because they don't have any restriction. But there will be an authorized user and then a qualified authority user. There is no difference between those roles, so for the moment you can choose whatever you want. For industry, nevertheless, there are two different roles. We have the industry user, who is going to have access only to public data of their products. So manufacturers, for example, will be hidden, the strength, etc., will be hidden. And you also have the industry qualified user. This one will have access to full medicinal product data that we have in PMS. Manufacturers, strength, etc., etc. That is important. So in your company, you will need to decide who is going to request for which role, depending on the level of access that you want to grant to these people. For the admin role, the admin user roles, this is a role that it was already existing in IAM. This is important for you to understand that you will not have read access to the API or the product UI. So this is the administration role. If you want to read the product data, then you need to select one of the other roles. This admin user, what is going to do is allowed to revoke or grant the PMS user roles for the product UI. And this is the one that you need to select if you want to get API access, because with this role, you will receive the key that you will use to connect to the API. You can, the idea is that you have in your organization at least 2 admin roles, so in case someone is not able to access, you still have a backup. You can request multiple roles for the same organization. So for example, an admin user can also be a qualified user. And then for the user or qualified users, these are new roles that we have created in IAM. The access to the product UI will be done with the multi-factor authentication. This is something that we are implementing in any system that we are developing at EMA. Again, for the moment, it's only read access, but that is still a huge milestone, so you can access the data that we have in PMS. The role is granted at organization level. It's not at location level. Okay, that's important. And obviously, you can have multiple roles. For in the PLM portal, we have the EAF roles, we have the product UI roles. So you need to bear in mind which is the role that you are selecting. Don't worry, these are just the news that we are opening this. We will do training. We will provide additional information before we open the system, so everybody knows how to manage the different roles. In a nutshell, I wanted to go into the process. You need to have your organization should be registered in OMS. If you are not registered in OMS, then please go and register. You should also have an account in IAM, in the EMA account management platform. If you don't have it, please go and create an account for that. Obviously, you need to have at least 1 admin user for that organization. Once you have this admin user, you need to decide, okay, how am I going to connect to PMS? Is it through the API, through the application programming interface? Then with the admin role, you can just request the API key. We will give it to you, and you will be able to connect to PMS through the API. If it's through the product user interface, then you need to select if you want to be a qualified user or a user, request the access, then your admin will grant it, and you will have access to the PMS and the product UI. With this, I finished the summary of what we have done so far in this journey, plus the next step, which is granting the access to the product data. With this, we will be achieving, let's say, the majority of our vision, which is getting authorized medicinal product data that is standardized and that we can share through machine-to-machine connection or through a user interface for industry, NCAs, and other stakeholders. But our vision has something else. We talk about using this data on regulatory and non-regulatory procedures. So here we have more mountains to climb. That means that we will use PMS for the different processes, regulatory and non-regulatory processes. As you can see here, PMS is kind of the starting point to support and help the rest of the processes and projects around Europe. We have the ESMP and ASU. We also have EPI, EAF, and we will have in the future, I'm sure we will have other projects where PMS will be supporting. So with this, let's say, introduction, I want to highlight, this is the time of the timelines that I know most of the people here are waiting for. These are the timelines and actions for EMA, for industry, and for NCAs to be ready. Okay, so what is happening right now? So in April 2024, XEVMPD data has already been migrated to PMS. In EAF, we will have the split caps. I explained before some of the caps, we had to split them, so those are already in the EAF. And also the rest of the caps are enriched with the XEVMPD data. So we have the correct name of the medicinal product. This is mainly what you will see in the EAF, but in PMS we have additional information. Actions that you will need to follow. First of all, industry will be able to check those split caps through the EAF. You will need to start submitting pack sizes to support other processes and other procedures, like, for example, ESMP. And NCAs should start to be ready to map national products to their databases. So, how the process will look like as of today, as after the XEVMPD has migrated to PMS. We have the applicant is sending the new MA EAF in a PDF form. Through the ECTD dossier, this is authorized, so the data, if it's a cap, EMA will store this data in SIAMED. The applicant will send it through XEVMPD. From those sources, even either caps and non-caps will be pushed to PMS, and from PMS, they will be taken in the PLM portal, in this case only caps. So in the EAF, you can see only caps for the moment. Then if you have a variation, you can use those caps through the web-based variation form, include it in your ECTD sequence, and we close the circle. Recommendations right now for the applicants. Make sure that you check the data that we are validating in XEVMPD. It is very important. You have all the information, not only in XEVMPD, you have the information in the different chapters of PMS. We are validating your data. We are making changes. You need to agree to those changes. And in case there is any discrepancy, you don't agree to those changes, we need to let us know. Then we will start a discussion and we will get to an agreement. If you agree with the change, you need to include this change in your internal system. For those companies using a RIM system to submit to XEVMPD, you need to update this information. Otherwise, you will be sending wrong data again and again, and that will have an impact on the structure of your products in PMS if the change is on the name, on the authorized dose form, on the MA number, on those fields that are used to group the products in PMS. Okay, so it's very important that you track all the validations that we do. There is a field in the XEVMPD called the product validity, and sometimes it's not assessed. That means that we have not assessed this product because there is a mistake, and we have raised a follow-up to your QPPV. You need to check those products. Okay, we will continue sending these checks to the QPPVs. And also, we send sometimes follow-ups to the QPPVs, so please make sure that you don't send those messages sent from this email to the spam folder. Otherwise, your QPPV will be missing our notifications. Recommendations to applicants on how they can support also EAF. First of all, you can already go to EAF and start checking your CAP products, and you can see that they already have the data from XEVMPD. So the name is already the one coming from XEVMPD. You can also check presentations. So slowly, but not stopping, you can go to the EAF and start checking that we have done the match and merge is done correctly. If you have any doubt, if there is any mistake, you can ask through the service now, and we will investigate and we will check what is happening. You can also wait until we open the API and the product UI, but if you want to start checking the quality of the data, you can start doing this. Also, to support the EAF, there are products that are out of a scope of Article 57, so homeopathics, herbals, etc. If you need those products in EAF, you can start submitting those products already in XEVMPD. There is already a guidance on how to do that. For ESMP, you can also start doing, we recommend you to start doing things. So first of all, you need to be prepared to submit manufacturer's data and structured data on pack sizes. So you can already start mapping your manufacturers to OMS, mapping the business operations to the RMS list. You can start gathering all this information for your national products, because for caps, we have this information from SciAmed. What you can also start doing from now is start submitting individual valid pack sizes through XEVMPD. Which pack sizes? Those that are under the union list of critical medicines. So there is a list available that is called the Union List of Critical Medicines. In this list, you have the different ATC codes that are considered critical for the European Union. Therefore, you can already start submitting pack sizes for the products with this ATC code. What you have to do very quickly, you need to go to the to check the union list, check the ATC code, go to XEVMPD and check which are your products with this ATC code. Then you need to gather all the pack sizes, the valid pack sizes, and send them to XEVMPD. For some countries, you will already have submitted those. For example, Italy is given the authorization number at pack size. Therefore, in XEVMPD, those pack sizes are already there. For other countries, for example, Spain, you might have submitted only the medicinal product. Therefore, you need to submit all your pack sizes. Okay, so again, it's focused on this union list of critical medicines. If tomorrow there is any crisis, so in case there is a crisis or there is an MSSG lead exercise for crisis preparedness, MA holders will have to submit those pack sizes within 2 weeks. So this is also important. You need to be ready to submit pack sizes in case there is any crisis, and we request you to submit this information. What are we doing in May? As I said, we will be opening the Read PMS API and the product UI. So in this case, what we are doing is opening the PMS API. MA holders and NCAs will be able to access to the API and the product UI. Recommendations to applicants once we open the PMS API. You will have access to all your caps and naps. So go and check them. Check the data that we have migrated for your caps. Check the mappings that we have done to OMS, SMS, and RMS. Software vendors that want to access the PMS API will have to do it on behalf of an applicant. Okay, this is a standard use case because for the moment we don't have fake data, we don't have a fake environment. We only have either UAT or the production with real data. So we cannot give access randomly to software vendors. They have to do it on behalf of an applicant. For NCAs, if you connect through the PMS API, that means that you will have access to all the products in PMS. That means that you can start collecting data for centrally authorized products because it's a standard practice that you do, but also you can start mapping national products to your database. In order to do that, you can use the authorization number, the procedure number or the full product name to map PMS to your internal system, because you will need these mappings, for example, for ESMP, because you will need to submit data for ESMP. In case you start using the product UI, in May, you will only have access to centrally authorized products. Industry can review the data for these centrally authorized products. NCAs can gather also information on centrally authorized products, but cannot start doing the mapping to national products because they won't be available at that point. If when you are checking the data in PMS, when you are checking the data in PMS, you spot any mistake, you have any doubt, you don't agree on mappings, etc. If it's a CAP product, you need to raise a service desk ticket with as much information as possible. If it's for a national product, we will give additional guidances. You might use XEVMPD to solve the issue, or you might need to contact us to see how we can solve the issue that you have spotted in XEVMPD. The next milestone is in Q3. We will load national products in IRIS. That means that still in EAF we will have centrally authorized products only, but in the product UI and in the API, we will have centrally authorized products and national products. This is happening in Q3. Therefore, as you can see here now in the diagram from the PMS API, we have IRIS that is consuming centrally authorized products and national products. That means that other projects such as ASU, ESMP, inspections, etc., they will be consuming national and centrally authorized products. Recommendations now to applicants. Remember, we have loaded all the products in IRIS, and therefore the API and the product UI have national products and centrally authorized products. Therefore, here the recommendation is check all the product data that we have in PMS, either through the API or through the product user interface for both industry and NCAs. Now, NCAs, from that moment, it doesn't matter if you are using the API or the UI, you should start mapping your products to the products in PMS to your national system, okay? Just a reminder, in the product UI, we will have Power BI reports. This will help a lot small companies which don't have access to the API. So this will be a way to export big amount of data. They will be able to export all their manufacturers, all their pack sizes, all their medicinal products. These reports will be very, very useful for this type of companies. The next step is in Q4 this year, and this will be also a big milestone. We will start with the first enrichment process in PMS, both through the API and through the user interface. That means that you will start submitting additional data directly to PMS. As you can see, this is the same diagram as before, but on the bottom we have that MA holders will be able to write directly to the API, and also from the product UI there is an arrow that is going directly to the PMS API. That means that from the product user interface we will be able to write, to edit data and send it directly to PMS. Activities from that moment for applicants is that they will need to start submitting manufacturing business operations to PMS. You will need to submit all current manufacturers and manufacturing business operations for national products. We will start again in a phase approach. We will focus on those products that are impacted by the union list of critical medicines, and you will need to submit all this information by December 2025. CAPS, there is no need to submit this data because this data will be coming directly from SciAmed. So CAPS, MA holders are exempt of doing this because we will gather this information from SciAmed. We will provide additional information. You also have chapter 2 where you can start checking which is the data that you will need to submit for the manufacturers in the business operations. We will be opening the product UI and the API, so we will request you additional information on pack sizes. Now it's a bit of different data. It's a structured data on pack sizes. Right now we are asking you to submit data through XEVMPD, but we need to have structured data, so our colleagues from ESMP and other processes are able to use structured data. So this is what you will need to submit from Q4 for all the NAPs, and you will need to have this done before December 2025. The example is, if you have 18 vials, you will need to submit the unit 18 plus the units of presentation, the tablet, the vial, etc. This is a structured data. And then the data carrier, also we explained for EPI, it is optional. You will be able to start submitting and maintaining the data carrier. So we can start with the linking the EPI to PMS. For NCAs, we have identified two priorities. First one is keep mapping your national products to your databases. Because you will need to keep doing this over time. The priority two, if you want, you can check the data that is submitted by applicants for national products. This is up to you. We can discuss with NCAs if this is something that they will do or not. And then if there are discrepancies, you will be able to talk to the MA holders directly. But this is something to be discussed. My last two slides. Milestones and benefits. In this slide, I wanted to summarize the milestones and which are the benefits that those milestones will bring to NCAs and to industry. So again, in Q2, we have already done the data migration from XEVMPD. That means that centrally authorized products and national products are now in an ISO IDMP compliant format. Moreover, we are having the PMS Info Day. This is giving industry and NCAs a lot of information on the following steps, which are the recommendations and which are the activities that you will need to start preparing for. By the end of May, so still in Q2, we will release the product UI and the PMS API. Therefore, NCAs or MA holders willing to connect machine to PMS, they will be able to do it, and they will be able to see all their products. But also for those companies or NCAs that are not able to connect to the API for the moment, they will have the product UI to start seeing product data. In Q3, we will load again the NAPs in Iris. That means that we will make available for other projects such as ESMP, ASU, EPI, etc. We will make the PMS data available to them. At this point also, those users connecting through the product user interface will have access to all the products that they own. In Q4, and this is a big milestone also for EAF, we are planning to have national products in EAF. So by the end of this year, in principle, you will be able to start using the web-based variation form also for national products, MRPs, and DCPs. By the end of the year as well, we will release the first enrichment process for PMS. Here, applicants are required to submit manufacturers, structured data on pack sizes, and the data carrier as optional to support EPI. You will be able to do it through the product user interface or through the PMS API. Next year, we have split this in a couple of projects. For ESMP, you will need to submit the the pack sizes for those products under union list of critical medicines. So you will need to submit pack sizes and also manufacturers and structured data on the pack sizes. Again, you can already start doing this for the pack sizes, and you will need to do it before February next year. For manufacturers, you will start doing this in Q4, and you will have to do it before the end of December 2025. For EAF, as in principle, by the end of this year, we will be able to have the national products available. We still need to define timelines, but we will be able to start with the EAF variation transition period. And once we have completed this transition period for the web-based variation form, it will become mandatory. For the moment, we don't have a specific timelines. We need to have a UAT, transition period, etc. But the idea is that we are able to have these milestones achieved next year. And for EPI, obviously, we want to have the link between EPI and PMS, as Livy presented before in the use case. This is a slide for actions and timelines. The other ones were timelines and benefits. This is I would say, is the most important slide of my presentation. So let's go slowly. You can see here in the legend, I have the EUIG. A lot of people were asking me, like, when do we have the chapters? I will explain it here. We have the different products that are impacted, and then if I have a milestone, a goal, or a deadline. First of all, again, XEVMPD data migration. As of today, we have the XEVMPD data in PMS. Actions. For industry, keep your XEVMPD data validation on track. Check the third acknowledgement, check the validations that we are doing, raise tickets if needed. For supporting EAF, you can submit any product to XEVMPD that will land in the EAF. You can submit homeopathics, herbals, any product that is needed. You have the instructions on the XEVMPD guidances. You can start submitting pack sizes for those products that are under the Union List of Critical Medicines, and you have a deadline, February 2025. We have included here a goal for industry. Ideally, by the end of 2026, you should have submitted all pack sizes for all your portfolio. This is a goal. It's not written in stone, we can discuss, but it would be interesting to have this data available in PMS for all the procedures. So for inspections, for ESMP, for EAF, for everybody. And then you need to submit pack sizes for antimicrobial human products falling in the ASU reporting scope. Here you still have a lot of time, but there is a deadline of 2027, as explained before. So these are all the activities that you can start performing. Moreover, the idea is that we will release the updates on the introduction, chapter 1, chapter 5, and the product UI guidances. Those are releases that we will provide before we open the PMS API and the product UI. Here, the activities are quite easy, and we have already explained. If you connect through the API, industry and NCAs review your products, NCAs start mapping national products to your databases. If you connect through the product UI, then you can only check, for the moment, caps. In Q3, we will release also chapter 2 and chapter 6 related to the API before we put all the products in all the systems. So in the PMS API, you will have caps and naps, but also on the product UI. Activities for industry, continue checking the data, make sure that the data that we have in PMS is correct. For NCAs, now it doesn't matter if you use product UI or the API, map your products. Once we have the caps and naps in the EAF, you might start submitting pending MRPs and DCPs through XEVMPD, not before, okay? Then we will also release chapter 3 for the process and chapter 4. Why we are releasing these chapters here? Because we will open the enrichment process. So chapter 3 will be updated with the first process. For industry, submit manufacturers and structure pack sizes for those national products under the Union List of Critical Medicines. By when? By December 2025 all this information should be in PMS. Again, there is a goal, or there should be a goal for industry to have all manufacturers for all the products by the end of 2026. This will support not only ESMP, again, a lot of processes, inspections. We need to have the data if we want to do analysis, etc. So it is very important for us to start capturing as much information as possible. For NCAs, whenever MA holders start submitting this data for national products, if you want, you can review this information, so it is aligned with your data. Again, with this enrichment process, industry will be able to submit optionally the data carrier to support EPI. Again, to support ASU, you can submit the structure pack sizes for antimicrobial human products. And the last row is to be confirmed. We will continue opening the enrichment process for additional information, so storage conditions or any other field that we might require. This is still to be confirmed. So, takeaways of my presentation. I know there is a lot of information, a lot of actions that I have explained. You might be a bit overwhelmed, but I hope all these timelines are a bit clear. The presentation will be made available, and we will continue providing additional information to everybody. But the takeaways, and something that I feel very proud is for all the teams that have participated on this, is we have finally done the migration of all the XEVMPD data into PMS. So right now, SciAmed data and XEVMPD data is in sync with PMS. ML holders, you have a lot of things to do from now on. You need to start submitting pack sizes for national products to XEVMPD. You can support the AEF also submitting additional medicinal products like herbal homeopathics that will be used in the future. Remember, pack sizes for those national products under the Union list of critical medicines shall be submitted by the end of February 2025. From the end of May, we will open the product UI and the PMS API. So MA holders, go check your data, make sure that there is consistency, that the mappings are correct. If you have any doubt, we will do again webinars explaining how to access the data, how to review it. If you have questions, come to us, let us know which are the corrections that we might need to do. Maybe you are the ones that will have to do the corrections. We will have conversations on that. For NCAs, again, start mapping your data. It's important because you will need then to support the SMP, and you will need to have your products mapped to our data. And when we open the processes, you will need to submit the enrichment process, you will need to submit manufacturers. You will need to submit structured data on pack sizes, so we are able to use this data on analytics. If there is a crisis, we will be ready to have this information. And this information will have to be ready by the end of 2025. With this, I guess there are a lot of questions. We have some time, so yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Marcus, for taking us through the mountaineering of PMS data. And I love the analogy with the mountains, because if the EU implementation guide of 2020 is our Mount Everest, we know we are not going to go there in one go. We need a number of peaks first to get better at it. So the first peak is the ESMP, where we need to have the data by the end of 25, if I remember correctly, for the critical list of products with manufacturing data and packaging data, and then by 2026 for all products. So that's one peak, but there will be other peaks like the ones you explained, like the use cases for electronic application from the antimicrobials, etc. So lots of information from Marcus. Questions? Yes, I'm sure. Please.
Thank you, Jean-Michel Carin, FPI. Thank you for the presentation. I had a question regarding, you mentioned about the NAPs uploaded in Iris. Does it mean that marketing status information from Iris will be migrated to PMS for CAPS? And how will it work for the NAPs? Because we also mentioned we don't want to have duplication of entries. And the second question is related to XEVMPD. I understood that beyond 2025, we would not have to submit any information through XEVMPD, but we should use directly PMS. Thank you.
Marketing status is for the moment managed in Iris for centrally authorized products, and it is not stored in PMS. And this will still be the behavior. We are not changing that process. For NAPs, if I'm not mistaken, there are templates that will have to be used to submit the data on the marketing status. PMS, for the moment, is not taking this data from Iris, so it will stay in Iris for the moment. There will be a discussion in the future if we take this data into PMS or not, because we have this in the data model. But for the moment, the process is Iris and the templates that I think ESMP is going to provide. I don't know if, Sophia, you want to...
If I can just add on that, yes, for nationally authorized products, we will be, sorry, you're behind me, it's a bit hard to speak to you. So for nationally authorized products, we'll be requesting data on the marketing status, but only when there is a crisis or a specific MSSG like preparedness, where we monitor a specific group of products like we did for antibiotics. So this will not be a regular exercise, but only in these ad hoc situations.
Well, there is another question for XEVMPD. The answer is no. So we have an EPIC. Under this agile way of working, we have an EPIC for the XEVMPD decommissioning. But we need to prioritize this EPIC. We need to work on that, and then we will be able to decommission the XEVMPD submissions. So for the moment, and in the timelines, you have not seen anything about that because there is no timeline for that. XEVMPD submissions are still to be done by applicants. Then it's the same flow. XEVMPD will go, the data will go to PMS, and for specific fields, like manufacturers for national products, as we don't have this data in XEVMPD, that's why you need to use direct submissions to PMS. So for the moment, we are, let's say, keeping two ways of submission, but we are submitting different data through different systems. At some point, we will just have PMS and all the data will be submitting to PMS directly.
Thank you.
So yeah, it is a process of, changing the plane as we are flying. So we cannot just, cut the connections because a number of processes are relying on EXEVMPD. Just that doesn't happen from one day to the next. Of course, there's an ambition to do this as soon as we can, but it requires the time to make sure we're not disrupting anything. Yeah. Please.
Yeah, thank you. Anna, you cope again. Two questions, and I admit the second is a bit mean. First of all, the first one, the easier one, the manufacturers we have to provide 32P31 and only those, because you know that not all manufacturers in their different roles are included in that authorization document. So, I mean, only this document and how you're going to review it, because this is information on the NAPs that resides in the national authorities only. And we are not submitting to, in future maybe yes, but currently it's just the SMPC. And the second one, and that is a bit the mean one, if we are anyway uploading a Excel template to ESMP with the marketing status at all, why do I need to enrich the pack sizes in XEVMPD? Because I can populate the Excel table accordingly, and that's all. And I don't have to go through that exercise.
Okay. Veronica and me, she's the other PMS product owner, we are coming now more to those questions like, what do I need to submit, by when, etc. it will depend on the process that we will support. But at the end, there is an EMA goal to have all the data for the medicinal product because ISO IDMP is established to have this information. Right now, I cannot answer on which are the manufacturers. In principle, you need to submit all the manufacturers that are under the manufacturing process, the manufacturing line. So you need to submit all of them. Now, maybe...
But how do you know then if they're not in that document?
Exactly. So we are not going to validate this data for the moment. So it's up to the applicant to submit the correct data. Now, this data for the moment is not going to be used on regulatory processes like variations. They will be at some point. So you need to submit correct manufacturer's information if at some point you want to use or reuse this data. Right now, we will be using the first use case is ESMP. And if there is a crisis, we need to know which are the manufacturers for specific products. So it is up to the applicants to submit correct data. But they should be doing this already. Otherwise, for EAF, when you want to do an application, a variation for a manufacturer, if it's wrong, the NCA will tell you, no, this is not authorized. Why do you have it here? So, okay, it's up to you. And you need to also maintain this data. It is not you send the data and you forget. No, you need to maintain. If the manufacturer is now is non-current, then you will need to update PMS. On the question on the pack sizes, maybe Sophia can also elaborate. But one thing is, in XEVMPD, we have unstructured data, and it's a pity that we have unstructured data because on those templates you will have this unstructured data. We will be, or they will be using the structured data for their analytics. And it's very important because they need to know, oh, there is a shortage on tablets for this product. I go to the units of presentation that I have on the pack size, and I know tablets for this specific ATC code, or vials, or whatever. So that's the reason why. We wish to have the enrichment process already in place, so we gather the information, the structured information right now, but we are not ready yet. So what we are doing is, okay, step by step, send the information to XEVMPD, we will gather, it will stay in PMS with unstructured data on the package description. As soon as we are able to gather structured data, you need to submit it. ESMP will use it. Maybe in the future, EAF will use it as well. Maybe other projects will use it as well. And I see
timelines are overlapping. All I mean is when you are updating or enriching manufacturers, PMS will be ready to take that enrichment. In that step, you could also enrich packaging as well. So it's just that, the question when you start. I mean, MAH could start and prepare right now, and when the edit functionality in PMS is available, you could go ahead instead of now multiplying EV codes like hell for some industry customers, and then also facing the issue of migration that you then have to do into the PMS database, when in the end there is an Excel table that I provide to ESMP.
So I want to also give the floor to more people, but there is a reason why we are asking this now, and there is a reason why we cannot wait to have the product UI and the API enrichment process, because even there, you will need to submit the pack sizes through XEVMPD, because you will not be able to submit pack sizes directly to PMS, because we need this data in XEVMPD. And as we don't have what we call the PMS to XEVMPD sync, so changes to PMS submitted so are pushed to XEVMPD, we need this information in XEVMPD by legislation. So, yeah.
Just on the comment on the ESMP. So the ESMP, yes, will have templates for data submission, but product data is not submitted through the ESMP. So ESMP is a standalone product, and through that we will be using PMS data to submit data on stock supply, shortages, and so on, but data on products cannot be sent through the ESMP. So we're just a consumer of that data.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a plea from industry to say, let's be rational about when we submit what, and let's find the best path to avoid unnecessary work. I mean, it's a question of how, and maybe we should look into making sure that whatever we do is the most effective, efficient way of doing it. I understand there are constraints and so on, so it's not so easy to find this sweet path, if I can say, but I think we are committed to make this happen as much as we can. And it's a team effort, so we'll see how that goes. Do we have questions online?
We certainly do. I'm going to go by some of the top voted questions that we think are most relevant for this section out of the more than 100 that have already been asked. I think you covered some of this, but some of it bears repetition. So the top voted one is, how will data cleansing happen in PMS? Is it one-time validation by EMA or periodic validation will occur in PMS?
That's a good question. So I would say that this is a continuous exercise that we will have, industry will have to do together with us. That's why I'm putting this message of, as soon as the data is ready to be seen, go and check, because you will need to understand, okay, how we have migrated your products, the structure of the product, the data that we have migrated. Then my colleagues will explain a bit more on those mappings that you need to check. So it's a continuous exercise, because we will need to have a clear vision, or you will need to have a clear vision on how the product is migrated and keep these checks alongside. I mean, in the while we are checking XEVMPD and while you are submitting to XEVMPD, you need to make sure that the migrations and the deltas are working properly and the structure of the product is kept in a sustainable way.
This is for everyone, it's a new process. I guess it will require a number of iterations. We understand that, but as long as we're making progress towards that aim, I think we're on a good path. Other questions online?
Yeah, certainly. So I think maybe a related question, since how will industry be able to control data issues upon EMA migration? Would this be via PMS service desk tickets, similarly to the past, or via XEVMPD submissions? Maybe different scenarios for different data elements, question mark?
Yeah, correct. So as soon as we open the product UI and the PMS API, we will have different webinars and trainings, because depending on the data, let's say the issue spotted by the MA holder, they will need to maybe, just by changing something on XEVMPD is solved, or maybe we need to make some changes, or maybe it's a combination of both. So we will do trainings like, hey, I don't find my product. Okay, do those checks. If you don't find them, go to service desk. Or yeah, the mapping that you have done is incorrect, then it's directly to service desk. We will do trainings on that as soon as we open the products to the applicants.
Let's take a third question from online, and then maybe another question in the room, and then I guess we'll be up for time. So first online first. Sorry. Online.
Yeah. So there's a few questions related to SMPC, and we picked one. It's not quite clear to me how to deal with a discrepancy on how the data are recorded in XEVMPD strictly as per SMPC and the data in IDMP harmonized SMPC and M3. Recent third ACK carry correction that are using submapped as SVG equals 0.
Okay,
as you can tell, I'm not interpreting this question
Marcus.
for you, Marcus.
Okay, do I need to translate? So SVG equals 0, then I will give this to Pedro later, because this is SMS. But I think Isabel already replied or gave some information. So at the beginning, we were using the SMPC as the Bible. So if here it says tablets with an S, I need to have tablets in XEVMPD. But now we will have structured data in PMS. And tablets is not a structured data. It's not a referential. It is tablet. So what we have done is create those mappings. So we have mapped tablets in XEVMPD to tablet in PMS. So what we are saying now is that the SMPC is not the Bible. It will happen the same with the MA holder. We have OMS now that might be a bit different. So what we need to have is structured data and equivalent data. In this case, if you have tablets in your SMPC, we will request you to submit tablet to XEVMPD because it's the standard term from EDQM. So the mapping is correctly done also to PMS. So again, we will give more information on that. Also with the mappings of my colleagues, will talk about that now. But what we need to do is to have equivalent data. We don't need to have exactly the same data as in the SMPC because this creates discrepancies and it is not harmonization. And this is what we are trying to do with PMS and with IDMP.
Okay, I have a question over here, and then you, and then we close.
Sorry, Roberta Bernardelli, UCOP. I would like to come back to my previous question about coordination between the marketing authorization holder and national competent authorities in enriching XEVMPD. Because in slide 110, you are asking the national competent authority to start reviewing the data in PMS based on authorization number, procedure number, and product full name. And this for the majority of the national competent authority can be more than one pack size. So I think that if they review this way, they will be found additional information because we are required to enrich with an additional value that is not there. So I don't know if you can think about something that help us doing something that is helpful for the national competent authority when they review, because they will be found one more product than they expected, because
Yeah, so it will depend actually on the NCA. So for example, I think we don't have here an Italian, the Italian NCA, but if they map the authorization number using the authorization number in PMS, they will do a one-to-one mapping to their database. So Italy is easy. Spain, if they look for the authorization number, it might be more complicated because if I have the pack sizes in XEVMPD, all the pack sizes will have the same authorization number because in Spain, all the pack sizes have the same authorization number. What we will have to do is talk with the Spanish-alike NCAs and see, okay, we will start now receiving data on pack sizes. How are we going to how can we support you, and how can maybe industry also support you to identify those pack sizes? And I think it will be the pack size description. You will need to provide a meaningful pack size description. This will help not only NCAs, but this will also help you as industry with the templates for ESMP. So this way, it's a manual work for those type of companies because they will need to go and say, okay, this EV code is linked to this pack size, this EV code to this pack size. It's a one-time job that they need to do in principle. So with the SMEs, it's a plan that we have. Right now that we have everything in PMS, okay, let's discuss how we can support and industry can support NCAs on this mapping exercise.
Last question,
Sorry, I think it would be very useful before asking the marketing authorization holder to start to enrich, to clarify how we can enrich in a meaningful way, because, yeah.
Absolutely understood, and I will conclude with this, with a thought on this. So please, last question, and then we need to move.
I see a lot of integration between the EMA and the NCAs. What kind of SLAs are what kind of service levels can we expect from the EMA when we are more interconnecting systems between the EMA and the NCAs?
Well, I don't know if I can reply to this question.
So we can further elaborate. So we have general EMA SLAs for our systems and for application programming interfaces that for sure they need to be up and running during what we call the business hours and during the week. And we have agreed SLAs, so how quickly we need to turn it back on if something goes wrong. All of that is available currently in the SPOR portal. So that's a default EMA SLA agreement on application programming interface. But I think that's more or less what I know of it. If you need anything else, we can liaise with our other EMA colleagues to find out more for you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I'm sure there's many questions to answer, and we will, of course, follow up after this this day. I mean, for me, as a chair of this session, if there's one take-home message, is that clarity of process and clear guidance to all parties involved in this is absolutely key. I'm also sure that whatever guidance we have in mind now, we will discover things along the way, because yeah, the network is complicated because we have different practices that have been in place, or in different member states and so on, which is the nature of the beast. But as we discover new hurdles or whatever, clear guidance, clear process is absolutely critical to avoid reprocessing of information or actually just getting it wrong, which would then take a lot of time to correct. Emmanuel, you wanted to comment also?
Yeah, I just wanted to add maybe a comment, and it's more on, I'm wearing my hat as the business owner for the ESMP here. First of all, PMS is not ESMP, but ESMP cannot live without PMS. That's one thing that we need to be clear. And why often we talk about ESMP in the context of PMS is simply that ESMP is on the critical path when we look at all the application that we want to apply on PMS. We have constraint in timelines. We have regulatory constraint on the delivery of a workable ESMP system. And for that ESMP system to be workable, we need the quality data to be able to make sense of the information that's in there. And it's also an opportunity for me to step back a little bit and inspire ourselves on what we're trying to accomplish with ESMP. It's not, again, meeting a deadline from a regulatory standpoint. It's also providing a system that will allow us to address shortages so that we can deliver medicines to patients who need this medicine. So I think what's been presented, although it's very complex and a lot of it goes over my head, I have to admit, is what we think is the minimal viable path forward to be able to deliver that expectation that the patient have toward us in finding the best way forward in solving shortages. So yes, it could be sometimes what looks like repetitive process, and we're very appreciative of that. But that's unfortunately a situation we are in where we can't implement everything at once. So we have to find that compromise that allows us to deliver on these expectations. So again, I think just to echo what has been said, it's a complex process, but we're here to work with you to make your life as easy as possible when possible. But sometimes we're just going to have to accept there's going to be some challenges we can't resolve. But as long as we keep that communication going, I think we're in the right track.
Okay, so let's move on. Thank you again. So to complete the picture and the puzzle, so we have substances, organizations, referentials, and XEVMPD. So that's the focus of the next session. And we start with Pedro.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be giving a very brief overview of how the SOR data and XEVMPD and PMS fit together. So this has been already mentioned by Marcos, but it's just a recap that the first step before you register your products is to ensure that your substances, your organizations, and your referentials are registered in SMS, OMS, and RMS. And after that, you can then register the product in XEVMPD, where the product data will then be synchronized with PMS, IRIS, PLM portal, and then all the consuming systems. If any issue is identified during this data flow, then a ticket should be created in EMA Service Desk, and then the data will be corrected in XEVMPD. So for the moment, all product data can only be managed in XEVMPD. Now, focusing into SMS mappings. So for substances, the mappings are quite straightforward. So all human substances are registered in SMS, where they get a SMS ID, and then they are synchronized to XEVMPD, where they get an EV code. So this mapping is one-to-one, so it's very straightforward. And you will be able to see in PMS the substance preferred term, the same way that you can see it in XEVMPD at the moment. Now, where can you see these mappings between SMS and EV? So this is available in the export, available in the SPOR portal, in the API, and also in UTCT. So you'll be able to see both SMS ID and EV codes in these systems. Now, in terms of cleansing, there is a data cleansing exercise ongoing. So this is being led by the Substance Validation Group, the SVG. And we are currently with about 40% of the substances cleansed, and the remaining are still ongoing. And the way that you can see if a substance has been cleansed or not is through the SVG flag. And that was one of the questions raised that I will be addressing soon. And in some cases, a duplicate or an invalid substance is identified, and then we nullify that substance. And when we nullify it, we change the status from current to non-current. And the substance status is visible in the export and all the consuming systems that I've already mentioned. Now, focusing on the SVG flag. So the SVG flag is an external code that you can see in the export and in the API. And there's 3 different scenarios. So the first scenario is SVG flag 1. So this means that the substance has been reviewed by the SVG and it is considered a valid substance. So in this case, you can use the substance. There's no action required from you. Now the second case is SVG flag 0. So this is a substance that has been reviewed and it is considered a duplicate or an invalid substance. However, we cannot make it non-current, so we cannot nullify it at the moment because it's linked to products in XEVMPD. So these substances should not be used, but we cannot nullify them yet. You should, however, use the replacement substance that you can see in the comment section in the substance export. Lastly, the third scenario is substances without SVG flag, so the field is empty. So these are substances that have not yet been reviewed. They can be used, but there is the possibility that the substances will be nullified in the future. Unlikely, but possible. So for the moment, there's no action required for this scenario. So to sum up, for substances, marketing authorization holders should review the substance export, identify the substances that they are using in their authorized products, and if they see a substance with SVG flag 0, they should look into the comment section, find the replacement substance, and update the product in XEVMPD from the substance with SVG flag 0 to the replacement substance. Then I will be providing more information on the overall data cleansing exercise around substances with SVG flag 0 in the SPOR webinar in July. Now, handing over to my colleague, Deborah.
Thank you. So before we start with diving into the OMS details, at this point it's important to do the relationship between these two systems, OMS and NEV, and how they are connected on the daily basis. So we have recently improved a feature which is called EV to OMS deltas. So this feature allows us to integrate, to import into OMS recently created EV codes or latest version of the EV data. Crucial at this point, and for marketing authorization holder, the question to ask before anything starts is does the organization exist in EV? or in OMS? If the answer is no, the first place to create the data should always be OMS. The reason for this is because most of IAM roles, they come from OMS. So if the data does not exist in OMS, you cannot request any role to further access to the systems. The same for EAF. If the organization does not exist, you cannot submit an EAF form. So the first step is create the data in OMS. Second step will be to insert the organization details into EV, and here ideally as created in OMS. That's why OMS should be the first one, and to do reference to the loc ID. This will help the validation of the data by EV colleagues, but also later on, once we import the data into OMS, this will facilitate the process. Now, how are these EV codes mapped? So OMS currently have all marketing authorization holder codes and sponsors. So we've imported all this information into OMS, and they are mapped under one loc ID. So in this case, if there are duplicates in EV, OMS imported all of them. If they are active, if they are nullified, they should not exist in OMS. So which products are impacted? In this case, all authorized medicinal products submitted in EV. And PMS, this is very important to retain, that PMS will display OMS organization name, meaning that in some cases, in EV, you may not have the latest version of the data, although OMS will have, but we'll see a couple of details further on, and it'll be clear what are we talking about here. Where can you find these EV to OMS mappings? Three main points, three main places. One of them through the OMS export that you can get in the by accessing OMS portal. You can have this information through the OMS API, and last but not least, through the visualization of the location details on the OMS portal. There will be a mapping, XEVMPD code, and the respective codes will be there. What is the impact to industry? And here, very important to highlight two main scenarios. So starting with an exact or close match to OMS standardized data. So here, I'm bringing you three examples. So one of them where we have in EV a comma as part of the name, but when we imported the data into OMS, you can see that this comma is not present there. The reason for this is what our colleagues have been talking about. Our OMS dictionary, just like the rest of the sport domains, all the data will be standardized. In this case, according to OMS data quality standards, OMS will not recreate a copy, or we will ensure that we have equivalent and consistent data. The same for the location, in this case of ETF Medilab, where we see that OMS enriched the location with an industrial park information. So we're not changing the meaning of the data, we're just enriching the data to ensure that all systems that use OMS data, they all use the same data. Second example we have, for example, which is the vet pharma, where in EV you only have the name, you don't have a second element that OMS has captured, which is the legal entity type. You can have also the other way around, which is in EV you can have the legal entity type, but in OMS you don't have this element. But all these rules are specified in our OMS data quality standards. So in case you have any questions, you can always consult. In any case, the impact to retain to the marketing authorization holder at this point is that you need to review those mappings, EV to OMS mappings that we have in our portal. If you have any question, a service desk ticket should be created, or if there is any inconsistent that you find, any mapping that doesn't make sense, also the same place OMS service desk ticket. In EV, for this scenario where we have standardized data, so there are no actions required, although if you want, you can update the details in EV to reflect a copy of what we have created in OMS. As I mentioned before, this will minimize any validation issues performed by XEVMPD and also simplify the EV delta integration. Last scenario, but not less important, which is mapping to the latest version of the data. So there are we've noticed that there are legacy data in EV, meaning old names of organization, and as you know, OMS will always capture the latest version of the data, and in certain cases you may have in EV one name, whilst in OMS you will always have the latest version of the data. At this point in OMS, no actions should be taking place. However, in EV, if the product reference a non-valid MA status, no action should be required. If there is a valid MA status, marketing authorization holders can update the products to reflect the same information as is in the SMPC, or, as mentioned before, to have a copy from OMS data with the standardized information. Now moving on into EAF, PLM, and PMS. How does these two scenarios reflect and actions needed from the marketing authorization holder? When we have the first scenario, an exact match, or where we have only standardized data, no further actions will be required. However, when we talk of legacy data that may exist in XEVMPD, this is a known issue. There is a workaround. So current mappings to OMS will always refer to the latest version of the data. So data will appear differently when you access IAM or EMA account management, when you populate the EAF with a certain org ID. The solution for this issue will come with the next version of PMS, which will enable the use of previous OMS versions for the time being. What can marketing authorization holders do? So IAM is to ensure that when you use IAM, you always refer to the same org ID, and it doesn't matter the name that appears there. And in EF, not to use the web version, but to use the PDF version when populating the form. Why are those mappings so important? So the key for these mappings to exist is because access to PMS comes from this EV to OMS mapping. So if an incorrect OMS mapping exists, it will lead to marketing authorization holder not visualizing the product, or even to see the wrong products. So to ensure that you'll see all the relevant products when you log in, when you access PMS, first point of the checklist, you need to ensure that organization and location details are available in OMS. Of course, taking into consideration that we have standardized data. If this does not exist, access to PMS cannot be requested and EAF cannot be submitted. Second checkpoint, which is ensure that the mappings that we have are correct, because if this does not happen, products will not be available in PMS, or you will see the wrong product. Last but not least, to ensure that you use the same OMS ID when you request your role in IAM or EMA account management. Again, if this doesn't happen, you will not be able to see your products. Now, what can marketing authorization holders do in case of issues? So, recap, if the data does not exist in OMS, you need to submit a request to OMS change request in our OMS portal. If there is any inconsistency in the mappings or any mapping is incorrect, marketing authorization holders should submit OMS service desk, in this case, a question to OMS. After you validate that all the mappings are correct, if you still cannot see the products, you should report an issue in our service desk. To recap, in a nutshell, what the industry needs to do: first, review OMS mappings. Second, in OMS, no action should be required because we map the data according to the latest version of the data. Again, if you find some hiccups, of course, we'll be happy to hear from you through OMS service desk ticket. Last but not least, in EV, if there are no actions to not valid MA status products. To valid MA status products, you can copy the data from OMS or keep using SMPC information. And I will pass on to my colleague Veronica.
Hello, everyone. Just switching a role and hat. I'm also now RMS business lead, and I'm here to give you, as per my colleagues did, an update on RMS, in particular the exercise that we've been doing over the last weeks, all together in mapping XEVMPD data versus RMS data used for the purpose of the go live in particular. So, as you know, XEVMPD contains a list of 15 XEVMPD lists, let's call it in that way, and we have been mapping each list and each term containing those lists against those RMS lists to speak indeed the same language and make sure the data are propagated in an ISO-compatible way. We're talking about 18 RMS lists, and in the table that you can see here is just a summary. You can review offline. There would be more RMS lists covering single XEVMPD list. So we have been doing a data mapping exercise to map all non-nullified EV code. You know, it can be requested as a standard and proposed terms in XEVMPD, and these have been are used actually in authorized medicinal products datasets, and those have been mapped versus the RMS ID or relevant term, as you want, and those are usually current and non-current terms. I will explain later why also current terms. So, which products are impacted by this exercise? All your authorized medicinal products submitted into XEVMPD and as a result of data load in PMS will be converted into RMS format, so being ISO-DMP compatible. Just for you to bear in mind why in particular, because RMS will show the preferred term. So we know that in XEVMPD there are many terms that can be mapped against one single RMS term. And we want to make sure that just the preferred term can be displayed, but bear in mind that there is a mapping behind. So for you to have a look on the later presentations. In the next slides, I will explain to you where you can find these informations. So the key files that we have just released on the RMS portal, in particular the document section, I will invite you all from today onwards to start having a look to these 3 files. The key EDQM list that we have been mapped, because the rest of the list are already mapped, actually, I forgot to mention, are the route of administration. Then we are talking about pharmaceutical dose forms, but it's actually including, if you follow the previous slide, 4 different RMS lists: authorized pharmaceutical forms, combined pharmaceutical dose form, combination package, and combined terms. Those lists are EDQM officially recognized lists. And last but not least, the WHO official ATC codes list, but not only. We know that in XEVMPD to track homeopathics and herbal medicinal products, you also need to rely on ATC codes, which are purely based on a national level. So we have also embedded the scope of data mapping for our national classification RMS list. And news for you is that this national classifications list is now available, publicly accessible. Before it was made confidential, but for the purpose of this exercise, we decided to open to everybody so you can properly map each single ATC code. You can export the list either via accessing the RMS portal. You can access upon registration, you can download an XML file or CVS file. This is quite technical, but you can also access the document section and see the Excel files as defined. If you access RMS API, you will see that this is a screenshot. It will just be displayed in the first pictures. It's quite technical, but I'm sure vendors and colleagues from IT departments are very much confident with that. If you're not confident with RMS API, you can still open one of those files, and the second picture will explain to you how to read it. We have also included specific detailed instructions on how to access what should be done from your side in these files. If you're interested, even without accessing those files, but just opening RMS portal, you log in and you will find in each term there is a mapping section. I will invite you to see that every XEVMPD term that this has been created in XEVMPD is now mapped in the relevant RMS term. So, to give you a few information, I want to explain to you what's the impact from an RMS perspective and on the XEVMPD side. So there are three scenarios. The first scenario is when you have an exact matching to the current standard terms, or this term is a valid standard terms. In this case, you have a total one-to-one match, tablets, for instance, no error, no typo. In this case, you don't need to take any actions because we have already performed a mapping for you. You just need to make sure that in future you will be using the correct term. Impact at the level of XEVMPD, no action again, because we have already mapped this term. The last two case scenario will have an impact on yourself. You might have a typo or a close match to a current and valid standard terms. So imagine in XEVMPD we have been able to find in tablets with S in plural, but we know that the correct approved term by EDQM is tablets. It might be a simple error, but in any case it will be reflected in your products. If this has not been correctly reported, it will have to be, is actually very much recommended to update your XEVMPD products. Why? Because in this way, you will be able to see the correct data being propagated into PMS once you will be able to access PMS datasets. So, impact at the RMS level. We kindly ask you to review those terms, those files. We have introduced few classifications explaining when it's a close match, a typo, or another legacy term being created. If you have any doubt on the way we have been mapping, don't open a change request, just submit an RMS service desk question. There will be a slide to clarify also this point. If you think that the mapping has been correctly applied, so there is no impact on your products because your products are already have this term, don't take any action. You don't need to do anything. If you believe that the mapping is incorrect and you have no doubts about that, please raise an RMS change request because then we will be the ones submitting an update in RMS. So this can be reflected accordingly across the databases. If instead the mapping doesn't apply for some products, you will have any way to check your XEVMPD record. So overall, just make sure that XEVMPD is containing the correct terms and you are up to date with that. Last case scenario is we had to create, for the sake of legacy products, some legacy terms. This is because we know that not all the EDQM terminologies are actually approved and considered valid from EDQM. And so we had to create specific terms which have been made non-current on purpose. You might know when you have a CAP product, CHMP prefer to have a different terminology in RMS. So in that case, we exceptionally accept it, but we make it non-current. So in this case, no action is required because we created already the term, and the terms in XEVMPD have already been mapped into RMS term. But please make sure for the future that your product is always updated and you use the current standard term as created. Overall, if you have any question, of course, we strongly recommend to submit this via the ServiceNow RMS question. Now, just a little recap. If you are in doubt, you have no clear understanding from the files that have been released on the mapping that we have been doing, please ask a question, and the RMS team, in conjunction with the customer service team, will provide you the clarification. If you are sure and have a clear understanding of how the mapping was performed, submit a change request via the RMS portal. In this case, the EMA RMS data stewards will make sure that the terms is up to date, and please make also sure that you provide a clear guidances to that, so it can be supporting documentation. Now, there are a few lists, such as the EDQM list that I just mentioned. If you need to submit a change request because you know that in your you need this term for your electronic submission, of course you can submit the change request. Same if you have SMPC containing legacy terms which are not yet available in our RMS portal, make sure that these are also requested into RMS, and make sure that the provided documentation is also attached to that. So this will streamline the creation of and the validation and approval of the change request, but also will reduce the amount of change requests being rejected. ATC codes, human list. As I mentioned, the ATC code officially recognized by WHO is the one that should be always used. But we know that for some products, such as I mentioned, the homeopathics, registered products, so homeopathics or herbal, those products in XEVMPD might be using the national classification list. As I said, this list is available, but we also made a data mapping exercise. But in case there is a new ATC code to be requested, because this is not yet available in one of the both of the list, please make sure you also submit your change request. As you know, the RMS team submit on a yearly basis. We update this ATC WHO list, but of course, in some cases, such as the WHO hasn't yet confirmed or has published as temporary the new terminologies, we can make an exception and we create it as current. If registered products do not have any terminologies, and they know that the term that should be selected is not applicable, not assigned, the RMS and the PMS service will enable the submission also of the not applicable and submit and not assigned terminologies. Again, supporting documentation should be provided to streamline the process for approving the terminologies. Coming to other lists, which are, I think, the key list for the go live and the rest of the timeline just announced by my colleague Marcos. We know that for a long time we have been receiving quite a high volume of change requests for updating or creating new terminologies for the manufacturing list. So what we did, we collected the whole series of change requests submitted since RMS went live. We set up a group of experts between QWP, Biological Working Party, Inspection Working Group, and so on. Those experts met in Q1, review entirely the list of the manufacturing activities, and the finalized list has been already implemented in production in RMS. So you can find already up-to-date series of terminologies that have been either updated or created or removed. You can also find the minutes in the document section of the RMS portal, in case you want to know the reason why each term was updated or was rejected the proposal. We kindly request industry indeed to map any available RMS term and to enrich, as Marcos mentioned, the future PMS manufacturers elements with the relevant terminologies. Please do not submit any change request because we are planning another round of assessment with our SMEs just established, and this round will take place in Q3 or Q4 of this year, just to make sure that this is all aligned with the request. There are also few lists that we know very much the industry are interested to update. So for the moment, the shelf life and special precaution for storage list, this also will be under revision over 2024. So if you have to request this term just for the electronic application form, of course, you are very welcome to submit it. But if it's needed for the PMS scope and data structuring, just please be reassured that this is not needed because we will be enabling a later stage the data entry of this series of elements. Same for the material list. The change requests are not required for PMS, so you can avoid submitting this change request. But if you have to do for any other products related, because material list is also used by other products, of course, just please make sure that when you request it for a single material and not for a combination of terms. This is because this list has been specifically created for single terminologies, and also in future in PMS we will enable these fields to be repeatable, so there is no need to create a combination terms. Just a summary on what industry is expected to do from your side. As I said, we have been releasing these 3 XML Excel mapping files, so I really invite you all to connect and check what we have been publishing. Just as a heads up, we are also planning to release a guidance explaining to you the full process for submitting change requests in RMS, in particular for the ATC list or EDQM own list. This will be indeed on purpose for reducing the amount of change requests that have been rejected so far, and to give you a clear transparency of how everything works, because maybe from the external it's not so clear. Please make sure you map your terms across the RMS against the RMS manufacturing activities. And if you have a typo, please make sure that you review the files, you map correctly to the correct mapped RMS term, and this will be propagated correctly into RMS. If you think that the mapping is incorrect, submit a change request so the team can update it immediately. Of course, there is an SLAs, these are published on the RMS portal, but you can have a look offline if you want. If you need to submit instead you cannot please don't submit change request for manufacturing activities or for other lists like a shelf life and material. Any question, please raise it via ServiceNow RMS question. If there is a typo in XEVMPD, of course, please update it and make sure that this is correctly captured so the information are propagated. If you have legacy terms, again, make sure that this is also tracked and updated in your XEVMPD record, so you can also use the current terminologies. We will hosting in July a dedicated webinar for all of you to make clarity again on across all the SPOR services, in particular RMS, how to do this data cleansing activity. So hopefully by the time we have released these files, we might get a few questions, and this will be very useful for us because we can address in the July webinar. Now, again, takeaways from these sections. So you have heard from my colleagues that if you have any substance data, organizational data, referential master data that is not correct or is actually missing totally from the services or from your XEVMPD record, please make sure you have it up to date in XEVMPD and you request it on time via the SOR services, because this might impact you by the time we open the system, by the time we enable the edit functionality. You can mitigate the impacts that you have, as I said, by reviewing the substance data and the RMS exports. So you can ensure that the XEVMPD product data entity is up to date and propagated correctly to PMS. You need to make sure that your marketing authorization order organization is correctly tracked in OMS, and also make sure, this is because OMS is linked to XEVMPD and links to many other systems, that in XEVMPD the information that you have is also aligned and correctly reported as it is in OMS. If you have any question, please contact SMS or RMS on OMS service desk for reporting questions, but also issues. The second step, as we mentioned today, we need to prepare for PMS. So again, map your manufacturing activities terms, make sure that the data are submitted correctly as a change request if they are missing, and also do not submit, just invest the time in the list that we have just explained. Don't submit any other change request for other lists, such as the shelf life, storage, condition, and material. This will come later and will be announced at a later stage. I think I finished. Yes, thank you.
This was very dense. It's a critical success factor. These mapping exercises. It's a massive effort. We are aware of that, and we are saying there's going to be lots of guidance for everyone to make it to make it possible, and support via service desks. I'm looking at the time. There may be lots of technical questions now. This was quite technical. I just wonder whether we just collect those and we don't spend too much time now, unless there is something that we can address just now, maybe one question in the room and maybe one online, and then we take the coffee break to refresh for the next session. So one in the room, please.
Thank you. So Elisabeth Godet from Vaccine Europe. Yes, the KUG, the key user group, is making a very, very good job. The question for some of the complex cases, would that be possible from the data governance perspective to have another escalation level to tackle some specific cases? Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I think, is this a question for RMS or which? Yeah, so I'm also involved in key user group now. So I know there is a plan that we have agreed over the years. So the agreement that we have agreed actually last week is that we will be prioritizing everything that is due for the PMS go live. So I know already that several lists will be needed to be up to date, and that's also the reason why we want to launch as soon as possible, even before the go live, this data mapping exercise that the agency did for you to save your time, but also we need your support, in case there is any major concern or data mapping that has to be escalated properly. So then key user group first of all escalate it, and then we take on board. But we don't use only the key user group. We also monitor very well the ServiceNow ticket. We have set up dashboards. And now with the PUI opening an API, we have also specific PMS, PUI labels for in ServiceNow for any question or issues. Because I imagine once you open we open the PMS via API or PUI, there is where you can see the data actually. So you might be reporting there, and so there is a lot of connection.
Thank you for the answer. A question online?
Yeah, so we have one question from, or we have a lot of questions, but to also moderate indeed what's going to be discussed elsewhere, is with the mapping of XEVMPD, RMS being published now, will changes in terms, for example, nullified terms, need to be reflected in SMPC?
So no, the straight answer is no. We're just requesting to keep your XEVMPD records up to date because of the mapping that we did, and to make sure that this is propagated. But if you need to change the SMPC, it means that you need to submit a variation because it's a major change. So no, for the moment, no.
All right, so we keep the channel open for questions. We collect all of those. These are helpful for us because then we understand where the difficulties are, and we can then address them to support everyone in these mapping processes. And then with this, I invite you for taking a break, refreshing for the next sessions, and we reconvene in 15 minutes, in 20 minutes, is it?
20 past 3.
20 past 3. Thank you very much.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. This is our last session for the day, and it is my pleasure to introduce the new chair, which we haven't had a chance to meet today. Hilmer Amen, who is the head of the Information Management Division within the agency. And Hilmer, you didn't have a chance to give us a bit of insight of why you think PMS is important from your point of view. So maybe that's a nice way to start with the introduction.
Thank you, Emmanuel. And it's a pleasure to be here and to see so many familiar faces, the usual suspects, I would say. Yeah, apologies for this morning. I was on my way in, but there were a couple of accidents on A44. And then when I came here, I heard it was going so well in here that I decided not to interrupt the flow of the session. So yeah, I wanted to first of all introduce myself, as Emmanuel said, Head of Information Management. So what's my role regarding or related to SPOR and PMS is that on the one side, we're building and maintaining the system, the technology platform, but I think what's even more important, and I think this is the point I wanted to make also this morning, SPOR is not just about the system, it's not just about the data, it's about the processes around the data and how we keep the data in shape. It's a robust data management system that really ensures data quality, ensures that we continuously have an eye on the data and make sure they support the various regulatory procedures. And obviously this is done through Isabel's team. Am I close enough? Oh, I need to. Yeah, so, well, now I'm too. Yeah, so I think you've already discussed the importance of today and why we're here. I think there's many new use cases coming down the pike, the ESMP, the EAF, the EPI, so everything will need good data. And obviously we understand we're coming from a world of legacy data. We all need to transition, and I think that this happens in a coordinated way, that we have good communication, that we exchange best practices, we exchange our learnings. I think this is the reason why we're here today, and I'm very happy now to open this session, which really focuses on case studies and the practical implementation and how on the one side, the national competent authorities are getting ready for the challenge, and then we'll also get the industry perspective. And so we will start with the NCA perspective, and I saw Georg is online and also was not able to come here due to the flight and the weather-related flight cancellations. So too bad, Georg, dinner next time then, because we had planned dinner for tonight. So let me introduce you to my friend and colleague Georg. Georg Neuwirth is the head of IT at the Austrian agency. Georg has been for a long time a big promoter of the implementation of ISO IDMP across the EU. So he's been very active at the European level. Also his involvement obviously at Unicom has been instrumental to really move us forward. Yeah, I'm happy to hear the update from Georg. And Georg, are you ready? And take over.
Yeah.
Thank
yes,
you.
thank you. Just last final audio check. Can you hear me properly? Is the microphone good?
Perfect.
Perfect. Hilmar, thanks for your nice introduction. And yeah, it's sad, but I need to say it to the audience. It would have been our first dinner together. So we are not always meeting just for dinner. Yeah, it's a pity I couldn't fly into Schiphol. At the end, it was an IT problem. So we see how fragile maybe digitalization is. And I'm also very sad not to be with you because I love presence and talking to colleagues, and also your lunch breaks seem to be very nice. Today I was invited, and I'm grateful for this, to give some insights into information exchange at NCA level. and to give some thoughts how the sport PMS will influence or is already influencing this. So just 1 second promotion. I'm working for the Austrian Medicines and Medical Devices Agency, and our main focus is the One Health circle. So we have many different disciplines, and I focus on the human medicines and medical devices topics. Please have a notice on the disclaimer, and then we go into the details. Yes, so I think I start how data flows are in our perspective, not only like we talked in the sessions before, inside, let's say, the regulatory environment from applicants to regulators, but also across the borders to our consumers. So we as an agency, we receive data from MAHs. You know, we have this variation and application forms, and both the MAHs and us as an agency, we are already utilizing the sports services for a long time, RMS, intermediate time organizations, and of course, substances. What we do, we process the data. For regulatory activities, we sometimes get also additional information from the supply chain, so from wholesalers and pharmacies. Since 2 years, we are exporting regulatory data into the UPD. This is veterinary, of course, but there are many lessons learned that we can gain for the human domain. And now comes the interesting part. Data leaves our ecosystem of regulatory and will be used by consumers. So first of all, we provide this trusted data to the supply chain back, but also to legal indexes and official data repositories in Austria. And I think this scenario is quite similar in many other member states as far as I know. So what's happening with this data? Data consumers like the public, citizens, practitioners, health data providers, etc., and e-health organizations, they utilize this data and use it for their purposes. For example, a new purpose, a new use case is EU-wide cross-border e-prescriptions, which is a very good thing for European citizens. What will happen when PMS will now come into place? We and the MHs will reuse data from PMS. We will have a new data feed into the regulatory environment. With the ASMP, we also will see that PMS will populate data into ESMP. We as regulators have to feed data into ESMP, but also the MAHs will feed data into ESMP. So if you look into some practical findings of this data flow from, let's say, the source to the data consumers outside the ecosystem of the regulatory environment. So it's already an existing data flow, and it's not a simple one. And we can see that different stakeholders inside the network and outside the network are using data for their specific business cases. We also can see that the sport PMS has a much wider purpose than the XEVMPD. I would say the sport PMS will have impact on regulatory activities, as the Article 57 maybe was mainly focused on pharmacovigilance. We also can see in this process and data flow that we have multiple contributors with their specific data fragments. So what I'm meaning with this, creators are reusing data, providing it to other contributors who create something new with this information. So the MAHs combine data from their RIM with OMS, RMS, SMS data. We NCAs enrich the data with authorization details, and downstream the value chain, maybe additional information like logistic numbers, etc., will be added. But what we also can see in this complex flow that we can identify leading creators. So for example, the NCAs are responsible for the authorization numbers in this. We also can see that data is stored in multiple places. So there's no single source of something inside and outside the MRN. So data duplication is a reality, although I often hear that we should avoid this. If we look into the reality, this is the case. Data is needed in IT systems, so data duplication is a reality, is a fact. And we also can see in this flow, especially when we go into the e-health organizations, we see that different consumers and creators are using different standards languages depending on the domain. So for example, we in the network use SPOR terminology based on the data on code system providers like Meta, and the eHealth world uses SNOMED. This causes some problems in the flow because mappings and then translations are needed. So this is why interoperability comes into the game. So we need to ensure that this data flow is efficient, and at the end that we have trustworthy data. And you know, like this game, one is telling another one something, at the end it's completely different. So we need to make sure that throughout the whole value chain, the data is trustworthy. This can be achieved by multiple measures, but I would like to go into two of them that we see in our agency. The one is semantic measure. So we speak the same language. We know what we mean with certain data elements. We know the business rules, and so we can understand the same. And this is very important when we talk about PMS and IDMP, because there are new concepts introduced. And I'm pretty sure if I would be with you in the break and would ask many of you, what's your manufactured item? Not pretty sure if all of you would reply the same and would understand the same with manufactured items or with package item layers. Second, if you want to exchange data via machine-to-machine communication, we need to agree on technical measures. Technical measures like technical identifiers, interfaces, message formats, etc., rules. Otherwise, we cannot let machines talk to each other. It's nothing new. There's also an Interoperable Europe Act, and this presentation focuses on two of these layers, semantic and technical. But I've already heard multiple times in this meeting today, we need to talk about the business process. And I completely agree. And everyone who knows me from the past, this is one of my favorite topics, but not for today. But the business process definitions must urgently follow. So let's focus on the SPOR PMS. When we talk about the new situation, we have SPOR PMS, which is a shared data repository, and we have a system landscape in the European Medicines Regulatory Network. So we have systems at EMA, systems at applicants industry, and with our systems. And we have some interoperability measures in place. First of all, these are the ISO IDMP standards, which define standards, language, and concepts. And we have the IDMP implementation guides. You could say this is semantic. Then we need to get used to the HL7 FIRE concepts. So this is more on the technical side. And with SPOR, we have shared common dictionaries. And we have a technical interface so that we can exchange data with SPOR. Utilizing those interoperability measures might lead to, let's say, compatible data models over the full value chain. So every system, of course, will have their own data model, but they will have similarities. They will be compatible to each other. I try to display this here. They're quite same, but of course, different colors, different rules in details for their user interfaces, but they are compatible. We will have IDMP enabled business rules execution. And if you think about data flow, you also need to make sure that there's some kind of validation of data so that I can tell my provider, not sure, you don't send me data according to rules that we agreed. We need to have unique identifiers. I will come to this later. And we need to have this efficient usage of computer interfaces. And this should then lead to trust in data. And this is one of the main objectives, as I said before, trustworthy data in every step of the data flow. Going into some more details, SPOR PMS is based on IDMP. This means we have a very granular data class concept. So it's much more granular and structured than we know it from XEVMPD or from maybe your IT system. This has many pros, but some contrast that we have to also consider. And to gain benefits, it's so essential that we all get to know those concepts. And this is one of the steps and tasks that is ongoing in the network and also ongoing in our Unicom project, which I will explain in one more minute. So what does it mean if we group data into such classes? It means we can uniquely identify data classes, we can create up them, delete them without changing the whole product, for example. We can then, for example, uniquely identify the product package. And we had already some discussion today about pack size and packages to be enriched. So if we do this, then we will be able to uniquely identify, but also machines can uniquely identify packages without reading free text product descriptions. We can also have data from manufactured components. This is not available in the current XEVMPD system, and many more other business cases can be done. And if we then all agree on compatible data models, we have some kind of virtual connections. That means every single class knows, this is my class in my system, and this is the class in SOR PMS. And this enables us to exchange data between systems. Otherwise, if you don't agree on something common, these virtual connections will not be realized, meaning that we will not have an efficient and trustworthy data flow across the network, but also to our data consumers in eHealth or in the public. And there's one project which was ongoing now for the 4th year, that is Unicom. And Unicom is a project financed by the European Commission, and we are very grateful that the European Commission realized that we need to foster IDMP implementation in Europe. And so a call was made where 11 NCAs plus many partners from eHealth and industry, so quite a lot of disciplines were working together to increase the value of data by implementing shared concepts that are compliant with ISO MP, but also compliant to EMA's implementation guide onto the technical measures that I explained before. So 11 member states from the regulators are now refactoring or building new databases and systems according to the new rules. They were mapping the legacy data into the new data class concept. They have been continuing utilizing EMA SPOR services. One major achievement is that we have built up a network of experts. So we have a lot of training material that we provide to the network, and I will provide the link to this training material at the end of this presentation. We contributed to the new EU SRS substance database, and we are also contributing to the PLM portal with the new web-based forms, acting as the product owner. So if you're interested in this project, this is the link where you can find information. And if if you're brave enough to fly in this stormy weather, next week there's our final conference, and I think last registration should still be possible for this. As you can see here, we are also contributing as product owner to the PLM portal, and I would like to mention Noel here, who gave the presentation in the morning, and I would like to thank him so much for his contribution. And I need to say this because with the end of Unicom, Noel will leave our agency and will hand over the product owner role. And I would like to say thank you very much, Noel. You did a great job, and we will get you back to our agency. Thanks a lot. And maybe give a short applause to Noel because he did a real good job. Thanks a lot. Good.
Thank you, Georg.
No. So if we think about PMS, IDMP, and FHIR, is this a milestone for our data flows in regulatory activities? Let's think about that. With this, the new EEFs, the web-based forms, will be able to utilize master data. So this means you don't need to type data in anymore into the variation forms. You can populate it. Means less effort, less error prone when authoring of variations also at MAH site, but also at our site, because we don't need to check if you typed in the data that we already know. Second, now we have a future-proof format. So with this concept, we NCAs will be able to electronically import electronic application from data in the new FHIR format. Some of the agencies are already importing data automatically, so no typing, but in a very proprietary old, we don't want to know format. Now we are future-proof being able to read FHIR format messages. A milestone for downloading CAP data. So once PMS will be there, CAP data can be downloaded via the SPOR PMS API, and an automatic PMS synchronization can be set up, meaning we have less effort in, again, typing out data, and we have a timely availability of CAP data in our national data flows, because as you've seen before, we as agencies have to provide data to national data consumers. And this also includes CAP data. And let's think about industry. I think also with this PMS, IDMP, and FHIR concepts, RIM systems will align to this common data language. And this means at the end of the day, I think that we will see that typing in data into the PL portal will also vanish and being replaced with machine-to-machine communication between RIMs and some data entry into the network. So my assumption, my personal assumption is, yes, it could be a game changer in our data flows, but we need to make sure that interoperability measures are really well considered and implemented. Otherwise, it could also result in more effort in moving data across the different stakeholders. So some take-home messages in summary. And I think we are in front of our summer break. So I wanted to show you a nice picture of a seaside, but you do that, but the antipasti state as a title. So before eating, we need to ramp up knowledge. There's a lot of information on EMA's website, but I also would like to promote our Unicom YouTube channel, where you can see some videos from Noel and other partners, also myself, are explaining some best practices how NCAs do that IDMP implementation in their member states. So the 11 did this presentation, some FHIR trainings, and some helpful information. And there's also the link to the Unicom project where you can read some deliverables and reports. Then please raise awareness also at agencies and industry that PMS data will be used in regulatory activities. Although it comes from a vigilance, let's say, world, the XEVMPD, now it's moving into PMS, and this implies that XEVMPD data, former vigilance focused data, will now be used in regulatory activities. And I'm from IT, very business oriented, but I know the habit of my colleagues, and they're very strict on data and checking, very strict. So PMS data quality will have impact on regulatory activities. So I think Markus said before, we need to be careful and check data. And I would like to underpin this. This is needed because otherwise maybe some regulatory activities might be delayed. Last in this antipasti, bring experts together. Now it's really time to sit together at the NCAs and industry to think about interoperability readiness, also inside your company and agency. And this is only possible if business and IT experts work together. They can't work in silo. It's too complex nowadays, are the topics that we are handling. Eating, make your systems and data ready for IDMP concepts and FHIR messaging. We are so happy, those 11 NCAs, that we got some money from the Commission, because this is real resource demanding, extending models, new interfaces, ensuring the right usage of SPOR, OMS, RMS, SMS, mapping to those identifiers, and also enriching identifiers in our IT systems so that we can link our products to the PMS products, but not just the product, also all the classes that you have seen before, because we need to know which package exactly is my package and which is the linked package in PMS. And I think you all can see that this link, my package, PMS package, industry package, e-health package, package in the pharmacy, there is a virtual connection that needs to be set up to make this data flow efficient. Yes, this brings me to the identifiers, which are the key for linking things together. And there's a real requirement to EMER to make sure that we have a stable identifier of those data classes, that they are in place for PMS data structures, and that they are available in the application forms right from the start of regulatory activities. And so this will then lead to that we can initially load that data in our systems, process the data, and can set up a continuous data synchronization. If we do this, we deserve Dolce. And this means we start realizing first benefits. And it's a repetition from before. We NCAs, we really see that the first benefit is that we are able to download CAP data. This is perfect. Then we can switch over to the new FHIR format to import data from the application forms, which is a massive reduction of manual data typing. And for the industry, the first benefit will be if they go into the new variation form, they can just select the master data from PMS. The data is pre-populated into the variation form, so there's no need to type data in that is already known in the regulatory network. So these are first benefits for the Dolce. For the NCAs and EMA, I would like to say, and I hope that I'm good in time. Yes, it looks like that we can. No, what I want to say is we try to get a next Unicom project, a Unicom successor. So please, NCAs and EMA, monitor it closely if there will be a call for this. And we really work on this, and that's myself, it's Pelle Person, who is in the audience, and Krista Backman. We try to, let's say, convince policymakers at the Commission, together with the Unicom, our consortium, that we have another Unicom successor, because we think it will be only a success if all member states follow the IDMP and FHIR standard, because otherwise there's a break in between Europe and this is not helpful. So we need to get some more funding and resource support for the other member states to onboard those member states. Status for today, we are working on this follow-up project, but there are no decisions yet. Good, so this is my last slide. So interoperability, and interoperability means, as I introduced in this short presentation, is key factor for processing and providing trustworthy data. And I really think let's work on this together. And I would like to thank you for your attention. I hope there was something inside this presentation that you can take home, and I'm happy to receive questions or any other contact from you. And I can see that my name is written in the wrong way, so there's a typo, Neuwirth, as you can see in the footer. Thanks a lot. I think I hand over to Hilmar.
Yes, thank you, Georg. Yep, round of applause.
Thank you.
Excellent presentation. Thank you for giving us a great overview and also visionary perspective on implementation of ISO IDMP, the need for interoperability. I also wanted to echo what you said about the collaboration with Unicom and the good partnership we had with Noel as product owner. So also a big thank you from the EMA side, and we look forward to continue to working together on this important topic. So now we are switching gears a little bit, and it's my pleasure to introduce. No. I was told by Peter we wait until the very end before we. Okay, so then we're flexible. Let's take some questions. Yeah. Okay. So do I see any hands? Ah, Remco, please.
Yeah. Georg, a pity that you're not here. Oh, that's better zoomed. Well, I'm not sure if it's better. Pity that you're not here, but thanks also to Noel for all the effort. Just one question, right? I mean, in Unicum, there were 11 NCAs involved. We know that there are more NCAs. Who can I call to know the status about the other 10 plus NCAs that are not yet involved in Unicum?
What we are trying to do is we will set up some sustainability measures. We want to make sure that the Unicum results are then disseminated to all of the member states. So we will try to set up some kind of exchange platform. And this will also include to ask the other member states, how far are you? So for example, we know Italy has done a lot and was not a Unicum partner. So I think if you come back to me, or then we can exchange this information. But I need to liaise with, for example, with Pelle, how we set up this and how we make such a survey.
Thank you. And Joris, can you help us with questions online?
Yeah, a few came in. One was actually the same one asked in the room. Another one is an anonymous person wondering about when you as marketing authorization holder for veterinary products at a national level, do you also the question is, will we also merge the UPD and PMS databases? And that was a question very much inspired by Gareth's presentation as well, because I asked the person online to rephrase it at least once. So I don't know if there's something, Gareth, that you do you want to say indeed about the what we're doing for PMS versus veterinary also at the national level?
I can say 2 sentences, and then I think I need to hand over to an EMER colleague. But from my perspective, we are a joint agency, so veterinary and human, and we try to gain as much synergies between the human and the veterinary domain. So for example, we have a shared IT system, we have a shared IDMP compliant data model. So that's what we are trying to find, all the things which are really similar between human and veterinary, because otherwise we couldn't afford IT for veterinary, because it's such a small, let's say, part in our agency. And how this will be achieved at EMER and EMER architecture, I can't say. So someone from EMER would need to tell.
Just to add upon that, so technically in the background, PMS and UPD is the same database. It just happens to have a different filter for human or veterinary products. So it's a similar technical solution. But I think more importantly for external parties, also UPD was based on fire exchange, and there's a common data model, a common subset of fields, not all, of course. We don't have the target species on the human side, but we all have dosage forms, product names, pharmaceutical forms, routes of administration, and so on. So that backbone was deliberately aligned with UPD implementation. So it just happened for timeline, like we're doing now. The veterinary legislation hit us first. So we had to do the veterinary products first, and now we're catching up with the human ones. So we're catching up with the deadlines as they appear. It happened to be led by the veterinary colleagues who are the experts in this domain. It happened to have a slightly different branding, UPD, but it relies on the same backbone capabilities, a common message, a common data model, and a common database in the background. The process, of course, is different, because what we do in the vet domain and in the human domain, there's slightly different requirements we need to cater for.
Thank you. Thank you for responding. Any more questions? I think we're... Oh, please.
As was mentioned this morning, industry is of course a key stakeholder. So what about for any potential second phase of Unicum having more SME engagement into Unicum?
Shall I answer? Yeah. So I think the new concepts and the new regulations and all what we heard in the morning session brings a lot of new, let's say, work and tasks to especially small and medium enterprises. And I really think that we need to to think how to support with training and support with best practices and sharing ideas. Of course, IT systems by itself cannot be shared between companies, but all the ideas and good training material should be made available to help European companies to come to this level. And if this is done via a funding by the Commission, I'm not so sure. I'm not in this level, but for sure, we as a network could try to set up and provide good lay language training material.
Okay, thank you. And I think with this, if there's nothing else online, we can take some more questions later. Yeah, I would propose we'll move on to the next session. And it's my pleasure to introduce you to Kepa Amutjastegi. Yes, please. And I heard Kepa is actually the father of the organization management system. So it's a pleasure to meet you. And yeah, so Kepa is Associate Director for Regulatory Information Management at Merck Sirona, and he brings 20 years of experience in life sciences data management in both EMA and Merck. And Kepa is going to give us the industry perspective on how we're preparing for the change and where we stand. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very nice to see familiar faces. As you have indicated correctly, I will take you through the journey that in Merck Group we initiated back in 2017 in the implementation of IDMP. And there we will go through a number of key steps and stages that we have been taking in taking us through this journey and continues. And as we have discussed many times today, it will continue long term in the future as well. So we started back in 2017, where we had to start building up the business case in the organization to start implementing IDMP. And we took the opportunity of the implementation of a master data management tool together with the regulatory information system. And there in that business case, we adapted the implementation of IDMP as a core element of this implementation. And we tackled defining the benefits of implementing IDMP, not purely from the regulatory compliance perspective, but looking at internal values that it will generate as well. So of course, we defined the need to start implementing SPOR through the mappings, building a single language in the organization, making sure that we can also support the different regulatory use cases from the compliance perspective. But then we tie to that the value that we would generate internally by creating an interoperable operating model, data integration, building a single language internally in the company as well, using IDMP as the conduit, as the channel to start implementing those benefits in the organization. Building connections, not only from the regulatory perspective, but also linking different activities in the organization, whether this is clinical, manufacturing, supply chain, and there developing the value of the data to have the operational excellence as an aim of the organization as well. We started implementing the regulatory information management system, and there, of course, we needed to prepare the data. We needed to map all the relevant regulatory data respecting the SPOR data domains as well. And that was one of our initial key milestones together with the implementation of the master data management tool. And this is in conjunction with data integration between the MDM solution as well as our regulatory information management system. And the different SPOR data domains were implemented through data mapping, not fully completed in all different areas, but as I said, this is a journey to be initiated, and this journey continues. And through all the different opportunities and challenges that we will have in the future, we're trying to find, as part of the strategy, the value of implementing IDMP as well. Data and data quality is key. And this was one of our main use cases in delivering value with implementing IDMP. So for that, we need to look at data cleansing, data enrichment, meaning data we don't manage on a structured format related in the scope of IDMP implementation in the EU, but looking at what is priority for us as well. So the landscape of data when we talk about IDMP is vast. For companies which may not have all the data managed in a structured format, first you need to source it. It may not be available as structured data. You need to extract it from documents. You need to implement it as structured data in the regulatory information system. And you need to build the business process and governance around it as well. So that is a major effort that takes place. Therefore, we need to prioritize what are the immediate and short-term requirements, and also not forgetting about the end goals of implementing IDMP. And this is what we have focused on for, I would say, for the last 2 to 3 years. Preparing the data we have, cleansing the data, and improving the data governance, thinking about the data quality, but also being in mind that the roadmap and the priorities and the implementation approach that has been taking place until now will require us to focus on certain areas, being the structured data to support the EAF variation applications, which has been one of our main use cases, and preparing the PMS data for our product portfolio using XEVMPD also as our mechanism to slowly build on the content. And this is not a task that you can start today and finish next month. This is a project in itself, and it requires a lot of effort, organization, and planning. Therefore, it is really important for us to have that visibility, what is really required, so that then we can have the according strategies as well. So for XEVMPD, we have focused on enriching and standardizing the package description data, as well as ensuring that all the packages that we have in XEVMPD have the authorization number correctly recorded, and medicinal product full name being one of those key attributes used for the migration of the data to PMS as well. And this is all our experience. Doesn't mean that one needs to focus only on these data points, but these are the areas that we have been focusing to make sure that our portfolio of products in XEVMPD will lead us to successful preparation of the PMS data as well. And following on to the XEVMPD topic, so we have the third acknowledgement that is taking place regarding the validation of the content of the submission to XEVMPD. We normally track all third acknowledgement, meaning we look at what is accepted and what is not accepted as well. And there have been cases where some of these submissions are accepted with changes or not accepted at all. And we challenge in cases where we either do not agree with it or would like to know the rationale behind it as well. And I only note 2 examples where we have seen where some coded indications submitted are not accepted because they do not reflect the information, the SMPC. And that's something that we have been taking on board internally and assessing those changes and reflecting them correctly in the regulatory information management system and the reference source and documentation as well. But last but not least, we have had more cases where the medicinal product full name was not accepted because of minor discrepancies with the SMPC in section 1, where there may be some special characters in the name of the medicinal product, but were not reflected in the structure data, and they were not accepted as such due to the SMPC being slightly differently as well. So that's an area where we would like to progress on to ensuring that if the information reflects correctly the name of the medicinal product, we should not have such challenges in registering correctly in XEVMPD, because this may lead to issues in the transition to building the content of PMS as well. Now, looking into a more technical landscape we have. So we initiated the implementation of the master data management solution integrated with the regulatory information system. Our MDM talks to the SPOR API to consume the organization and referential data, and manually we currently upload the Excel file available on the SPOR website for substances. We do this and then we map internally for substances. For active substances, for instance, we map the internal substances with internal identifiers and also with the EV codes and GSRS codes as well. This information is then fed to the RIM system, so that then when we start submitting data from the RIM system in the future to PMS, we can then have the structured data and the data set prepared based on the IDMP identifiers. Currently, we integrate the RIM system with the XEVMPD through the gateway, and that's the channel we currently use to populate and maintain XEVMPD. For organizations, we did the same. We map the internal organization identifiers with OMS, and that is also made available in the RIM system. And last but not least, also referentials are made available in the RIM system. The RIM system itself is also integrated with some other systems to support other business processes, and this is also where we start leveraging from IDMP implementation, providing interoperability and integration in the organization, and that is also one of our main goals currently in enhancing the value of the product data by integrating this data throughout the organization. This is a long journey that we will need to follow. We are quite an early stage currently, but this is where I believe that you can deliver additional value, not only from the regulatory compliance perspective, but utilizing data integration and interoperability through standardized data as well. Okay, and this is the last slide to give you a little bit of a high-level journey that we follow from defining the strategy on preparing the data. As the RIM system is first implemented, we didn't have all the data we needed cleansed and up to the data quality level we needed. So we implemented the RIM system, and what is really important that we start this journey of preparing the data as early as possible, whether it is defining what the regulatory data would be priority, defining the right standard and governance on that data, and making this data trusted data and of acceptable quality. And that is a long journey as well that one needs to take. Implementing an entire data governance, implementing the data ownership, right business processes, and then making sure that this data is usable throughout the organization and to provide to regulators as well. That's a journey that many companies need to go through. Some may be more mature than others, but that's something that we all need to define as our target operating model as well. Throughout the transition, another aspect that we always had to take into account is what is our priority in the short to medium term. And this is throughout the transition, we need to have the right strategy. We need to understand what are the requirements from the compliance perspective and of course internally as well. And this is an area that is valuable for us to have visibility of what is going to be required from the regulatory compliance perspective. And not having that visibility challenges our ability in defining the right strategies and implementing the solutions accordingly. To build, to implement changes, to develop solutions, you need to have a business case. You need to have the right mobility of funds, resourcing, and you need to have the right business processes implemented as well, and that takes time. Therefore, it's best to have that visibility already established as clearly as possible so that it helps companies and industry as well in making sure that we are also IDMP data ready. Currently, in the implementation of EAF, we initiated the use of PLM for variation applications for centrally authorized products last year with extensive change management, where you need to bring and mobilize all the product teams as well, change the process to start using PLM. In this case, is for centrally authorized products. Currently, we use PLM for all our centrally authorized product variations. And of course, that will be the same process we will follow for the national products next year. And I would say these are some of the key activities that we are focusing on. Data cleansing and data enrichment, data quality and data governance are very important aspects of what we need to do to be ready to start submitting data to regulators and utilize this data also internally in the organization. And I think I will end the session there.
So, yes, thank you. And because we're taking questions, so first of all, very impressive from my perspective, how you've really made, in the company, made this a priority, a strategic priority, and very nice to see the journey of how you're connecting from the ERP down to the RIM system, which I believe is a big challenge, and it's a monumental effort. And I think the key here is indeed not to look at just regulatory compliance, but to see what are the benefits, the business benefits that we can derive from IDMP. So very, very nice presentation. I wanted to see if there's questions in the room first. Isabel, please.
It's not just a question, but it's a statement, and highlighting the opportunity of this event. I think I had the opportunity to talk to Kepa offline about this presentation, and I'm going to circle back to the third acknowledgement. And if I understood, Kepa said he saw benefits, he had some issues with the MEDRA coding indications that he benefited from the work that EMA does, but he had some hurdles with the way that we are currently managing the product name in XEVMPD. And as I'm responsible for XEVMPD, so that's excellent feedback for me. And I'm already acting agile on that. And we will be repeating the training across the team to make sure that the information is spread. We will be updating the XEVMPD guidance to make sure we reflect that the information needs to be consistent with the SMPC, but it needs to be in a way that does not disrupt that migration and the goals that we are trying to achieve here. So that information is known, but it might not be always clear. So we will update the training and the guidance, and we will be advertising this via the SPOR webinars, which we also host on a quarterly basis to keep stakeholders updated. So thank you, Kepa, for bringing that topic to our attention. It's much appreciated, and looking forward to more feedback of companies' implementations.
No, and I think this example also shows the value of jointly looking at the same data, right, and curating the data together. And I think that's in a way how we over time make the quality of the data better and better. I wanted to see, Joris, any questions online?
There are a few. There's two I'll stick together because they both relate to effort. One is indeed what amount of people is directly involved in Merck's journey towards IDMP and standardization. And the second one, also related to effort, is can you elaborate on the effort that you invest in the review of the third acknowledgement?
Yes, we currently have a small team supporting the IDMP implementation, but we work with many teams across the business. Business who are responsible for the maintenance of the data, the SMEs in the business, and those who are responsible to provide the data in the RIM system as well. So it's a small team, and which leads the initiatives regarding the IDMP implementation, but works with many teams across the organization.
Anything else? More questions?
Yeah, there's more. So one is, have you already seen some benefits on the implementation of IDMP in your company?
Yes, I mentioned earlier that we're trying to drive more internal benefits creation. And this is with regards to data integration. I mentioned earlier that the RIM system is also integrated with other systems, and this is only the initial phase of the journey, where other business processes outside the global regulatory affairs, they can start utilizing data that we have in the RIM system. It's only early stages, but the intention is to extend the data integration throughout the organization, and product data, then we can start sharing the identifiers, and we all speak the same language.
Guess we have time for one more.
So another question online that we received is, does Merck maintain investigational and authorized products in its MDM system? What additional information do you capture in your MDM about products which is not in your RIM?
Yes, the answer is yes to both. We do have investigational medicinal products as well as the authorized medicinal products. We use the gateway for the authorized products. For the investigational, we are planning to start using it this year, but for the time being, we use the EV Web for the maintenance of the data. But both the investigational and authorized products are in the RIM system.
Okay, very good, very interesting. Thank you. Thank you, Kepa. And I guess we're moving on to our next speaker, which is Vanny. Ah, there you are. I was trying to spot you in the room. Nice to see you in person. Vanny Karapetian? Yeah, okay, it's close. And Vanny came all the way from California. Is that?
That was the button.
So you came here just to experience the wonderful weather, the Dutch weather?
We don't have any good weather in California.
So let me please introduce introduce you to Vanny. Vanny brings 20 years of experience in life sciences, technology expertise at different companies, Roche, J&J, and Amgen. Your experience is in clinical development, manufacturing, regulatory, and then I think you're very interested in driving value from data. So I guess that's why you're here. Made all the long trip across the ocean. So yeah, we're very curious to hear about your journey as it relates to ISO ADP and SPOR PMS.
Good.
Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. In sitting through this very informative day so far, I do think regardless of our affiliations, there are a couple of themes that keep coming up, and I think they'll be reflected here. So one, it really does help to have budget. Second is that sometimes we think we're right and we're not exactly right, and we have to make our best guesses despite not having all of the information we need. And a third one of the presenters had said earlier this morning, is that our product data really is the glue of the enterprise, and that is at the core of the approach that we've taken. I think it's really aligned with Kepa, really aligned with the Unicom presenter from Georg, and I hope there's something of value in addition to all of the stuff that we've seen today that you get from this presentation. So, in my role at Roche, probably for the last few years, I have been responsible for helping the organization transform how it uses and understands data. And if I had made this on day one, I think it would have been a lot easier journey. But this is what we've come to over a few years. And it looks pretty similar to what Kepa had presented, but there are a couple things I want to highlight because I think they're relevant to any industry who's trying to implement SPOR, IDMP, or anything around structured data, even if it's not exactly the same. So in the center, we'll talk a little bit in the next few slides about master data management and how we've approached that in regulatory, but there are a few other things around it that I think your organizations would probably also have. Do you have a business glossary? Is that where you put your data standards? Are those data standards machine readable? Or still are not? That is something that is extremely challenging for us now because you invest so much effort in writing standards, you want to get tons of value out of it. So thinking through what your business glossary is. How are you sharing data? Is it all just going to be direct APIs? Is it going to be all of these system-to-system integrations? Because I bet all of your leadership is very interested in insights and analytics. So do you have an information layer? And how do things get written to that information layer so they can be reused by many people across the organization? Because regulatory houses highly reused and important product information. PMS helps foment that, but we've always had that data, and now there's increased pressure on all of our organizations to provide it to more people. Obviously, health authorities is one part, but I bet there's a lot of folks in your organizations who are looking for it too. So those two often don't come up, but as we're thinking through value, those become important layers to put on something. You can derive more value if you have a better business glossary. If you're sharing your good data, you're giving more value to the organization, and it's helping elevate regulatory data. In terms of how you use some of that information, I'll talk about digital product information later because I like it a lot. But for a lot of years, we've probably invested in content management. Everyone wants to push a button and have a dossier. Cool. Internally, how does your RIM, your MDM help feed into content, or is there another tool that you're looking at? And as you're thinking through all of the PMS work, this is an important thing to be able to tie to value as well. If you want submissions to go faster, there's a lot of value to be derived from having good data that populates some of these documents. A few are no-brainers, some are extremely difficult. So figuring out what that path would look like. And then finally, at the sort of bottom of this is the R&D development cloud that we've sort of called. More and more our organizations are using cloud-based tools. So your control over your data is changing, right? When you made the system yourself 20 years ago and you had your own IT team make changes to it, you had more control over it. So now how do we control things? We control it by saying IDMP, FIRE, all of those standards are the things that we are going to use internally at our company and try to ensure that that is the set of standards that other cloud-based providers are complying to. In addition to that, how does regulatory fit into your bigger R&D development world? So to me, it's kind of kind of exciting because we consume so much from our manufacturing teams, from clinical, but we provide to so many places. Obviously, the health authorities are critical, but also with DPI, you start providing to HCPs, to patients, you're providing to safety. There is a sort of central role that regulatory plays, and I think the demands from IDMP were a huge opportunity for regulatory to sort of step in and say, we own these product data and we're going to be serving it and reusing it as much as possible. And to try to prove why we would trust it is because we've added in governance. Earlier today, somebody mentioned the human-machine interactions. So these are actual humans, right? We had to think through, how would people trust these data if they didn't know who was involved? And how do we decide what something actually means for our company? Because the implementation guides are good, but they don't provide absolutely everything. They don't provide what your internal data flow is going to be. Who is providing these data? Who is consuming it from us? What does this mean and when does it change? Are really key parts of what data governance is. Too often people are like, data governance means standards and then policing people to those standards. And I think that's a little bit retroactive. So our data governance folks help design the systems in addition to writing the standards for it. They are also defining what is good quality for regulatory. And they're defining that based on knowing who is consuming it downstream. A health authority, a patient application, or safety, clinical in some cases. So that is an important part to get through. So a few years ago, as part of the IDMP program, we were able to get some energy behind setting up data governance. But they would never have approved this whole plan from the beginning. They're like, you have to pilot it. So what I hoped would be helpful here is to describe what that pilot or how this flow was in creating data governance. Because I bet if any of you go to your leadership and you say, I need 10 people to do this, you're not going to get it. But a good way to start is by saying, everybody who is in the organization already has a role in decentralized data entry. But for that to work, we need to increase governance so that the quality remains as good as if it were centralized. So the roles that you need to think through are, who owns a domain? How is that data stewarded in that domain? And then who is helping guide initiatives to do things correctly? And who is there to do issue management for people and define data quality? So kind of like in a circle, those are those 4 roles that we have: the data domain leader, the data steward, data principals, and data content admins. And they didn't all exist at the same time. So I think that's important to look through sort of the way that we had done it. I would highly recommend you have a data and content admin who is responsible for doing issue resolution and data quality, especially if you are in a RIM implementation, because as more and more people enter your data, the data quality typically goes away. And then in terms of the data domains, we took this very quickly from, or sort of used IDMP as the backbone for doing this and started with product and registration interactions. Registration interactions is the stuff that we do to our products typically. The second priority was around parties, which most people just call organizations, but it's also people. And then CMC and lot release and packaging. The other 3 we haven't fully fleshed out yet, so this isn't done, but it was always the plan. And when we'd made this plan, it didn't include CMC or lot release. And at this point, everyone would really love for me to change the name of parties to organizations because parties seems misleading on a slide. And I've tried to list out what the people do in here. You should think about it through capabilities, right? So a domain leader is deciding what something really means for regulatory. They have the final say on it. They are making changes to systems with that initiative team. The data steward does all of the master data management. I would recommend to consider doing that, even if it's not in a system, in a back end somewhere. I don't think you could get away with being compliant with PMS and trusting your data end to end if you don't have a master data management capability somewhere in regulatory. And I think we covered the other 2 as well. So I'll move on a bit to here. So in the center of the first slide, we represented the master data ecosystem. So there are about 100,000 employees at Roche. We have a master data management system that is operated by finance that is used by everyone. Prior to IDMP, we did not have a regulatory master data system, but what we did have was people making endless spreadsheets and a homegrown system where we had one guy mapping what the products were for everybody to use. That is not a hugely sustainable process as you get more drugs and more submissions. So if that sounds familiar, consider doing master data management somewhere. The right solution for us was the Regulatory Master Data Hub. So we created a new tool that takes all of the relevant information from our finance-owned MDM and has the data governance folks, our data stewards and our data domain leads, make it basically IDMP ready for us. A lot of people really didn't want to do this when we had launched it. They said that we were overstepping, that this would never provide value. It was just going to be another system that nobody liked. Luckily, and I think the savior to this was the governance, a lot of people do quite like it, and it works, more importantly. So we saw ourselves as a cornerstone owner of product data. And because the data were trustworthy through governance, other people started seeing it. So I think one of the best parts there was the expansion after the IDMP program to facilitate electronic product information. So the same information that's housed in the RMD hub, which feeds to our RIM system, is also fed to about 34 different HCP apps, right? So that doesn't need any additional work. It is managed internally by HQ, and it is done programmatically. That's another area to get value from, regardless of what a regulation requires. That's something you can do with your affiliates or based on your own sort of maturity models, I would say. It also serves as a source for document generation for the electronic application form. This was something that in, I think maybe 2019, 2020 or so, as a result of some of the CESP information, our expectation was we're going to need to do the EAF, the application forms electronically rather than manually. And we built this in as a result of our IDMP program. It wasn't required to be used at the time, but it's ready for when it is required to be used. And this is something that allowed us to use an initiative vehicle and value because we had good data. The process change, we trained everyone on, nobody used it. Again, not everything is perfect, but once it is required, we'll train them again and it'll be good to go. Within the RMD hub, you can see sort of the 8 areas that we've put in. We didn't do those all at once, and we didn't get it right out the door. It looks really pretty in that screenshot, but we didn't have a user interface the first time we launched it. You could only access things from the back end. It was terrible for all of the data stewards, but over the course of about 2 years, we iterated on all of that, just like EMA has iterated on some of its data. And it's something that I think all of our industry is used to doing and should get used to doing. To say that something will be perfect out the gate or future-proof out the gate, those are not realistic. What future-proofs it is having a flywheel of change and individuals who are involved with owning and operating those changes. So I would focus most on that. So a little bit about what it looks like for us from RMD Hub in the case of SPOR data. I'd kind of like to call out for each of the SPOR letters a little bit of some of the value that we've seen. So when there is a substance that needs a correction, we're able to correct it holistically in RMD Hub. That sounds great. There are still issues with the connection to RIM, right? The substance that is corrected is still existing in a document. So for the next probably year and a half, that is sort of my albatross to address. How do we make sure our documents match the data so that once we get to the point where we are submitting both of these things, that there's no risk in what we're submitting? I think that is a tricky thing. So that would be a nice use case for Gen AI rather than some of the other stuff, but we'll see if we get funding for that. Product around the XEVMPD acts. I think this is unique to Roche or slightly different for Roche because we do so much through a centralized procedure. The volume of this has not been prohibitive for us, but we have engaged with EMA on responses to this and made changes accordingly, but the volume is not super high. In terms of organizations, this is kind of nice. So our data governance team also manages the individuals who are getting access through reports from IAM. So if there's something in there that looks a little bit fishy, we have those two admins that are able to sort of take an action on that, which is important as your company gets bigger. There's a lot of XBPs, there's a lot of agents. You'd want to keep an eye on this, and that is a role of governance. It's not something that should happen as a result of a kappa every 6 months. And around referentials, I think here we've actually benefited a lot from other industry peers doing some of this review. We didn't make huge changes in terms of RMS data, and we've benefited from what others have done. So hopefully that's something others experience as well. And I've called out indications only because this is a special process for us that is coded differently, but it is fed from RMD Hub. And then in terms of our gateway, similarly, we're using a RIMS gateway, but the data that is being submitted is coming from RMD Hub. So it's kind of like a circle. You get your master data from RMD Hub. It feeds your transactional system. Within the transactional system, you get the important stuff that all of your colleagues are putting in, all of the dates. What is happening to this product? When was it approved? And that information is sent back to the RMD Hub, where it's consumed by more people. First is the gateway, but if I go back 1 or 2 or 3, it's also going to safety. This is a critical new change. So safety has said, your data is so good, we would like to use it. And that makes sense with our process. Clinical came to us and said, your data is so good, we would like to use it, but that doesn't make as much sense with our product. So we're able to send a subset back to them, but would benefit across the board in R&D if all of our partner functions also had similar governance and set up with their own hubs. So we'll see if that happens over the course of the next few years. I am optimistic. I'll also call out SAP or supply chain data. I think there is a really strong opportunity here and one that we're pursuing between digital product information and a link to supply chain via the GTIN. So that is something that has had a lot of surprises because the process is wildly different for a lot of different regions, but that becomes a huge unlock. When you think through the original IDMP work around, obviously this is for patient safety, but it was supposed to also help tie what your manufactured product was to your administered product. And being able to do that so directly at the batch level for what a person is experiencing is great through DPI and GTIN. So I'm really excited about the possibilities there. And then I guess finally, what we would like to see and what we're emboldened by, we liked the PMS UAT quite a lot. There were some things related to the pharmaceutical product that we were surprised to see were the same way we had approached it in the implementation guide. That felt great. There were a few other things in there that were a little more curious. Some fields included language, for example, which we didn't think would be relevant at that level. What we would love to do with that is to look at some of those edge case products that we will be having, things that are a little more complicated in their packaging or in their dosing regimens that maybe still are in investigational, and go through a detailed overview of mapping in PMS, maybe with an EMA colleague. I think that would fill us with quite a lot of confidence. And of course, the things that we would like to see, a unified data-driven submission process for EU, but a lot of what we've been talking about today is leaning in that direction. So I think it will be driven and enabled by the folks in this room. And finally, a data governance model at EMA for shared trustworthy data, but I will probably never make a presentation that doesn't ask for more data governance. So I'll stop there.
Let me just counter this. I think we do have very strong data governance. Right, Isabel? Well, yes. Okay, no, very nice presentation. Also a very interesting journey, and it's of course also for us from the regulator side very interesting to see the complexities that the companies have to deal with, and to create a more understanding for the challenges that both of us face. So very nice, really appreciate. Looking for questions. Okay.
I'll kick off.
Very nice.
Now, I think my question, I can't see Marcus. You're still there? Okay, I wanted to ask it earlier, but Alexis Nolte was being a bit tough with me. Do you remember your graphic with multiple mountains? They all had snow on them. That won't last very long, by the way, with global warming. But my question was, and it's a slightly left field question, but you implied that you would have to climb each mountain, and the implication was separately. These were mountains of joining PMS to individual consuming systems, yes? And I wondered whether you thought there were any principles, might be the right word, or tricks, to mean that you could climb it just once, or use the same approach to climb each of those mountains. Sorry if it's a bit abstract, but I think it's quite interesting.
Yeah, I think somehow it's EMA's responsibility to create bridges between the mountains. So, yeah, so whenever we are able to follow an implementation for one of the projects, we can use similar approaches to implement also for other projects. And this is also maybe going to help NCAs to implement this in their systems, and also industry and pharmaceutical companies to use similar approaches on how they build their systems and then consuming the data for the different projects. But I think it's more on the EMA, like responsibility, you know, to create those bridges and approaches on how we build the different systems and processes.
Hilma, I think that's a nice answer because, and it's not a pre-cooked discussion here, but for to have a kind of toolbox for implementation, for integration, could be quite a nice thing to think about. We've not packaged it like that in the past, but
I would just like to piggyback on that a little bit and also link into the presenter. So the whole point was to bring companies who've kind of built those bridges internally and demonstrate to others how it might work. So the data is used across these different processes nonetheless, both from NCAs as well as industry. They will have to provide data. So they're consolidating that data as much as I understood from the 2 case studies, and I'll lead to the speakers on that, in one central hub, and then they spit out little bits and pieces as those bits and pieces are required for the different use cases. So the bridge is, or the central hub is the thing that puts it together, and the bridges is the interim steps that we need to cross from one mountain to the next. But I think both Vani and Kepa can elaborate on how they're coping with those different needs of the different mountains and how they're preparing to go up those mountains.
Yeah, I think you covered the essence of leveraging from IDMP. Building bridges means creating value. So reuse of data is the end goal internally as well. How we can support operational excellence in the organization. To do that, you also need efficiencies. To do that, you need data integration and data interoperability. And IDMP is giving us with the tools to start building capabilities through data integration and building those bridges, and hopefully helping us to create a single language. And data is created once and reused, more or less the same as what SOR aims to do as well. So from the company's perspective, we're trying to deliver value by data reuse, not only from the compliance perspective, but also internally helping the organization improve our business operations.
Yeah, I don't have a ton to add, but I think one of the things that is important to think through is like we are maintaining high quality data, and the format or the specifics of it matter a lot less if you have that sort of technical flexibility. So sometimes I get the question that's like, will it be a problem to have to do the EAF and an XEVMPD submission and stuff in PMS. And like it shouldn't be, because you've already created a backend that has multiple formats in it. So whether you're making a document or whether you're making a report or whether you're making an XML, it's the exact same information, really. You're just using technology to move it around. I think that's an important thing to think through. And it wasn't how people thought about it 10 years ago. When the IDMP regulation first came out, internally there were people who said, we'll just hire 150 FTEs to do data entry. So I think we've come a long way, even though there's a lot left to do. But thinking through the reusability of the data as much as possible and maintaining that flexibility rather than process flexibility has been beneficial to us. And I think, at least in terms of like an implementation pack phrased slightly differently, I think a lot of this could go that way. And the solutions won't be the same, but the chapters would likely be relevant across most organizations.
If I could just say, to wrap that up, so today we brought two examples, and I think they were very good examples for the rest of industry to benefit from the lessons learned of these two companies. Like Marcos was saying, if there are, we can't give one size fits all guidance because every company is different, but we could surely explore further opportunities to bring more case studies, different experiences, different ways of approaching to create that awareness out there. So that, I do believe it's a role that we can fulfill to help build those bridges and share the knowledge across all the industry stakeholders that need to do their activities.
Okay, so before we wrap up this session, let's see if we have questions online.
There are a couple online. One is Roche planning to connect to the PMS API as soon as it is released to review the migrated data? That sounds like a challenge. It's,
I feel like that's from one of my colleagues. So I don't know that I could answer that. But we have been reviewing the data, and we take to heart Marcos telling us 15 times in his presentation to take a look at your data. So I think it's important to do that in all the tools that are made available to us by EMA.
Thank you. And there's one for both Merck and Roche, and I think you both touched on it in your presentation, but who owns your master data management? Is it regulatory ?
So the core Roche MDM that is used by most of those 100,000 people is owned by our finance and pharma technical, and we take ownership in regulatory of the regulatory master data, which have been those sort of 8 categories you looked at, mapping really closely to SPOR.
The answer from Merck is yes and no. It all depends on what data we're talking about. Regulatory data domain is a bigger universe of data than one might think. And with data integration, we would like to start sourcing data from other parts of the organization, and then the owner would not be regulatory, ideally. And there may be other cases where regulatory data is also used in other parts of the organization and the owner is regulatory. And we need to look at data point by data point and understand the business process that is being supported by the data, and then agree on where the ownership should be established. And even within the regulatory data space, it's a very complex topic. You cannot or may not be able to quickly identify a person who should be the owner, where maybe the data is supporting many different processes, and it follows a data flow, data journey throughout the organization, where maybe the ownership might be a gray area as well. So currently, this is work in progress. We have not defined data ownership for all the data points. We're only starting to have this discussion.
Okay, so wonderful. So I think we should wrap up this session and go to the overall conclusion. So again, big thank you to the speakers, and another round of applause, please. Okay, over to you, Peter.
So I think I've got a feeling we may finish a few minutes early, which I suspect after a really intense day would be quite welcome. So I thought I would just give a few reflections on what I've taken note of during the really rich presentations and discussion, and then I'm going to hand to Emmanuel to close our meeting for us. So we've spent a full day together, and it's such a big topic that we could probably have spent a full week together and still been debating. We've heard about the progress in PMS in the context of the European Regulatory Network portfolio for information management systems. Am I not close enough? So we've heard about PMS in the context of the network portfolio. We've heard how EMA systems, so a bit of an internal focus, are using PMS data or will be using PMS data. We've then done a deep dive into PMS and the progress, as well as the interface with substances, organizations and referentials. And then we've looked out and we've heard from national competent authorities about master data. And we've heard 2 industry use cases or experiences, I should say, journeys in terms of using master data. A few things that that caught my eye during the day. A problem statement this morning relating to double data entry, legacy systems, a lack of full integration between EMA systems and national systems. The vision, which was stated repeatedly for PMS, of making available for human and machine interaction structured, standardized and consistent authorized product data from across the European Medicines Regulatory Network, and that PMS data will be used by regulatory and industry for regulatory and non-regulatory procedures for the benefits of EU citizens, and I would say and beyond if we do it well and provide some international leadership. Benefits, I'm going to repeat them because I think they're critical to keep us focused, and that is that we will have integrated data quality steps, we'll have integration with national competent authority systems, we will support procedures, better and faster decision making on medicines. We will have operational efficiency, technology will be up to date, and we'll have ideally one submission going forward. What was not said, and I think it came out actually in the Roche presentation at the end, was about also supporting analysis of data and insights into data. I would say that being ahead of the data analytics task force, wouldn't I? I think it was also emphasized that this is a journey. It sounds terribly social media. I'm on a journey, doesn't it? I'm on a journey. But I think this whole area is moving fast, but is also quite long term, and we need to plan for that. I think maybe I'll go to the very last part, which I thought was really insightful. And so words from the presentation, I think this came from Georg, product data being the glue of the enterprise, that we need budget and expert staff to make it happen. We need clear business rules and a business glossary, and have an information layer to support analysis. This is moving on to some of the industry presentations. International standards will underpin our success. And we also need, I think this came from Alexis Nolte, excellent guidance to support both internally and our stakeholders. So moving forward, I think we need to keep in mind the vision, or North Star, depending on which terminology you like. We need to keep a clear focus on benefits for regulation, benefits for industry, and ultimately benefits for patients and healthcare professionals. And I put it to you, actually, HTA bodies, payers, healthcare systems will all benefit if we get this right. We need to have agreed business processes and standards. We need to move forward in an agile, iterative way, because despite me trying to persuade everyone that we could maybe just analyze this really, really well and come up with a technical answer, I've been convinced that this does need to be iterative and learning in terms of its rollout and implementation. The other thing that has come across very closely is that we need to have a very collaborative approach, particularly between industry, NCAs, and EMA, but I would also put it to you, also between technical service providers and standards bodies as well. And finally, just the idea,
which forgive me for indulging my own idea, but maybe we might focus on some kind of some implementation toolbox. And Isabel, I liked your idea as EMA as convener, putting people together, sharing experiences as part of that toolbox. So those are things, Emmanuel, I picked up during the day. There's lots more. I've got 6 pages of notes, but I didn't want to take up too much time summarizing. But for me, really interesting. I have the privilege at EMA of co-chairing the Big Data Steering Group with the national competent authorities, but also chairing the EMA Data Board. And so my final comment would be to the Roche presentation. Data governance is a superpower, okay? So we must always remember that, and we're in the process within EMA and the network of strengthening our data governance. And what I took from your presentation, and I will hold on to very tightly, is if we get it right, we can accelerate the benefits for the organizations. Thank you. Over to you, sir. You're on already.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Thank you, Hilmer, as well, for chairing the last session. And I think, Peter, you forgot your idea of a 100-question quiz,
yes.
A mandatory 100-question quiz for everybody before exiting the building. Yeah. But maybe we'll pass on this one. I will concur on most of the points you raised. Quite a inspiring day, at least from my perspective. And I'd like to just briefly, but very briefly, go back to the ambition that I laid out at the beginning of the meeting. And see how we fared, toward these ambitions. The first one was to convince you of the value that PMS is as a key enabler for the agency and the networks in general, as in the context of the digital transformation. And you already alluded to that. So I hope we've ticked a box here on that topic. The other one was to convince you of the value and opportunity of PMS. And I have to say now, I regret, that statement, in particular in light of the last presentations from our partners in industry and the NCAs, where I don't think we need to convince you of anything in terms of the value of the, maybe more generally speaking, of the IDMP principle. I mean, these examples you provided were very clear that this value is very well understood. I take it for myself that it's more how we can at least align and understand each other's benefit in that process and make sure we're successful, generally speaking, in the implementation of PMS moving forward. I think we had some clarification on the short and mid-term objectives of PMS. I think you got a long list of requests and actions sent your way, so hopefully you took notes. But I recommend you go back to the recording if you missed a couple of things. But it was nice, at least, to have that overview from Marco on some of the specifics. And the last one, and I think that's important, in particular in the context of the journey that's been mentioned actually quite often, is for PMS to be value to be fully realized. We need to work together, we need to help each other, and we need to timely contribute what's needed for PMS to be a working system. So I think overall, if I summarize that for myself, and I hopefully will concur with me, in terms of the ambition of that meeting, we're not very far off. So I'll leave it on that positive note on the content part of that meeting. But before we actually all go to our next occupations, if you will, I'd like to conclude by thanking all the organizers of that meeting. It's been a lot of work, I know that, in the preparation, getting everybody together. Of course, the chairs, the presenters, and the supporting staff during that Info Day. I think it's been a success in that sense. And of course, the audience as a whole, both on site and online, for their questions. I understood we have several hundred questions, or close to a couple hundred questions. So I think we have quite some work to be done to summarize these questions, or at least extract the essence of these questions and answer them in some form of document that we could share after the presentation or the day. Again, there's no minutes for this meeting, so the recording will be our reference in that sense with the answers to question. And I say last but not least, there will be a survey. Is that still the case, right? It's okay. So there's a survey that's been launched. So please take the time to complete that survey. It will be really helpful to us. We want to build on this and make sure that we continue to engage each other in the best way possible. So that survey will be very helpful to us. So with that, I would like to conclude the day by wishing everybody a good rest of your day and also a safe journey back where you're coming from. We heard the weather has been against us. The air traffic controller has been against us. So hopefully the way back will be easier. So thanks a lot, and we'll see you next time then. Thanks.